Chapter 1481 Tired of Living. Chapter 1481 Tired of Living. The corners of Yan Ye's mouth twitched when he saw that wave of pressure slam down in his direction. Why am I that unfortunate? Just training with a sword technique made me offend a dualism realm expert? This time, he really hadn't caused trouble on purpose. He'd actually executed the rebirth sword instinctively just now. The reason he'd done that was that he'd realized something and felt enlightened, so he instinctively executed it. However, he hadn't expected that there was another dualism realm expert on that mountain. What should I do? Yan Ye's mind was spinning quickly. Meanwhile, Lian Banzwang appeared in front of Yang Yi. She stared fixedly at him with a murderous gaze. At this moment, she seemed to be in quite an embarrassing state. There were cuts all over her robe. Even though it wasn't that severe to the extent of exposing her figure, it did look quite embarrassing. Especially at the side of her ear, there was a very fine and almost unnoticeable injury there. Yan Ye's attack had been too abrupt and too strong. Coupled with the fact that she'd been caught off guard, it had caused her to fall into such a state. Yan Yi smiled with embarrassment when he saw her murderous gaze. I didn't do that on purpose. I really didn't. Her eyes narrowed slightly while ghastly killing intent filled them. Meanwhile, the pressure from before had arrived above them. A cold glow flashed through her eyes, and then she turned around and slapped her palm forward. Bang! The pressure vanished. Meanwhile, a black-robed old man appeared not too far away from them. At this moment, the old man was in a worse state than the woman. His black robe had been transformed into rags. Especially the lower part of his robe, it seemed like a dress. Besides that, there was a bleeding cut on his face. At this moment, the black-robed old man's face was very unsightly, or it should be said to be ferocious. I'm in trouble now. Yan Yi had an even more bitter expression on his face when he saw the old man's face. The black-robed old man paid no attention to Yan Yi, and his gaze descended onto Lian Banzwang instead. Lian Banzwang, we've coexisted in harmony until now, so why launch a surprise attack on me while I was in deep sleep? Lian Banzwang was about to speak when Yang Yi suddenly stepped forward, and he said, Senior! It wasn't Miss Lian, it was me! Lian Banzwang gazed at Yang Yi when she heard this, and a trace of surprise flashed through her eyes. Obviously, she hadn't expected him to take the initiative to bear responsibility. The old man's gaze descended onto Yang Yi when he heard this. He sized up Yang Yi, and then he frowned. A voider? How could a voider have possibly got here? Yang Yi smiled with embarrassment. That's a long story, the old man asked. You said that you destroyed the mountain? Yang Yi nodded and spoke seriously. Indeed. It has nothing to do with Miss Lian. Moreover, I have no intention to offend you, Senior. It was just... What nonsense! The old man suddenly roared with fury. Do you think I'm an idiot? A voider like you could destroy the defensive restrictions on my mountain? Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the old man suddenly gazed at Lian Banzwang. What? Lian Banzwang, you dare not admit what you've done? That doesn't seem like your style. There was nothing wrong with the old man, and it was just because he didn't believe Yang Yi had the ability to execute such a formidable attack. What a joke! How could a voider possibly possess such terrifying strength? So, he'd subconsciously felt that it was Lian Banzwang because she possessed such strength. At this moment, Lian Banzwang had quite an unsightly expression on her face. However, she didn't explain because she knew that any explanation was useless. Not to mention the old man, even Lian Banzwang didn't really believe that Yang Yi had executed that attack. After all, Yang Yi was just a voider. But that attack had even come close to injuring her. Even though she was very angry, there was even more shock in her heart. Meanwhile, the old man spoke in a low voice. Lian Banzwang, this isn't over until you give me an explanation. An explanation? Lian Banzwang spoke coldly. What sort of explanation do you want? The old man was about to speak when Yang Yi suddenly spoke. Senior, it really has nothing to do with Miss Lian. A man always takes responsibility for his actions. It really was me. Shirk away from taking responsibility? In the beginning, he'd thought of that. But if he dared to do that, then based on her character, she would definitely attack and kill him right away. Even if one intended to play tricks, it depended heavily on the target. She didn't like him at all, so if he were to play such tricks on her, then it would definitely lead to terrible consequences. Lian Banzwang glanced at Yan Yi and remained silent. The old man's gaze descended onto Yan Yi. He gazed at Yan Yi, and then he gazed at Lian Banzwang before a wisp of ridicule arose on the corners of his mouth. Lian Banzwang, you're a dualism realm expert at any rate, yet you can't even compare to a voider. Since you refuse to give me an explanation, then I'll get it myself. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man shot towards Lian Banzwang. Lian Banzwang's face instantly became icy cold when she saw the old man attack. You old dog. I don't mind sending you on your way if you're tired of living. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure vanished on the spot. Yan Yi was stunned when he saw them engage each other in battle. Why doesn't anyone believe me when I tell the truth? Yan Yi moved around 30 kilometers away. A battle between two dualism realm experts wasn't something he could interfere in. Especially at a time like this. He just executed the rebirth sword. Even though he hadn't suffered from any backlash, it had exhausted too much profound energy. Just a single attack had completely exhausted all the profound energy within him and the world-end stone. However, it was within his expectations. The person who created the technique had been at the dualism realm at least, but he was just a voider. Based on the volume of profound energy that a voider possessed, it was definitely insufficient to satisfy the requirements of the rebirth sword. So, it was normal for him to have insufficient profound energy. Fortunately, he had the world-end stone, so he could execute it. He didn't know if it could kill a dualism realm expert, but he had no doubt that it could pose a threat to dualism realm experts. As for deities, if he were to encounter that rock titan again, or even if he went up against the ancient Emperor Python again, the rebirth sword would be sufficient to kill them in an instant. The only sad part was that it used too much profound energy, and just utilizing it once exhausted all his profound energy. Fortunately, his body had advanced to the undying realm, so even if he didn't have profound energy, ordinary deities couldn't harm him at all. He'd intended to cultivate Elemental Breaker and the undying elemental body as well, but now it would seem like he didn't have the time. He'd almost wasted half a month now, and both those techniques would take another half a month at least. At that time, his strength would grow tremendously, but he wouldn't have much time. After all, if he couldn't obtain the Spring of Life, then it would be pointless even if he could cultivate the Sword of Rebirth successfully. As for the Spring of Life, even if he could leave this place, was he guaranteed to obtain the Spring of Life? What if he couldn't obtain it? Or perhaps he couldn't leave this place? The important matter at hand was to deal with his lifespan. Yang Yi sat cross-legged on the ground. He paid no attention to Lian Banzwang or the old man, and he just withdrew divine crystals and started absorbing the energy within them. Their battle wasn't something he could interfere in, nor was it something he could dissuade. Because both of their tempers had flared, so if he tried to persuade them to stop, then not only would he fail, he might suffer instead. Around an hour later, Yang Ye's profound energy had been fully replenished. However, the old man and Lian Banzwang were still fighting high above in the sky. Flee? Such a thought had appeared in Yang Ye's mind. After all, it was the best opportunity to flee. Because regardless of whether it was the old man or Lian Banzwang, both of them definitely didn't have the time to pay any attention to him. Bang! Suddenly, a loud explosion resounded in the sky, and then the entire sky shook violently. It seemed like the sky was about to collapse. This is the strength of dualism realm experts. How strong! Yan Yi had an extremely solemn expression on his face as he looked up into the sky. Dualism realm experts seemed to have grasped an energy that was stronger than the energy of time or the 5 elements, the energy of yin and yang. He'd experienced the strength of the energy of yin and yang. It wasn't something deities could resist at all. Many people had never returned after passing through to the other side of Yellow Springs River. Besides the fact that they couldn't find their way back, there was one other reason, and it was the people and demon beast here. They weren't existences that the cultivators from the outside world could resist. Rumble! Suddenly, numerous explosions resounded in the sky. But it only took a moment for the sky to fall silent once more. After that, a ray of light flashed through the sky, and then Lian Banzwang appeared in front of Yang Yi. At this moment, Lian Banzwang's face was quite pale while a trace of blood could be seen on the corner of her mouth. Besides that, she had quite a ferocious expression on her face. Yang Yi asked softly, Are you all right? At the same time, he became vigilant in his heart. She wasn't a nice person, so she might launch a lethal strike against him at any moment. The reason he hadn't fled was mainly because other places here might be more dangerous than Lian Banzwang's territory. At the very least, she wouldn't kill him for now. That was what he thought earlier, yet he didn't think the same now. The way she looked at him right now seemed like she really wanted to kill him. It made sense because she'd been blamed for his actions, so she would definitely be extremely unhappy. She said, You didn't flee? Yang Yi glanced at her and spoke seriously. As a man, I should bear responsibility for what I've done. So how can I possibly run? Bear responsibility? She nodded and said, Very good. Now he's injured, so go kill him. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. A wisp of ridicule curled up on the corners of her mouth. What? You don't dare to? Yang Yi remained silent for a moment, and then he said, I'm at fault for making you suffer the blame for my actions. So, just be frank about what you want. There's no need to be so sarcastic. In any case, let me warn you in advance that I won't take my own life. If you want to kill me and force me to go berserk, then let me tell you that even I'm afraid of myself when I do that. Her gaze became icy cold. She was about to speak when a huge pitch-black palm suddenly appeared out of thin air above them. Boom! The place they were standing at had been instantly transformed into a huge abyss. Chapter 1482 I'll smash you beneath my casket lid. Yang Yi and Lian Banzwang weren't dead, of course. At the moment the huge had descended, Lian Banzwang had slapped her palm at it. However, perhaps it was because she was injured, or perhaps it was because the attacker was too strong. Lian Banzwang's attack hadn't been able to stop the huge black palm, causing her and Yang Yi to be slammed down to the ground. Lian Banzwang was resisting the huge black palm with a single hand while blood was seeping out incessantly from the corner of her mouth. A moment later, a wisp of ferocity flashed through Lian Banzwang's eyes, and then she flipped her other hand and swung it upwards. Boom! The huge black palm shattered. However, at the very same instant, a black beam of light shot down from the sky. It was extremely swift and instantly arrived above Yang Yi and Lian Banzwang, causing them to have no chance to move aside. Lian Banzwang shouted softly, and then she slapped her palms upwards. A wave of terrifying force surged out from her palms, and it instantly slammed against the black beam of light. Bang! A loud explosion resounded as soon as their attacks collided, and then a wave of energy swept out in the sky above. Everywhere it passed, ripples surged through space. Meanwhile, a gray-robed old man appeared in the sky. Demon Wu! Lian Banzwang stared at the old man while the intent to kill in her eyes seemed material. Even Yang Yi's heart couldn't help but palpitate when he sensed her intent to kill. Obviously, there was enmity between them. The old man called Demon Wu glanced at Lian Banzwang. Crazy Lian, I merely took a single thing from you, yet you've refused to stop acting against me for over 100 years. I didn't have a chance to kill you in the past, but I never expected you to clash with Old Manly and get yourself heavily injured. You're really courting death. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately flipped his right palm, and a pitch-black mirror appeared there. After that, he formed a strange seal with his left hand. It didn't take long for the mirror to tremble violently. A moment later, he tossed it in Yang Yi and Lian Banzwang's direction. It didn't fly very swiftly, but Yang Yi noticed that Lian Banzwang had a solemn expression on her face. What is that? Yang Yi looked up at the mirror. Suddenly, the mirror stopped. When he looked closely, Yang Yi noticed that the mirror seemed a little like something familiar to him. The Eye of the Heaven Tao! It seemed like an Eye of the Heaven Tao that was hanging high above in the sky. Boom! A beam of pitch-black lightning shot out from the mirror. It was around 3 kilometers long and 1 kilometer wide. As soon as it appeared, the space in the sky actually showed faint signs of warping. Yang Yi was stunned by this scene. It's actually spitting out lightning as well? Is it any different from the Eye of the Heaven Tao? Meanwhile, Lian Banzwang didn't fight barehanded anymore. A multicolored ribbon had appeared in her grasp. When the beam of lightning was around 300 m away from her, she suddenly vanished on the spot. Yang Yi looked up, and he saw that multicolored rays of light had filled the sky. Rumble! When the beam of lightning slammed against the multicolored rays of light, rumbling instantly resounded in the sky. At this moment, Yang Yi felt like the sky was about to collapse. Yang Yi didn't have time to care about all of this right now, and he intended to move away. It was best to stay far away from a battle between experts at this level. However, a loud explosion suddenly resounded, and then a figure crashed down from the sky. It was very swift, and instantly crashed down not too far away from him. It was Lian Banzwang. She lost? Yang Yi looked up at the sky. At this moment, the sky was filled with multicolored rays of light. The rays of light seemed boundless, and they were ceaselessly shooting out from the multicolored ribbon in the sky. The gray-robed old man was at the center of those rays of light. The rays of light had trapped him for now. Yang Yi remained silent for an instant, and then he withdrew his gaze and shot over to Lian Banzwang. After that, he wrapped his arm around her waist, stomped his right foot against the ground, and vanished into the distance. Just a few breaths of time later, the multicolored ribbon shattered into bits, and then the rays of light shattered as well and vanished into nothingness. The gray-robed old man appeared once more in the sky. He glanced at the surroundings, and then a ferocious expression filled his eyes. "Let me see who can save you this time!" A moment later, he vanished on the spot. Yang Yi carried Lian Banzwang in his arms as he ran madly. At this moment, had raised his speed to its limits. Why didn't he save her? Yang Yi was very well aware that even if had cultivated the rebirth sword successfully, his strength was still far from sufficient to survive in this place. At this moment, had realized that practically all those who'd been able to survive here were dualism realm experts. Dualism realm experts weren't existences that he could fight right now. Even though the rebirth sword could pose a threat to such experts, what if it couldn't kill? At that time, how would he fight once his profound energy had been exhausted? While he had his body wasn't strong enough to resist dualism realm experts. Moreover, this place was completely unknown to him. If he didn't have someone familiar with this place to lead the way, how could he possibly leave? That would just be a wishful dream. Not to mention leaving, he wouldn't even dare to move about rashly. Most importantly, the biggest reason why Lian Banzwang had been injured was that she'd taken the blame for him just now. If she hadn't fought the previous old man and suffered injuries, Demon Wu wouldn't have been able to defeat her. So, he really couldn't just leave her for dead. Even though she really didn't like him, she hadn't killed him. If she made an explanation to Old Manly just now, then the old man would have definitely believed her. After all, a dualism realm expert would disdain to lie. But she hadn't. She'd helped him bear the consequences. Otherwise, the old man would have fought him instead. Suddenly, Lian Banzwang spoke. "Don't go that way." "Why?" Yang Yi was puzzled. He didn't stop and sped up instead. What a joke! There was a dualism realm expert chasing them. She spoke indifferently. "It's the territory of a demon beast at the dualism realm. Its strength is even stronger than the old bastard behind us, and it's extremely hostile towards humans. It won't stop until it kills any human that enters its territory." Yang Yi immediately stopped because it was even more terrifying than the old man behind him. At this moment, he felt really lucky to have saved her. Otherwise, he would definitely be in deep trouble if he ran around this place on his own. Yang Yi gazed at her. "Which direction should we take?" She gazed at him in silence. Miss Lien, don't you want to take revenge? Yang Yi continued. You will always have a chance while you're still alive. Only if you're alive will you have a chance to take revenge. A moment of silence ensued, and then she pointed towards his right. That way. Yang Yi nodded, and then he vanished on the spot. Yang Yi asked while he ran madly. There's enmity between the two of you? She spoke indifferently. A sworn enemy! A sworn enemy! Yang Yi's face became solemn. Obviously, the old man wouldn't let them escape. Yang Yi fell silent for an instant, and then he spoke in a low voice. Are your injuries severe? She replied coldly. Would I need you to carry me if it wasn't? Her temper is horrible. Yang Yi paid no further attention to her and sped up. At this moment, he was using the sword domain to fully conceal them. However, he was very well aware that if the old man refused to give up, then it was only a matter of time before Demon Wu caught up to them. After all, there weren't many places Yang Yi and Lian Banzwang could go to. This place was filled with danger, so they would definitely be heading towards the places that weren't dangerous. So, Demon Wu was completely capable of determining their route. Meanwhile, Lian Banzwang spoke abruptly. Why did you save me? Yang Yi spoke casually. You're beautiful. She frowned. I'm beautiful? Yang Yi nodded. Isn't it usually referred to in books? Once a hero saves the beautiful maiden would marry him. I think you want to die. She interrupted him. Marry you? Do you even think we're a match for each other? Yang Yi shrugged. You're a dualism realm expert while I'm at the Voider realm. We're definitely not a match. However, who can dictate fate? She gazed at him for a long time before she said, Why did you save me? She naturally didn't believe his nonsense. Yang Yi replied, I can't survive here on my own, so I intend to rely on you. That's quite honest of you. She continued, Unfortunately, I can't even protect myself now, let alone protect you. You'll only burden yourself by taking me with you. Leave me and that fellow may not pay any attention to you, but if you take me with you, then that fellow will definitely not spare you. Yang Yi replied, Are you that desperate to die? It's not that I want to die, it's just that you can't save me. She looked him in the eyes. If I didn't suffer those injuries, I wouldn't fear him at all. However, I was injured in the previous battle, and that fellow had seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack against me, causing me to suffer even more injuries. Now I don't have the ability to fight him while you are too weak. You. She suddenly stopped and turned her head towards another direction. There's no need to flee anymore. Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? She spoke flatly. He has caught up. As soon as she finished speaking, an old man appeared out of thin air near them. It was Demon Wu. Demon Wu's gaze descended onto Yang Yi. You fled quite quickly. I'm really curious. What's a voider like you doing here? Yang Yi paid no attention to Demon Wu, and he just placed his right hand on Lian Banzhuang's stomach. As soon as he did that, she thought that he intended to take advantage of her, and her expression changed. However, it didn't take long for a wisp of surprise to appear in her eyes. Because a strand of pure energy was surging madly into her. Yang Yi placed her on the ground and said, Recover as much as you can. It'll help you stop him for some time. Lian Banzhuang gazed at Yang Yi and asked, You? Are you sure? I'll try. As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, he started walking in Demon Wu's direction. A voider is going to stop me? Demon Wu shook his head. What a joke! Yang Yi didn't waste his breath on the old man, and he just withdrew an ice casket lid. After his body had grown stronger, he still couldn't lift the entire casket. However, he could lift its lid. I'll smash you beneath my casket lid! As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi stomped his right foot on the ground, and he relied on the counterforce to shoot forward in Demon Wu's direction. Chapter 1483 Come. Let's continue. Demon Wu shook his head when he saw Yang Yi attack. And, as soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand and a gust of powerful wind surged forward. As far as he was concerned, not to mention a voider, even a deity was an ant. Bang! Unexpectedly, the powerful gust of wind hadn't even arrived before Yang Yi when a strand of mysterious energy obliterated it. After that, Yang Yi arrived in front of Demon Wu, and then he held the casket lid with both hands as he slammed it down towards Demon Wu. A wisp of surprise flashed through Demon Wu's eyes. He hadn't expected his attack to be unable to kill Yang Yi in an instant. But he didn't have the time to think about it because Yang Yi's casket lid was above his head. Demon Wu slapped his palm up against Yang Yi's casket lid. Bang! Powerful energy of yin and yang blasted Yang Yi around 3 kilometers away. However, Demon Wu was pushed over 300 m away as well. Lian Banzhuang's eyes opened wide at the sight of this. Based on her expectations, Yang Yi should have been killed in an instant. She had never imagined that he wouldn't just be able to survive, he would even be able to push a dualism realm expert back. Her gaze fell onto Yang Yi. Is he really just a voider? Lian Banzhuang wasn't the only one who was shocked. Demon Wu's eyes were filled with shock as well. He hadn't expected that he would actually be pushed back by an ant at the voider realm. Besides shock, there was a trace of curiosity and bewilderment in Demon Wu's eyes. Is that fellow really just a voider? Yang Yi's eyes were filled with excitement. He hadn't expected that he would actually be able to push a dualism realm expert back. However, he was very well aware that there were 2 reasons that contributed to his success. Firstly, it was the improvement in his physical cultivation. He was at the Undying Realm now, so his strength was on par with the ancient Emperor Python. Secondly, it was the casket lid. It was also the main reason. The casket lid was extremely heavy. Even if his body had risen to the Undying Realm, it was quite strenuous for him to lift it. The joint force coming from the weight of the casket lid and his own strength caused the explosive force his attacks carried to be extremely terrifying. Coupled with the fact that the old man had underestimated him, his attack had been able to blast the old man back. Even then, Yang Yi was excited. Because it represented that even if he couldn't defeat a dualism realm expert, he could still fight one. However, he didn't know how long he would last in battle against one. You've really surprised me. Meanwhile, Demon Wu gazed at Yang Yi's casket lid. Even though that thing is the main reason your attack was so strong, you're not ordinary as well. I'm really curious. Who are you? What are you doing here? Yang Yi glanced at Lian Banzhuang. At this moment, she was still absorbing the primordial violet energy had given her. Yang Yi remained silent for an instant and said, I came from the outside. The outside? Demon Wu's eyes narrowed slightly. He was about to ask a question when he seemed to have thought of something, and he immediately gazed at Lian Banzhuang. After that, he gazed at Yang Yi. You're trying to buy time. Yang Yi was about to speak when Demon Wu suddenly vanished on the spot. Yang Yi's eyelids twitched at the sight of this. He didn't hesitate to lift the casket lid and swing it forward. Boom! An explosion resounded, and then Yang Yi was blasted 1 kilometer away again. As for Demon Wu, he was pushed around 300 m back. Force worked in both directions. Demon Wu had attacked with powerful force, but the casket lid in Yang Yi's hands had obstructed that force. Moreover, some of the force from the collision was even rebounded. Coupled with the force created by Yang Yi's full strength, Demon Wu had been pushed back. Of course, it was worse for Yang Yi. Even though the casket lid possessed abnormal defensive capabilities and had stopped Demon Wu's attack, most of the force within Demon Wu's attack had still struck Yang Yi through the casket lid. Fortunately, his body was at the Undying Realm now. So, such injuries were nothing to him. After all, he had primordial violet energy, and it could repair his body as soon as possible. Demon Wu was clearly infuriated from being pushed back again, and the indifference and calm in his eyes had vanished. There was only coldness and the intent to kill within them. A moment of silence ensued, and then his figure shot towards Yang Yi. Once he arrived around 6 m above Yang Yi, he clenched his fist and slammed it down at Yang Yi. His fist carried the energy of yin and yang. Coupled with the fact that he hadn't held back at all, his fist immediately blasted a huge and deep hole open around Yang Yi. Moreover, the space around Yang Yi and the old man was rippling like waves were running through it. It was an extremely shocking sight. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. At this moment, he couldn't retreat. As soon as he did that, he would fall into a disadvantaged state, and he would suffer endless attacks instead. Moreover, his speed wasn't sufficient to retreat. So, he could only go head-on against it. Yang Yi didn't hesitate to lift the casket lid and flicked it upwards at an angle. Bang! A loud explosion resounded, and then Yang Yi was smashed into the ground along with the casket lid. However, Demon Wu was blasted around 600 m back as well. Demon Wu's countenance was slightly pale, and his right hand was trembling lightly. He glanced coldly at the spot Yang Yi had been standing on. At this moment, Yang Yi had been slammed into the ground, and his figure wasn't visible anymore. Demon Wu remained silent for an instant, and then he turned to look at Lian Banzwang, who was still healing. "Let me see who can save you now. Our years of enmity are finally about to end." As he spoke, he was about to attack. However, his expression changed, and then he gazed at where Yang Yi had been standing before their collision. At this moment, a hand had emerged from beneath the ground, and then Yang Yi crawled out of the hole. Demon Wu stared fixedly at Yang Yi. "You're still alive!" At this moment, Yang Yi's countenance was ghastly pale, and there was blood on the corner of his mouth. Based on his outer appearance, he was clearly injured. However, he was alive. Why was he alive? He had the casket lid, his body at the undying realm, and the heaven-defying recovery speed of the primordial violet energy. So, how could he have possibly died? Yang Yi wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth, and then he walked towards Demon Wu while holding the casket lid in his arms. "Is that all a dualism realm expert has? Come! Let's continue!" As soon as he finished speaking, he stomped his right foot down, and he shot forward like a cannonball. When he arrived around 3 m before Demon Wu, he raised the casket lid and smashed it down. Boom! Yang Yi's figure was blasted flying again. Just like before, Demon Wu was pushed back as well. However, just a moment passed before Yang Yi charged at Demon Wu again. A wisp of gloominess flashed through Demon Wu's eyes. A moment later he attacked again. As expected, Yang Yi was blasted flying again. But it didn't take long for Yang Yi to charge over with the casket lid. Yang Yi was blasted flying over and over again, but he charged at Demon Wu over and over again as well. Just like that, Yang Yi forcefully engaged Demon Wu in combat for around an hour. Demon Wu was clearly infuriated by Yang Yi, and his attacks grew stronger and stronger. However, Yang Yi was able to resist them with the casket lid. Demon Wu had specially attacked Yang Yi's casket lid on many occasions. However, he failed. The casket lid's strength had surpassed his imagination, and it was to the extent that he wasn't just unable to destroy it, he even suffered internal injuries from the rebound. As for Yang Yi, logically speaking, he should have suffered even more severe internal injuries. However, besides another strand of blood on the corner of his mouth, he seemed completely fine after every single collision. Demon Wu gazed at the casket lid. Yang Yi's strength was utterly insufficient to resist his energy of yin and yang, but the casket lid could. So, he was actually helpless against Yang Yi. He remained silent for a moment, and then he flipped his palm. A mirror flashed up and arrived above Yang Yi. A moment later, a beam of pitch-black lightning emerged from it, and it was even slightly larger than the one Yang Yi had seen earlier. Yang Yi's eyes were filled with an extremely solemn expression. He didn't dare act carelessly, and his profound energy surged madly before entering the casket lid. Meanwhile, the beam of lightning had arrived above him. Yang Yi raised the casket lid to shield himself from it. Boom! Yang Yi and the casket lid were slammed deep into the ground. Lian Banzhuang's eyes narrowed slightly at the sight of this, and she gazed at Demon Wu. Meanwhile, Demon Wu looked at her as well. An ant is an ant. He dares to try and stop me? How laughable! Cough! Suddenly, a soft cough came from within the deep hole, and then Yang Yi crawled out from it with the casket lid. Yang Yi was in an extremely embarrassing state right now. His gray hair had turned jet black. Besides that, only his underpants remained. But the casket lid in his hands was completely unharmed and remained completely the same. Demon Wu's face became extremely unsightly when he saw Yang Yi. Had thought that his attack would be able to obliterate Yang Yi, but he hadn't expected Yang Yi to still be alive. Aren't his defenses a little too strong? Meanwhile, Lian Banzhuang's expression eased up slightly when she saw Yang Yi. She glanced at him, withdrew her gaze, and then continued healing herself with the primordial violet energy that Yang Yi had sent into her body. Yang Yi wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth, and then he looked up at Demon Wu, who had an unsightly expression on his face. "Come! Let's continue!" Demon Wu was at a loss for words. Chapter 1484 Fuck You. Powerless! Demon Wu felt slightly powerless against Yang Yi. Yang Yi was like a turtle that he couldn't crush. He hadn't held back when he utilized that mirror just now, yet he hadn't expected the casket lid to actually be able to resist that precious treasure of his. He really wanted to ask Yang Yi where Yang Yi bought that casket lid because he wanted to buy a few too. Lian Banzhuang's gaze had similarly descended onto the casket lid in Yang Yi's grasp. Obviously, it had attracted her attention. Actually, it had attracted her attention from the beginning, but she didn't attach much importance to it. She thought it was just a defensive treasure. Yet now, when the casket lid had been able to resist that beam of lightning, she knew that she was wrong. It was much stronger than she had imagined. Not to mention Demon Wu, even she wouldn't be able to gain the upper hand in a battle with Yang Yi. Actually, Demon Wu and Lian Banzhuang weren't the only people who were shocked. Yang Yi was extremely shocked as well. In the past, he knew that the casket lid and the casket itself were very strong. Because even the sword precursor was only able to leave a faint mark on it, so it was obvious how terrifying the casket was. However, he hadn't expected it to actually be so strong that a dualism realm expert couldn't harm it at all. Actually, if another person were to have used the casket lid in battle against the dualism realm expert, it would be absolutely impossible for that person to fight a dualism realm expert. Because while the casket lid could resist the attacks of dualism realm experts, the aftershock from colliding with such experts was extremely powerful. Any other person would have been blasted to death by the aftershock. But Yang Yi was different. Firstly, his body was extremely strong. Secondly, he had primordial violet energy which could ceaselessly repair his body. So long as his opponent couldn't kill him with a single strike or injure him at a rate that was faster than he healed, otherwise he was invincible. His defenses were strong, and his recovery was even stronger. He was like a meat shield. He was a meat shield that couldn't be killed. The only problem was that while his enemy couldn't kill him, he couldn't kill his enemy either. Moreover, if his enemy resolved to fight him to the death, then he would be exhausted to death. After all, the volume of profound energy he possessed was definitely inferior to a dualism realm expert. Yang Yi understood his advantages and disadvantages well. He never felt that he could really fight a dualism realm expert to the end. But he didn't fear one. He had the casket lid, so he could attack and defend himself. Demon Wu stared at Yang Yi while he slowly clenched his fists. "I rarely suffer failure here, but I never expected to suffer failure at the hands of a voider. No matter who you are, you must die today!" As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hands. In an instant, two huge palms that blotted out the sky appeared above Yang Yi. A moment later, one of them slammed down towards Yang Yi. Boom! The huge palms slammed against Yang Yi's casket lid. The casket lid shook violently and was smashed into the ground with Yang Yi. As for the huge palm, it didn't stop and continued down into the ground. It didn't take long for explosions to resound deep beneath the ground, and the ground in an enormous area shook violently like there was an earthquake. Just like that, the explosions lasted for around an hour before they stopped. But just a few breaths of time after Demon Wu's attack vanished, a hand had stretched out from deep beneath the ground. Demon Wu's eyelids twitched at the sight of this, and his face was extremely unsightly. Demon Wu wasn't the only one. Lian Banzhuang's eyelids twitched as well. Obviously, Even she couldn't maintain her composure when she witnessed how abnormal Yang Yi was. Cough. Yang Yi started coughing after he crawled out of the ground. In an instant, a trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. He wiped it off, and then gazed at Demon Wu. Come! Let's continue! Demon Wu was at a loss for words. Continue? Demon Wu's face was extremely unsightly right now. He wanted to fight, but he couldn't destroy that casket lid. Had attacked madly earlier with the hopes of using the aftershock to kill Yang Yi, or even crippling Yang Yi was enough. However, he failed again. Yang Yi had appeared before him again and even sought to continue fighting him. Demon Wu gazed at Yang Yi for a long time. In the end, he glanced at Lian Banzwang and said, "We'll meet again." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot. However, Yang Yi hadn't let down his guard at all, and he became extremely vigilant instead. A moment later, he seemed to have thought of something, and his figure instantly appeared in front of Lian Banzwang. Had just appeared in front of her when Demon Wu suddenly appeared in front of him. Demon Wu's palms slapped down towards him. Of course, it was supposed to strike Lian Banzwang. However, Yang Yi's arrival had made it descend upon Yang Yi instead. Boom! Just like before, Yang Yi was slapped flying. But Demon Wu was pushed over 1 kilometer away. Cough! Yang Yi coughed lightly while a wisp of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. His hands behind the casket lid were shaking, and they cracked open. At this moment, his hands were covered in blood. Actually, had been injured earlier during the battle. Even though had resisted Demon Wu's frenzied attacks, it wasn't as easy as it seemed. The powerful aftershock hadn't just cracked open his hands and body, even his internal organs had cracked open. If it wasn't for the primordial violet energy within him, his entire body would have been cracked open. Demon Wu stared at Yang Yi. He hadn't expected Yang Yi to see through his plan. When he realized that he was helpless against Yang Yi, had changed his target to Lian Banzwang. So long he killed Lian Banzwang, then killing Yang Yi was only a matter of time. So, he intended to fake his departure before suddenly launching a surprise attack on Lian Banzwang. But he hadn't expected Yang Yi to actually see through it. Demon Wu gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before he said, "Young man, this is between her and me. You'll let bygones be bygones if you leave. All right? You'll let bygones be bygones?" Yang Yi shook his head and chuckled. "Senior, enmity will never end if the chain of revenge isn't stopped. Why don't you let bygones be bygones with Miss Lian? Everyone can just sit down and talk, have some time, and discuss the Tao. Why fight and kill each other, right? Let bygones be bygones." Demon Wu laughed coldly. How laughable. If I wasn't tenacious and lucky, her surprise attack would have killed me a long time ago. Can such enmity be forgotten? Kid, you have that casket lid to protect yourself, so I can't do anything to you for now. But do you really think that you can fight a dualism realm expert just because you have that casket lid? I've never thought like that. Yang Yi spoke flatly. However, I'm very well aware that once you kill Miss Lian, it'll be the next on your list. Right? Demon Wu stared at Yang Yi for a long time, and then he said, "You're wrong, I'm going to kill you right now. I refuse to believe that I can't kill an ant at the Voida realm." As soon as he finished speaking, he appeared in front of Yang Yi and slammed his fist at Yang Yi. Space trembled before it. A wisp of ferocity flashed through Yang Yi's eyes, and then he lifted the casket lid and swung it forward. Boom! Both of them were instantly blasted away. But it only took a moment for Demon Wu to stop his figure, and then he appeared in front of Yang Yi again. After that, he slammed his fist at Yang Yi again. Yang Yi raised the casket lid to defend himself. Bang! Yang Yi was blasted flying again, but it only took a moment for Demon Wu to appear before him once more, and then Demon Wu slammed his fist forward again. At this moment, Demon Wu seemed as if had gone mad, and he was slamming his fist at Yang Yi in succession. Demon Wu's body wasn't that strong, and the only reason his punches were so terrifying was the energy of yin and yang that he possessed. The energy of yin and yang was many times stronger than ordinary physical strength. It could be said that if it wasn't for the casket lid, Yan Ye's body wouldn't have been able to resist Demon Wu's punches at all. Yet now, Yan Yi was almost unable to endure Demon Wu's frenzied attacks. A dualism realm expert that went berserk was very terrifying. At this moment, Yang Yi didn't have the strength to fight back anymore. He could only defend himself, and so it caused him to be pushed back repeatedly. Around an hour later, Demon Wu suddenly stopped attacking, and then he turned to look at Lian Banzwang. At this moment, she was standing. She didn't attack and just gazed at Demon Wu. Demon Wu gazed at her for a long time, and then he turned around and vanished into the distance. Yan Yi immediately heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Demon Wu leave. At this moment, he could be said to be in quite a terrible state. His countenance was ghastly pale while his entire body had cracked apart. Especially his hands, even their bones could be seen. It was an extremely terrifying sight. Moreover, the cracks throughout his body had covered him in blood. However, all that blood was being absorbed by the heart of slaughter within him. Actually, the heart of slaughter had been absorbing his blood from the very beginning. But had bled too much, and that was why he seemed to be covered in blood. Yang Yi cracked a smile when he saw her. "I would be dead if you were just a little later," Lian Banzwang said. "I was done a long time ago." "A long time ago?" Yang Yi was stunned, and then he said, "Then why didn't you lend me a hand?" She replied, "I wanted to see how long you could persist for." "Fuck you!" Rage instantly surged through his body, and then he raised the casket lid and slammed it at her. Chapter 1485 You're worse than a dog. Yang Yi was truly furious this time. Had fought with his life on the line with the hopes that she could recover sooner. So long as she recovered, she could help him. In that way, the danger they faced would naturally be resolved. However, he hadn't expected her to have recovered yet sat there, and watched him being bashed up. After all, had almost died just now. In his rage, Yang Yi completely disregarded the fact that she was a dualism realm expert, and he just slammed the casket lid at her. At this moment, it was naturally impossible for him to be a match for her. Bang! A muffled explosion resounded, and then Yang Yi was blasted flying. He flew over 1 kilometer away before his figure finally smashed against the ground, causing it to shake violently. Yang Yi had just gotten up from the ground when Lian Banzwang appeared in front of him, and then she looked him in the eyes and asked, "Do you want to die?" Yang Yi wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth, and then he gazed at her and laughed with ridicule. "I, Yang Yi, am a selfish person, but I have limits. If I join forces with someone, then so long as that person doesn't turn on me, I will absolutely not stab that person in the back." His expression became quite fierce at this point. "The thing I fucking regret the most after arriving here is saving you just now. Saving a dog is better than saving you. At least a dog would wag its tail at me with gratitude, but what about you? You're worse than a dog." Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, a mouthful of blood sprayed out from him, and his figure flew backwards. It was naturally Lian Banzwang who'd attacked him. "Do you think I wouldn't kill you?" Lian Banzwang gazed at Yang Yi while an icy cold expression covered her face. Yang Yi crawled up from the ground. At this moment, he looked quite terrible indeed. His body and internal organs had cracked apart in the battle with Demon Wu, and it was especially so for his hands. Even the bones in his hands could be seen clearly. Now that he suffered 2 attacks from Lian Banzwang, it caused his injuries to grow even more severe. If he was an ordinary person, such heavy injuries would have definitely resulted in his death by now. Only he who possessed primordial violet energy, and an extremely strong physical body was capable of holding on until now. Once he stood up, a sword appeared in Yang Yi's grasp. It was the sword precursor, of course. He held the sword precursor as he looked at Lian Banzwang. "Woman! I was blind to have saved you. I don't blame anyone or you. I only blame myself for being blind. I don't want to do anything now, nor do I have the ability to. From this moment onward, you go your way, and I'll go mine. If you insist on killing me, remember that attack from before? Even if I can't kill you, I can still cripple you. Are you threatening me? Lian Banzwang's eyes narrowed slightly, and her eyes were icy cold and filled with killing intent. I'm fucking threatening you. Yang Yi pointed his sword at her. If you don't like it, then come at me. Well, fight until both of us are cripples. Why don't you fucking try me and see if I'm afraid of you? As soon as he finished speaking, the remaining profound energy in him started to circulate madly. At the same time, his sword intent and slaughter intent surged out from within him. After that, they entered the sword precursor. Besides that, the sword god's seal on his forehead had lit up, and it made his sword intent even stronger and sharper. Lian Banzwang clenched her fists and stared fixedly at Yang Yi. She didn't speak, nor did she attack. A wisp of ferocity curled up on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. As I said before, I was blind to have saved you. I don't blame anyone for that. Now you go on your way, and I'll go on mine. Well, stay out of each other's business. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi started walking towards the distance. Meanwhile, Lian Banzwang's voice came from behind him. You won't live long here. Yang Yi stopped and ridiculed. I'm afraid I'd die even quicker if I stay with you. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished into the distance. Lian Banzwang watched him vanish, and she remained silent. No one knew what she was thinking. After he left her, Yang Yi casually found a place to hide himself. After that, he withdrew divine crystals and started absorbing the energy within them. His injuries were absolutely severe, and they had to be repaired. Otherwise, it would be just as Lian Banzwang had said, he wouldn't be able to survive here at all. Of course, even if his injuries were healed, it would still be difficult for him to survive here. But at the very least, it wouldn't be to the extent that he couldn't survive at all. With the casket lid in his possession, even if he encountered a dualism realm expert, it wouldn't be too difficult for him to retreat safely if that dualism realm expert wasn't determined to fight him to the death. Splitting up with Lian Banzwang could be considered to be rash, but he didn't regret it at all. Actually, even if she didn't choose to marry him, he felt that she would feel grateful after he saved her. However, the facts proved that he was wrong. Actually, it was very normal. Not everyone in the world could be called a person. Some people would treat everything you do for them as something you should do, and they would never feel any gratitude. Moreover, some strange fellows would even ask you to do more. Yang Yi treated this incident as a life lesson. As spirit energy entered his body, it started to become more active, and countless strands of primordial violet energy seeped out incessantly from within the tiny vortex. In the end, all of it entered his entire body and repaired his body that was on the verge of being destroyed. At this moment, his body really was on the verge of destruction. Fortunately, he had primordial violet energy. So long as he wasn't killed in an instant, primordial violet energy could heal him. His injuries were very severe this time. Yang Yi spent almost 6 hours healing before his body was fully healed. Once his body was healed, Yang Yi didn't leave right away. He sat down cross-legged, and then he recalled the battle between him and Demon Wu. Every single battle could help him improve and understand many things. Especially a battle with a dualism realm expert. He intended to analyze the previous battle, and then analyze his own strengths and weaknesses. The energy of Yin and Yang. Demon Wu had utilized the energy of Yin and Yang in the battle with him. He didn't know anything about the energy of Yin and Yang, but he knew that it was very strong. If he didn't possess the casket lid, he wouldn't have been a match for Demon Wu at all. Even if he had the casket lid, he was completely suppressed once Demon Wu fought him seriously. His Bodhis realm of cultivation had improved, and he's learned the rebirth sword. However, the gap between him and a dualism realm expert was still extremely huge. However, there wasn't much of a gap between him and a deity. Or it should be said that deities were no threat to him at all. 2 hours later, Yang Yi opened his eyes and stood up. Had fully absorbed the experience he gained during the battle with Demon Wu. If he were to fight Demon Wu again, he wouldn't fall into such an embarrassing situation again. If it was possible, he really wanted to find Demon Wu and have another battle. However, he wouldn't court death. Demon Wu definitely hated him to the bone, so Demon Wu would definitely fight him to the death if he went looking for Demon Wu. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and there was a lost expression in his eyes. Where should I go now? Little Sky. Suddenly Yang Yi thought of Little Sky. Because Shed said that she seemed to have been here before. Yang Yi immersed his mind into his body, and then his clone found Little Sky, who was traveling the world within the primordial pagoda. It didn't take long for her to accept his request to come out from the primordial pagoda. The reason it was called a request was that she really didn't like to leave the primordial pagoda. She seemed to really hate the outside world. So, she was really unwilling to leave. However, she still did after Yang Yi implored her to. Once she left the primordial pagoda, she glanced at the surroundings and spoke softly. It really is so familiar. This aura and everything here. Yang Yi was delighted when he heard this. Obviously, Little Sky had definitely been here in the past. But it made him wonder how Shed left after coming to this place. Yang Yi said, You've definitely been here in the past. Little Sky nodded. It seems so. Yang Yi hurriedly asked. Then how did you leave this place? Leave? She frowned, thought for a moment, and then shook her head. I don't know. Yang Yi walked over to her and spoke very seriously. Little Sky, you must remember. Otherwise, you'll die. Little Sky was puzzled. Why would you die if I can't remember? Yang Yi laughed bitterly. See? I only have around 2 months to live. If I can't leave this place and find the spring of life, I will die. Understand? She sized up Yang Yi and said, Everyone dies. Isn't that very normal? Yang Yi's face darkened. You want me to die that badly? She chuckled. Not at all. Life, death, sickness, and age are very normal things. Yang Yi stated. If I die, then you can't stay in that world anymore. Little Sky blinked when she heard this, and then she said, I remember how to leave. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. There's a door. She continued, I remember a door. I seem to have left through that door. A door? Yang Yi hurriedly asked. Where is it? Little Sky patted her forehead. Let me think for a moment. A short while passed before her eyes suddenly lit up. Yang Yi was delighted by the sight of this, and he hurriedly asked, You remember now? She blinked. Nope. Yang Yi felt speechless. Little Sky added, Actually, you can leave this place on your own. Yang Yi was puzzled. What do you mean? Shatter the space here. She continued, You can break open the space here by force, and then leave this place. Yang Yi smiled bitterly. I can't. The space here was horrifyingly strong. Even the battle between two dualism realm experts hadn't been able to damage the space here, so how could he possibly break it open? Perhaps he could give it a try if he raised his sword intent to the returnal rank and activated the stellar sword diagram. But could he use the stellar sword diagram? He couldn't, of course. If he used it again, it would be equivalent to killing himself. Little Sky sized up Yang Yi and said, Right, that's true. Let me think a little longer. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. A long time passed before Little Sky suddenly turned to look towards the distance. It seems to be in that way. Yang Yi nodded. Let's go. Meanwhile, Little Sky suddenly took his hand and gazed at him. You'll die if you go there. You'll really die. Yang Yi didn't know what to say. Chapter 1486 Who is Little Sky? He'll die? Yang Yi was stunned. He fell silent for a moment, and then he spoke solemnly. Is that place very dangerous? Little Sky shook her head slightly. I don't know. Yang Yi was astounded. You don't know yet you said he'll die? It's a feeling. She continued. I feel that you'll die. My intuition is very accurate, so you shouldn't go. A feeling? Yang Yi shook his head and said, I'm still going. Little Sky was quite unhappy. You don't believe my intuition? Yang Yi shook his head slightly. Little Sky, your ability is very mysterious, and I really trust your intuition. However, if I don't go there, then do you know where I can go? I'm sure you've noticed that my lifespan is almost depleted. If I don't leave and find the spring of life, it'll still die. But if I go, I may have a chance to leave. Right. She fell silent. Yang Yi smiled. Besides that, I feel that I can't stop just because the path ahead is dangerous. The path of life has never been certain. Just like in the outside world, they say that one should absolutely not pass through Yellow Springs River or only death would await. But see, I've done that, and am still alive. Yang Yi suddenly changed his tone. Of course, I would definitely not risk my life and court death if you have another way to leave. He wasn't the unfettered one, and he didn't chase after danger. The unfettered one didn't have any ties and was completely free. But he wasn't free, and he had many things to do. Little Sky thought for a long time, and then she shook her head. There are two methods. The first is to leave through that door, and the second is to break open the space here. Yang Yi smiled. Then I have no choice but to use that door? She asked. Aren't you afraid? I am. Yang Yi smiled. I'm afraid of many things, but I still have to do it. I understand now. She nodded. Just like in the past. I didn't like to sleep, but I still slept. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, she pointed towards the distance. Continue in that direction, and you should be able to get there. Good luck. I'm going to play. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure flashed into the primordial pagoda. Who is she? Yang Yi grew even more curious about her background. He didn't think about it in detail, and just started walking in the direction she had given him. Needless to say, Yang Yi was quite perturbed. Because the experts here were at the dualism realm at least. Even though he could rely on the casket lid to face such experts, he didn't want to encounter such experts. Because it would definitely waste a huge amount of his time. Had wasted too much time here. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. You're heading towards the Heaven Shaker Tiger's territory. It'll notice your presence if you go closer. At that time, even 10 casket lids won't be able to save you. Yang Yi stopped and turned around. He knew the person who'd spoken to him. It was Lian Banzwang. Lian Banzwang spoke flatly. That tiger is vicious and extremely hostile to humans. So long as it smells the scent of a human, it definitely won't stop until it kills that human. If you don't believe me, you can continue forward and give it a try. See if your casket lid can save you. Yang Yi gazed at her and said, Some people in this world are even more terrifying than demon beasts. Demon beasts are straightforward, and they won't resort to despicable tricks. I know they will kill me, so be vigilant against them. But what about people? You know the face yet not the heart. Some people don't know what's good for them and even like to stab others in the back. So, I would rather face demon beasts than humans. She spoke indifferently. My conscience is clear. Yang Yi shrugged. That's your business. But no matter what, I have to thank you for the warning. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and walked away. Had chosen to go around. After all, it was best to avoid as much trouble as possible. Meanwhile, Lian Banzwang's voice came from behind him. There's a treasure called the fire spirit fruit. It grows at the center of volcanoes, and it's formed from the purest fire element energy. Only a single one is formed every few thousand years. The energy they contain is extremely pure and of extreme yang properties. It can cure all poisons and help cultivators improve their cultivations. Yang Yi stopped, turned to look at her, and said, It can improve a person's cultivation? She nodded slightly. Of course, but that's only for you. As far as we're concerned, it can only replenish our profound energy. Yang Yi gazed at her for a long time before he said, What are you trying to say? She replied, There's a volcano not too far away from us, and there are fire spirit fruits deep within it. We can work together and share the fire spirit fruits equally. Work together? Yang Yi frowned. Didn't you say that it's useless to you? Lian Banzwang replied with a question. Did I ever say that? He replied. You said it can only replenish your profound energy. How ignorant! She laughed with ridicule. Do you know how precious something like that is to us? Our profound energy is unlike your profound energy. They are different in nature. Ordinary energy stones and even divine crystals are of utterly no use to us. So, every single time we exhaust our profound energy, we have to meditate and absorb spirit energy, and then convert it ourselves into profound energy that we can use. However, that's absolutely slow. Yang Yi asked. Those fire spirit fruits can swiftly replenish your profound energy? Lian Banzwang nodded. It contains extremely pure energy. If we consume it, it's able to replenish our profound energy in an extremely short amount of time. So, it's equivalent to having half an extra life when fighting experts in the same realm of cultivation. If I had it earlier, I wouldn't have been injured by Demon Wu. Yang Yi fell silent for a while and said, It can help me advance into the semi-deity realm? It has a very high chance to. She continued, Your foundation isn't weak, so you have a high chance to succeed if you consume it. However, nothing is certain. I dare not guarantee that you'll immediately advance. However, it's an opportunity for you, right? Indeed. Yang Yi nodded. But why look for me? It's so important to you, so why don't you get it yourself? Why have you come looking for me instead? Don't tell me that it's to repay me for saving you. You wouldn't have stood by idly if you had such intentions. He wasn't a petty person, but he really didn't like what Shed done. Because it made him feel like an idiot. Had risked his life to stop that old man, but Shed recovered and refused to lend a hand. Moreover, it was actually because she wanted to see how long he could persist in battle with Demon Wu. It felt like had swallowed a fly. It was absolutely disgusting. Lian Banzwang said, I told you, my conscience is clear. Yang Yi waved his hand. Let's not talk about that. So, tell me why you've come to look for me. I don't like to beat around the bush, and I hate it when people use me. So, if you want to try and trick me or use me, then I can only say that you've chosen the wrong person. Lian Banzwang gazed at him for a long time, and then she said, It grows at the center of a volcano. There's a thing there called a lava titan. It's formed from pure fire element energy, and it's extremely strong. If we go there, we'll definitely be attacked by it. However, it'll draw it away, and then you sneak into the center of the volcano and steal the fire spirit fruit. Yang Yi said, You're going to draw it away? Lian Banzwang asked. What? Yang Yi glanced at her. I thought you would make me do that. She asked another question. Would you? Yang Yi shook his head. I would leave if you wanted me to do that. Am not afraid, I just don't trust you. Am afraid that I wouldn't just get no fruits, I'd even lose my life. She asked. So do you agree to work together or not? I agree. Yang Yi said. Of course we're working together. However, I'm still puzzled about something. Why didn't you look for someone else and come to me instead? She replied frankly. Your ability to conceal yourself is very good. If we don't look specifically for you, we wouldn't be able to find you. As for why I didn't look for anyone else, it's because you're weak, so I'm not worried about you playing tricks. Yang Yi smiled. All right, we're both frank. Very good indeed. Come, let's go to that volcano. He naturally wanted to give it a try. Just as Shed said, it was an opportunity for him. If the fire spirit fruit really could allow him to attain the semi-deity realm, then the problems he had with his lifespan would be resolved. Moreover, his strength would definitely rise tremendously. At that time, it would be much easier for him to leave this place. He wanted the spring of life to extend his lifespan, and then advance in his cultivation. But if he could just advance, then he didn't need the spring of life anymore. No matter what, he intended to give it a try. Just like that, Yang Yi followed Lian Banzwang. All along the way, he maintained a certain amount of distance from her, and he was vigilant towards her at all times. He didn't trust her at all. Even though they were working together, he still had to be vigilant towards her. All along the way, Lian Banzwang had a vigilant expression on her face as well. However, she wasn't vigilant towards Yang Yi, she was vigilant towards the surroundings. Moreover, Yang Yi noticed that they weren't going in a straight line. Obviously, even Lian Banzwang didn't dare step foot in many places here. This made Yan Yes' expression grow even more solemn. Lian Banzwang had to be careful even with the strength she possessed, let alone him. Attempting to travel by himself towards that door Little Sky spoke of really wasn't realistic. Not to mention him, even Lian Banzwang would find it difficult to get there. Because even Lian Banzwang hadn't been to many places here. When Yang Yi asked who'd created this place, Lian Banzwang didn't answer him. Since had been ignored, Yang Yi didn't ask again and just followed her. Around an hour later, Lian Banzwang suddenly stopped, and Yang Yi noticed that she had quite an unsightly expression on her face. Yang Yi asked, "What's wrong?" She spoke solemnly. "We're surrounded." Surrounded? Yang Yi was stunned. But it only took a moment for the hairs on his body to stand on end. Chapter 1487 A Sprite King. Numerous thick vines had suddenly appeared around them. The vines were pitch black and thick like pillars. Vines covered the area all around them. Those veins were slowly approaching them like snakes. The most terrifying part was that these veins weren't just on the ground, even the air was covered by black veins. Yang Yi asked, "What are they?" Lian Banzwang didn't answer him. She just glanced at the surroundings and spoke coldly. "Tree monster, we're just passing by. We have no intention to offend you." "You have no intention to offend me?" Meanwhile, a voice came from the surroundings. "You've offended me from the moment you stepped foot into this place." As soon as the voice finished resounding, the veins in the surroundings instantly started shooting towards Yang Yi and Lian Banzwang. Yang Yi's expression changed slightly, and then the casket lid appeared in his grasp. He was about to attack, but Lian Banzwang was even faster. A multicolored ribbon suddenly appeared in her grasp, and her figure spun on the spot. In an instant, countless rays of multicolored light shot towards the vines in the surroundings. Bang! 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 Explosions resounded incessantly. The veins seemed endless. Vine after vine approached from all directions. If one looked from the outside, the vines around Yang Yi and Lian Banzwang had formed a huge circle, and that circle was closing down on Yang Yi and Lian Banzwang. Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. "We can't let this continue." At this moment, both of them were in a position where they could only passively defend themselves, and they weren't even able to locate the shadow of that existence Lian Banzwang called Tree Monster. If this continued, Lian Banzwang would be exhausted to death even if she wasn't killed directly. Lian Banzwang gazed at Yang Yi. "Do you have a plan?" Yang Yi nodded. She said, "Tell me." Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and said, "Go all out and fight desperately with our lives on the line. When facing such people, the only way to make them stop is to make them experience fear. Otherwise, they will attack even more fearlessly. So stop holding back." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure shot forward with the casket lid in his grasp, and he slammed the casket lid at a group of vines. Boom! Yang Yi's full strength shattered the vines before him. He didn't stop and continued attacking. Lian Banzwang glanced at Yang Yi, and then she stopped holding back as well. She waved her hand, and a wave of terrifying force surged out from her ribbon. Boom! 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 A large expanse of vines was instantly obliterated beneath her full strength. At this moment, both of them had stopped holding back, and the vines were growing fewer and fewer. "How dare you!" Suddenly, a furious shout resounded, and then an old man appeared not too far away from them. The old man looked quite strange, because his upper body was human, but his lower body was a tree trunk. Moreover, his hands were like branches as well. So, he seemed very strange. Lian Banzwang's eyes were filled with a solemn expression as she gazed at him. As for Yang Yi, his eyes were very calm because he didn't know who the old man was. The old man stared fixedly at Lian Banzwang. "Woman! Are you challenging me?" Lian Banzwang replied. "I told you. We're just passing through and have no intent to offend you. Don't you know the rules?" The old man stared at her and said, "Every single person in Demon Beast has their own territory. You've arbitrarily entered my territory, yet you say you have no intent to offend? Lian Banzwang was about to speak when Yang Yi shook his head. There's no need to continue talking with him. Just attack with everything you have. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi raised the casket lid and charged at the old man. Lian Banzwang and the other man were slightly stunned. Obviously, they hadn't expected Yang Yi to just attack. A moment of silence ensued before Lian Banzwang charged at the old man as well. How presumptuous! The old man was exasperated when he saw both of them attack, and he waved his hand. In an instant, countless black vines flashed out from all directions. In the end, they shot towards Yang Yi and Lian Banzwang. Bang! 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 In an instant, explosions resounded incessantly throughout the area. Around an hour later, the surroundings suddenly became calm. Leave! The old man gazed at them with a terribly gloomy expression on his face. Yang Yi put the casket lid away, and then he gazed at Lian Banzwang. Let's go! As soon as he finished speaking, he started walking off into the distance. Lian Banzwang glanced at the old man and hurriedly followed after Yang Yi. The intent to kill within the old man's eyes was practically immaterial as he watched them leave. But he didn't attack. Lian Banzwang spoke as they traveled. He's much stronger than you think. Yang Yi nodded. I know. She asked. Then why did you dare to act like that? He glanced at her and replied. From the moment he attacked without even asking for a reason, I knew that he wouldn't just let us leave. So, it's like a battle between two armies. If you lose confidence, the enemy will become more confident. So, we couldn't display any weakness. I wanted him to know that we aren't afraid of him, and will even fight him to the death. Once you choose to fight him to the death, he'll naturally calm down. Yang Yi paused for a moment at this point, and then he continued. Humans have a very bad habit, and it's their fondness to bully the weak and fear the strong. So, at most times, we can't show weakness. One word, fight. Just like that very moment, once we refused to yield, he chose to make a compromise instead. But if we choose to show weakness, he won't make a compromise and let us pass. He would have made us turn back and request something else. Such methods of dealing with things will make you offend many, and it'll increase your chances of death. She shook her head. She was a person with quite an explosive temper, but she felt her temper was really good when compared to Yang Yi. Yang Yi disregarded the consequences when he did most things. Just like the previous incident, Yang Yi had actually intended to take her down with him. She had to admit that while she really wanted to kill him then, she was really afraid that he would disregard his life to fight her. Just as Yang Yi said, he may not be able to kill her, but he could cripple her. If she were to be heavily injured here, then the consequences would be unimaginable. So, shed exercise forbearance. That indirectly represented that Yang Yi had won the battle that day. However, if she hadn't exercised forbearance, then Yang Yi would have definitely died while she would have merely suffered some injuries. So Yang Yi's extreme methods weren't methods that she agreed with. Offend others? Yang Yi shook his head. Perhaps. Let's not talk about that anymore and hurry up. He wasn't interested in discussing such philosophies of life because he felt that it was a waste of time. Lian Banzwang glanced at Yang Yi and didn't say another word. She naturally knew that Yang Yi didn't like her at all, so she would naturally not ask for insult. They just sped up. 2 hours later, Yang Yi felt the air around them grow hotter. Obviously, they were almost at the volcano. Another hour passed. The temperature in the surroundings was growing even hotter. At this moment, Yang Yi had no choice but to use slaughter intent and sword intent to resist the heat. Another hour later, Yang Yi and Lian Banzwang stopped. There was a mountain in the distance. Yang Yi was utterly shocked when he saw the mountain. The volcano was unlike what had imagined. The volcano before him was like a burning mountain of flames. Actually, it was a mountain of flames, but the flame was extremely huge. Yang Yi asked, how strong is that lava titan? It's very strong. Lian Banzwang spoke solemnly. It isn't from the outside world. It's a being from this place, and it can be considered as a local. A local? Yan Yi glanced at her. All of you are from the outside. She nodded. Yan Yi asked, Where? She glanced at him and said, Why ask so much? Yan Yi replied, I'm just a little curious. Lian Banzwang withdrew her gaze from him and looked at the volcano. Actually, the fire element energy within the volcano is useless to that lava titan, because it's the purest fire element sprite king. So, the fire spirit fruit is useless to it. Unfortunately, that fellow has been constantly occupying the volcano. However, if it wasn't there, the fire spirit fruits would have probably been taken a long time ago. Yan Yi was stunned. A fire sprite king? She nodded. A true fire sprite king, an existence that's only inferior to a sprite lord. A sprite lord! Snowy! At this moment, Yan Yi thought of Snowy. Because Snowy was a sprite lord. Based on what Blind Maiden had said, Snowy could suppress all sprites. If Snowy was here, it would have been absolutely easy for him to obtain the fire spirit fruits. Unfortunately, Yan Yi took a deep breath. If he got out of here alive, had decided to immediately travel to the large world and head to the Divine Phoenix clan. He wanted them to pay with their blood. Lian Banzwang spoke solemnly. You'll draw the lava titan away, and then you look for an opportunity to sneak in. Remember to leave immediately once you get the fire spirit fruits. Otherwise, you'll definitely die if it gets back. It's practically invincible while it remains within the volcano. So, not to mention you, even the joint forces of 5 dualism realm experts can't kill it while it's within the volcano. Yan Yi nodded. I'll leave once I get it. She nodded slightly, and then she vanished on the spot. Bang! After around 3 breaths of time, a huge pillar of fire erupted from the volcano and shot up into the sky. In an instant, the entire sky was burning. At the same time, a lava titan that was comparable to the ancient Emperor Python in size had appeared in the sky. How strong! Yan Yi had an extremely solemn expression on his face as he gazed at the lava titan. It's definitely much stronger than that old man, Demon Wu. It didn't take long for the lava titan to become engaged in battle with Lian Banzwang. They fought for a while, and they gradually started moving away from the volcano. Yan Yi immediately transformed into a shadow that shot into the volcano. As soon as he entered the volcano, Yan Yi's voice resounded, and it was filled with shock. What the fuck? Chapter 1488 Charging into the Semi-Deity Realm. It was hot. As soon as he walked into the volcano, his body had almost melted from the extreme heat here. There was another reason why Yang Yi felt astounded, and it was because he hadn't expected the heat here to actually be so terrifying that his body couldn't endure it. After all, his body was at the Undying Realm. Fortunately, had formed a protective barrier with his sword intent and slaughter intent at the critical moment. He instantly felt much better while protected within the barrier. Yan Yi immediately glanced at the surroundings and shot towards the center of the volcano. As he went deeper into the volcano, the temperature grew higher and higher, and it made Yan Yi have no choice but to constantly utilize sword intent and slaughter intent to resist it. A long time passed before Yang Yi stopped. There was a tree of fire in the distance, and it looked like it was made completely out of fire. A wisp of burning desire appeared in Yang Yi's eyes because there were 5 bright red fruits on the tree. The fruits seemed like they were made of lava, and they were completely crimson red. Moreover, faint fiery red light flowed through them. Fire spirit fruits. Obviously, they were the fire spirit fruits. Yan Yi didn't go take them immediately, and he carefully observed the surroundings instead. After all, who knew if there was anything else here besides the lava titan which could pose a threat to him? What if another lava titan appeared? He would be in trouble. In the end, once he confirmed that there was no danger, Yan Yi went over to the huge tree, and then he waved his hand and put the fire spirit fruits within his spatial ring. It was smooth. Extremely smooth. Right when Yan Yi was about to leave, he suddenly looked down. There was a fire lotus beneath him, and it was closed. So, he couldn't see what was within it. Yan Yi remained silent for a moment, and then he turned around and walked away. He was very well aware that something was in there. Or it may even be a treasure. However, he didn't take a look. It wasn't wise to be too greedy. Because while those who are too greedy may end up being rich, even more brought death upon themselves. As far as he was concerned, the fire spirit fruits were sufficient. However, the fire lotus suddenly started unfurling slowly. Yan Yi stopped and looked down, and there was a trace of vigilance in his eyes. But he was stunned when it was fully unfurled because there was a small ball of flames at the center of the fire lotus. A sprite? That was the first thing which came to mind. Yang Yi paid no attention to it and intended to leave. However, the ball of flame suddenly appeared in front of him, and then two small hands emerged from it. The hands were very small, like the hands of a child. After that, it didn't take long for a small head to emerge from the ball of flame as well. In an instant, a little girl who was completely fiery red and emanated flames appeared before Yang Yi. She seemed to be around the age of 2 or 3, and she looked very cute. However, Yang Yi had a very vigilant expression on his face. The little girl floated around Yang Yi, and her eyes were filled with curiosity. Suddenly, the tiny vortex spun within him, and then a wave of suction force surged out and instantly sucked the little girl into the primordial pagoda. Yang Yi was stunned. An instant later, Yang Yi's expression changed drastically, and he was about to immerse his consciousness into his body. Suddenly, a hysterical howl of fury resounded from outside the volcano, and then a wave of deadly pressure assaulted Yang Yi. "Fuck!" Yang Yi cursed, and then he fled. Right when he left the volcano, a huge flaming fist carried a wave of fire as it slammed down in his direction. Yang Yi's expression changed, and he hurriedly withdrew the casket lid to shield himself. Boom! Yang Yi and the casket lid were blasted away. Right when his figure was blasted away, a multicolored ribbon appeared behind him and supported his figure. After that, Lian Banzwang appeared in front of him. She grabbed his shoulder and vanished towards the distance. Lian Banzwang asked, "Did you get it?" Yang Yi nodded. She was visibly delighted and was about to speak. Suddenly, she turned to look towards the distance, and she saw a wave of fire approaching from not too far behind them. She frowned at the sight of this. She remained silent for a moment, and then she gazed at Yang Yi. "What did you do in there?" Yang Yi smiled bitterly. He hadn't done anything, and it had nothing to do with him. It was the primordial pagoda. Lian Banzwang stared at Yang Yi. "It usually never leaves its territory, but it's constantly chasing us now. Moreover, I can sense that it's very angry. You definitely didn't just take fire spirit fruits from there." Yang Yi nodded. "Indeed." Lian Banzwang's face became cold. "No matter what you took, return it right now. Otherwise, well, die." Yang Yi was puzzled. "Why would we die?" She was quite angry. "This place is filled with danger. If it doesn't stop chasing us, then how would we flee? What if we fled to some dangerous area? We would face enemies from both ahead and behind us. But we're unable to kill it at all. Not to mention just the two of us, we wouldn't be able to kill it even if we had one more dualism realm expert on our side. Understand?" Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, "I understand. But this thing is quite complicated. I'm serious. I didn't intend to take it. So, carry me with you and flee for now. We'll try to resolve the matter." 15 minutes! Lian Banzwang gazed at Yang Yi. "If you don't hand it over in 15 minutes, then face it on your own." As soon as she finished speaking, she didn't speak another word and just held on to Yang Yi's shoulder as she sped up. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. The primordial pagoda always did things like this. "Even if you want some things, you have to think for me. I'm so weak, yet you just take without any thoughts. I can't afford to bear the consequences of it." Yang Yi shook his head and immersed his consciousness into his body. He scanned the once level, but he didn't notice the little girl. "She isn't here?" Yang Yi went to the tuned level. Sure enough, he saw the little girl there. At this moment, she was floating in front of the pill furnace, and she was staring at the divine flame within the pill furnace. She stared at it for a while, and then she stretched out her hand with the intent to touch the divine flame. However, she seemed to be afraid of something and pulled her hand back. But she still wanted to touch it, so she stretched it forward slowly again. Yang Ye's clone appeared before the little girl. She seemed to not fear Yang Yi at all. She cracked a smile when she saw him, and then she turned around and looked at the divine flame again. Yang Ye's clone glanced at the divine flame. Had thought that the primordial pagoda had dragged the little girl in here, but now it would seem like it was clearly the divine flame which had done it. Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, "Senior, you're not thinking of devouring her, right?" Such beings could devour each other to improve themselves, and that was why he thought in that way. Meanwhile, a ray of fire shot out from the divine flame. It was extremely swift and instantly entered the center of the little girl's forehead. Her figure instantly shuddered, and then the flames around her instantly started trembling violently before starting to transform. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief. It has no intention to devour the little girl. It might have taken a liking to her, and wanted to give her some guidance. The little girl was clearly a sprite, and she may even be a small sprite king. However, she was definitely inferior when compared to the divine flame. He didn't know what level the divine flame was at, but he knew that it was extremely strong. Perhaps it could even melt the casket. Meanwhile, the little girl's body had calmed down. At this moment, Yang Yi felt that the flame she emanated had become even more terrifying. Obviously, the divine flame had helped transform her. It was definitely an absolutely great fortune for her. Suddenly, a voice resounded. "Take her and go!" Yang Yi glanced at the divine flame, and then he gazed at the little girl. The little girl walked over to the pill furnace, and then she stretched out her hand and touched the divine flame gently. She seemed extremely happy when it didn't harm her. Meanwhile, Yang Yi walked over to her side and smiled. "You can come here again if we meet again in the future." She had obtained the divine flame's acknowledgement, so letting her come here would definitely not bring any danger to him. It wasn't a big deal at all. She turned to glance at Yang Yi, and her smile grew even more brilliant. Just like that, Yang Yi took her in his arms and left the primordial pagoda while she gazed reluctantly at the divine flame. In the outside world, Lian Banzwang's eyelids twitched when she saw a little flaming girl had suddenly appeared in Yang Ye's arms. "A sprite. You!" Yang Yi shrugged, and then he started walking towards the lava titan while holding the little girl. The lava titan had been about to attack, but it instantly stopped when it saw the little girl in Yang Ye's arms. The little girl was visibly happy when she saw the lava titan, and then she transformed into a ray of fiery light that appeared before it. No one knew what she said to it, but the hostility in the lava titan's eyes vanished, but a trace of vigilance still remained. The lava titan didn't speak. It just glanced at Yang Yi and Lian Banzwang, and then it turned around and walked away. Suddenly, the little girl flew over to Yang Yi and hugged him gently. After that, she turned around and returned to the lava titan. The lava titan didn't stay, nor did it turn back. But the little girl kept waving to Yang Yi. A long time passed before the lava titan and little girl vanished from their fields of vision. Yang Yi withdrew his gaze, flipped his palm, and 3 fire spirit fruits appeared before Lian Banzwang. There were 5. "You did the most, so you get 3. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and started walking away. Lian Banzwang glanced at the fruits before her, and then she gazed at him. "Where are you going?" "That's none of your business." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi vanished on the spot. Even though they'd worked together just now, Yang Yi really didn't want to have anything to do with her. It was best to stay far away from such a person. Lian Banzwang looked in the direction Yang Yi had vanished towards, and she remained silent. No one knew what she was thinking. After he left Lian Banzwang, Yang Yi found a place he felt was comparatively safe, and then he entered the ground. Once he traveled over 3 kilometers underground, Yang Yi took out the ice casket. After that, he laid down in the ice casket before entering the primordial pagoda. In the 1st level of the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi withdrew a fire spirit fruit and swallowed it. He intended to charge into the semi-deity realm. Chapter 1489 I'll beat you until you're crippled. The semi-deity realm. If he attained the semi-deity realm, then his lifespan problem would be resolved. Moreover, his strength would improve tremendously. While he knew that there would definitely be disadvantages from forcefully advancing with the help of external forces, and especially when had just advanced to the void realm, he had no other choice. Whether he could leave this place and whether the spring of life existed in the forest of darkness was still unknown. So, he had no choice but to charge into the semi-deity realm. The potential issues created by this could be gradually resolved over time. After all, he had primordial violet energy, so he wasn't really worried about it. At the very most, it would just take some time. The reason Head entered the primordial pagoda to charge into the semi-deity realm was that he was afraid his advancement would cause a commotion in the outside world. It would definitely cause quite a commotion when he advanced. If that commotion drew the attention of a powerful demon, beast, or human, then his actions would be no different than courting death. Moreover, it would take less time within the primordial pagoda. After all, a single day in the primordial pagoda was equivalent to 10 days in the outside world. There was one other benefit, and it was that the eye of the heaven Tao wouldn't appear if he advanced within the primordial pagoda. If he was in the outside world, a heavenly tribulation would definitely descend once he advanced. In the third level, Yang Yi sat cross-legged on the ground. Once the fire spirit fruit entered his body, a wave of pure fire element energy instantly surged through his body like a tidal wave. The energy wasn't just pure and powerful, it was extremely hot as well. Fortunately, his internal organs and meridians could endure it. Because he was at the undying realm now. Time trickled by. The aura Yang Yi emanated grew stronger and stronger. Moreover, his body emanated faint flames. Xiao Yushi had stopped cultivating. She sat slightly ahead of him, and her gaze had a trace of worry in it as she looked at him. She naturally knew about the state Yang Yi was in. This breakthrough was of utmost importance to Yang Yi. It would be great if he succeeded, but if he failed, then Yang Yi would be in an extremely bad situation. This time, Yang Yi might die if he failed. Yang Yi's aura was growing stronger and stronger. A day later. Boom! A terrifying wave of energy erupted from him, but it didn't take long for the energy to vanish into thin air. Xiao Yushi immediately stood up, and then she stared at him without blinking. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to open his eyes. Xiao Yushi hurriedly asked, "Did you succeed?" Yang Yi shook his head. "Just a little bit more, just a little bit." Xiao Yushi's face dimmed down, and then she cracked a smile. "It's fine, we still have a chance." "Of course we do." Yang Yi smiled, and then he closed his eyes. After that, the tiny vortex within him started spinning madly, and then countless strands of primordial violet energy instantly surged out from the tiny vortex. Yang Yi would naturally not give up just like that. Even if he was going to give up, he would do it when he had no other choice. As for now, so long as he had the ability, he intended to fight to the end. As primordial violet energy appeared within him, the aura he emanated grew even stronger than before. In the once level of the primordial pagoda, Little Sky, who was traveling through the world in the once level, had suddenly stopped. She shot a glance upward and spoke softly. "It seems like someone is advancing." Big Blackie and Little Blackie were by her side, and they just glanced at her and remained silent. After Yang Yi entered the ominous territory's forbidden area, they could be considered to have lost the ability to help Yang Yi. So, Little Sky had dragged them around the place instead. They naturally had no complaints about that. Little Sky looked up at the sky and remained silent for a long time. After that, she withdrew her gaze and spoke softly. "It's definitely that fellow again. If he advances here, there won't be a heavenly tribulation. Isn't that equivalent to cheating?" As she spoke, she gazed at Big Blackie and said, "Big Blackie, don't advance here when you're breaking through in the future. Understand?" Big Blackie gazed at Little Sky, and there was a questioning gaze in its eyes. Little Sky grinned. "Actually, many humans think the heavenly tribulation is something that the heavens created to punish people. That isn't correct. If the heavens wanted to punish people, it could send tribulation lightning down when you're extremely weak. At that time, would you be able to fight back against such powerful tribulation lightning? But the heavens didn't. Why? It's because the heavens have no intention to restrict the development of all things in the world. She shook her head when she spoke up to this point. But if everyone cultivates, it's a huge consumption of the world. Especially those powerful humans and demon beasts. Every advancement they attain will exhaust a huge amount of spirit energy in the world. If they are allowed to take without restraint, then a world would vanish in less than 100 years. Big Blackie and Little Blackie both had confused expressions in their eyes. Obviously, they didn't really understand what Shed said. Meanwhile, Little Sky continued, "Restraint. The world must have restrictions. It's like order. If there are no restrictions and order, then the world would be destroyed by its inhabitants. The reason I don't want you to advance here is because demon beasts and humans that experience heavenly tribulations are much stronger. It isn't just reflected in their strength, it's even reflected in the mental state. If you advance here, while you won't encounter danger from a heavenly tribulation, your strength and mental state would be far inferior to the humans and demon beasts that have experienced their own heavenly tribulations. Moreover, you might even grow the mentality to continuously resort to such trickery." Big Blackie and Little Blackie exchanged glances, and then they shot a glance up at the sky. In the end they gazed at Little Sky. Obviously, they were asking why Yan Yi was advancing in here. Little Sky patted Big Blackie's head gently and smiled. "He isn't the same. He's a sword cultivator who faces his heart directly. He's very well aware of what he's doing. He won't deceive himself, so he won't have any problems when it comes to his mental state. As for his strength, it's an even smaller problem. Heavenly tribulation can temper someone, but ordinary heavenly tribulations are completely meaningless to him. Because his strength has far surpassed the heavenly tribulation for semi-deities." As soon as she finished speaking, Little Sky stood on Big Blackie's back and said, "Let's forget him. This world is so huge, let's go have a look. I want to see how this world was formed. I'm really curious." As soon as she finished speaking, she tapped her foot lightly against Big Blackie. Big Blackie wasn't infuriated by it at all. Conversely, Big Blackie nodded meekly and started walking forward with Little Blackie. Just like that, Little Sky hummed an unknown tune as she continued forward under Big Blackie's lead. In the 3 level. At this moment, Yan Yi's aura was powerful to an extremely terrifying extent. His aura even caused Xiao Yushi's heart to palpitate slightly. At this moment, Yan Yi was madly devouring the remaining energy from the fire spirit fruit, and he was even using his own primordial violet energy to stimulate his cultivation. With the effects of both these energies, his aura was growing stronger and stronger. At this moment, his aura wasn't weaker to some deities. Actually, even though he wasn't at the deity realm, his body was comparable to the body of a deity. If he wasn't judged as a sword cultivator and was judged as a body cultivator instead, then he was a deity. That was also why he could lift the casket lid to fight a dualism realm expert. One day later, a wave of terrifying aura erupted from Yan Yi's body. But it didn't take long for that aura to surge back into his body. Meanwhile, Yan Yi opened his eyes, and a ray of bright light flashed through them. Xiao Yushi hurriedly asked with a slightly trembling voice, "Have you succeeded?" Yan Yi glanced at her and sighed softly. Sigh. Xiao Yushi's face instantly turned ghastly pale. She immediately walked over to him, took his hand, and spoke softly. "It's fine. No matter what, I'll be here for you." Meanwhile, Yan Yi suddenly wrapped his arms around her waist, and then kissed her gently on her forehead. He smiled. "Sigh, I merely advanced to the semi-deity realm. I wanted to advance to the deity realm. What a pity." Xiao Yushi's delicate figure trembled when she heard him, and then she looked up at him. Her eyes revealed undisguised joy. Is that true?" Yan Yi nodded and smiled. "I'm a semi-deity now. I finally don't have to be so filled with terror in this damnable place." Meanwhile, Xiao Yushi suddenly kissed Yan Yi. Yan Yi was slightly stunned by this. Obviously, he hadn't expected her to take the initiative like that. Right when he was about to kiss her back, she suddenly bit his lip. Yang Yi naturally didn't feel any pain from that, and he just looked down at Xiao Yushi, who seemed to be blushing slightly. He smiled. Are you angry? She shook her head. It's fine so long as you're alright. It's only temporary. Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. He hadn't forgotten where he was. If he was in the outside world, his current strength was even sufficient to look down upon deities. But in this place, he merely had the ability to keep himself alive. Xiao Yushi hugged him tightly and spoke softly. No matter what, he'll be by your side. Always. Yan Ye's heart felt warm. He hugged her around her waist. Xiao Yushi, Su Qingshi, Zhuang Weiran, Little Yao. All of them were Yan Ye's motivation to fight. Not to mention glory and wealth, he could even give up eternal life and his sword for them. Of course, he understood that if he were to give up his sword, then he may lose them instead. Yang Yi stayed by Xiao Yushi's side for a while, and then he left the primordial pagoda. 20 days had passed in the outside world. However, time wasn't that important to him anymore. The lifespan of a voider was around 13,000 years, and a semi-deity had around 20,000 years. In other words, he had around 7,000 years now. Even though 7,000 years seemed like a huge amount, it could actually be exhausted by utilizing the stellar sword diagram just once. However, he definitely didn't dare to rashly utilize it now. Yang Yi emerged from beneath the ground and glanced at the surroundings. He was just about to leave when a terrifying aura descended upon the area he stood on. It didn't take long for an old man to appear in front of him. It was none other than Demon Wu. How did he find me? Yang Yi was stunned. But it didn't take long for him to come to an understanding. Because he hadn't utilized the sword domain to conceal himself once he emerged from the ground. Demon Wu had a ferocious expression on his face as he gazed at Yang Yi. That woman isn't here now, so let me see who can stop me from killing you. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged at Yang Yi. Yang Yi cracked his neck, flipped his palm, and the casket lid appeared in his grasp. Old bastard. I'll beat you until you're crippled. Chapter 1490 The Nether Pavilion? As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi raised the casket lid and slammed it at Demon Wu. The intent to kill filled Demon Wu's eyes. He didn't waste his breath at all, and he just immediately clenched his right fist and slammed it against Yang Yi's casket lid. Boom! The space here instantly trembled violently, and then both of them were blasted flying. Yang Yi stopped after flying 300 m away, while Demon Wu stopped after flying a little over 200 m away. Based on what had just happened, it seemed like Yang Yi was at a disadvantage. However, Demon Wu's face had become solemn, and he stared at Yang Yi. You've attained the semi-deity realm. Yang Yi nodded. I just did. Surprised? A semi-deity is still an ant. Demon Wu spoke fiercely, and then he appeared in front of Yang Yi before slamming his fist towards Yang Yi again. Yang Yi didn't waste his breath. He just raised the casket lid and swung. Boom! Both of them were blasted away again, but it only took a moment for them to charge at each other once more. It didn't take long for explosions to resound incessantly here. They were locked in fierce combat, but not one of them could gain the upper hand over the other. Around 2 hours later, both of them stopped. Demon Wu gazed at Yang Yi with an extremely unsightly expression on his face. Because he noticed that he couldn't do anything to Yang Yi. The energy of yin and yang was much stronger than Yang Yi's physical body. Even if Yang Yi had the casket lid to shield himself, the energy of yin and yang could still injure Yang Yi. However, had noticed something about Yang Yi which was even more terrifying than the casket lid. It was Yang Yi's recovery. Yang Yi's recovery was too terrifying. Yang Yi had clearly been injured during the battle, but it didn't take long for Yang Yi to be completely fine again. Demon Wu felt powerless. He felt truly powerless. During the last battle, his frenzied attacks could heavily injure Yang Yi, yet now, he couldn't heavily injure Yang Yi anymore. Besides the tremendous increase in Yang Yi's strength, there were two other reasons. Firstly, the casket lid was truly too strong. Secondly, Yan Ye's recovery was too swift. Demon Wu gazed at Yang Yi for a long time, and then his figure flashed and vanished on the spot. If this continued, then even if he could kill Yang Yi, he would be forcefully crippled in the battle. If that happened in this place, it would be no different than bringing death upon him. So, had decisively chosen to leave. There was no deep-rooted enmity between them. In the end, it was only because Yang Yi had stopped him from killing Lian Banzwang, and that was why had aroused the intent to kill Yang Yi. If he could kill Yang Yi and only pay a small price, then he wouldn't mind it. Yet now, he was very well aware that he had to pay an extremely heavy price to kill Yang Yi. It was clearly not worth it to do that. So, had chosen to leave. Yang Yi didn't chase after Demon Wu. Because it was pointless. Demon Wu couldn't kill him, and he couldn't kill Demon Wu. A gap still existed between his current strength and the strength of a dualism realm expert. However, that gap could be closed with the casket lid. Dualism realm experts couldn't kill him while he had the casket lid to defend himself. However, he couldn't kill dualism realm experts as well. Even if he used the rebirth sword, he still wouldn't be able to kill Demon Wu. Unless he attained the deity realm and executed the rebirth sword, or was able to overlap more heavenlands, then perhaps he might be able to kill Demon Wu. Even if he failed to kill Demon Wu, he could still pose a threat to Demon Wu. Yet now, he still couldn't. All he could do now was protect his own life. But he was very satisfied with that. Presently, he was only a semi-deity, but dualism realm experts couldn't do anything to him. That was extremely heaven-defying. After all, there were an entire 2 realms of cultivation between him and the dualism realm. Yan Yi restrained his thoughts, glanced at the surroundings, and then vanished towards the distance. He didn't have to worry about his lifespan anymore, so his next goal was to leave this place. His goal was to return to Clouds of Heaven continent, and then head to the large world to look for Zier and Snowy. Yan Yi sped up, but he didn't travel out in the open. He used the sword domain to conceal himself. The sword domain improved along with his realm of cultivation. He was a semi-deity now, so the sword domain had naturally improved as well. Now, unless the dualism realm experts searched explicitly for him, even dualism realm experts couldn't detect his presence. Yan Yi ran for a while, and then he suddenly stopped. He glanced at the surroundings and said, "Show yourself!" As soon as he finished speaking, a woman suddenly appeared not too far away from Yang Yi. She was none other than Lian Banzwang. Yang Yi frowned. "You're following me?" She replied with a question. "You're heading to that door?" Yang Yi spoke solemnly. "How did you know?" At this moment, he was rather surprised because Little Sky had told him about that door, but he hadn't expected Lian Banzwang to know about it as well. She replied. "No one here doesn't know about it." Yang Yi asked. "What do you mean?" She replied. "This place isn't huge. After staying here for so long, everything here can't escape our notice. That door is the same. But do you know why none of us head there even if we know it exists?" Yang Yi asked. "Someone is guarding it." She shook her head. "You're only partially correct. It isn't a person that's guarding it, it's the..." She looked him in the eyes and continued. "It's the Eye of the Heaven Tao, the Eye of the Heaven Tao that's on par with the large world. An Eye of the Heaven Tao that can even kill rebirth realm experts." The Eye of the Heaven Tao. Yang Yi's pupils constricted. It's protected by an Eye of the Heaven Tao that can even kill rebirth realm experts. No wonder Little Sky said I would die. It was an existence that could even kill rebirth realm experts, so how could he avoid death? But he was also puzzled by how Little Sky had left this place all those years ago. Meanwhile, Lian Banzwang said, "Even though our individual strength isn't sufficient to break open the space here, it isn't a problem for us if we join forces. However, we don't. Because if we dare to do that, then the Eye of the Heaven Tao would appear. But our strength isn't sufficient to resist that Eye of the Heaven Tao which can even kill rebirth realm experts." Yang Yi said, "I'm really quite curious. Why have all of you been imprisoned here?" She fell silent for a long time and said, "Greed." Yang Yi was about to speak when Lian Banzwang shook her head. If you intend to leave through that door, you can forget it. Now that you don't have to worry about your lifespan, you can cultivate here instead. Based on your natural talent and strength, it will only take a few years for you to be able to leave by force. At that time, even the Eye of the Heaven Tao would dare not stop you. Yang Yi asked. Like the unfettered one? She nodded. All those years ago, even the Eye of the Heaven Tao feared him. Your natural talent isn't inferior to him, so if you're given a few years, you can accomplish that as well. Yet now, you can't even endure the pressure emanated by that Eye of the Heaven Tao. I don't have time to waste here. Yang Yi shook his head. He had many things left to do. Waste a few years here? He couldn't afford to. Lian Banzwang said. You won't be able to get past that door. Yang Yi smiled. You can achieve anything if you try. No matter what, thank you for the warning. Yang Yi continued forward once he finished speaking. Yang Yi walked for a while, and then he suddenly stopped. Because he noticed that she was following him. He turned to look at her. What are you doing? She replied. I want to see how you try and achieve it. Yang Yi thought for a moment, and then he continued forward. Actually, he had no way to pass through the door. However, had still decided to go have a look. He believed that everything would fall into place. There were many things that seemed to be impossible, but once one really tried to face those things, one would notice that there were quite a few methods to resolve the problem. Meanwhile, Lian Banzwang asked, You've comprehended a domain? Yang Yi nodded. He had no intention to conceal that. Lian Banzwang glanced at him and said, I've only met 3 people who've comprehended domains. You're the third. Needless to say, all of you are extraordinary geniuses. Truly extraordinary geniuses. Yang Yi smiled. One of them is me, the other should be the unfettered one. What about the last one? Lian Banzwang's face became extremely solemn when she heard him. She was about to speak when the thick smell of blood appeared around them. Lian Banzwang and Yang Yi's expressions immediately changed. A moment later, both of their bodies were suddenly immobilized. After that, their veins started to bulge as if they were about to explode. Lian Banzwang suddenly cried out with shock. Crap! This is her territory! Yang Yi gazed at Lian Banzwang. Who? Lian Banzwang's face was ghastly pale while a wisp of bitterness arose on the corners of her mouth. Remember the other person I told you about? Besides the unfettered one, there's another person from the outside world who can leave this place. However, for some unknown reason, she hasn't left, and she has been staying here. The place she resides became a forbidden area here. I never expected that we would have entered that area. As she finished speaking, her voice was filled with despair. Yang Yi paid no attention to Lian Banzwang. He just madly circulated his sword intent and slaughter intent to resist the mysterious energy. However, he noticed that both of his intents weren't able to let him return to normal. Meanwhile, Lian Banzwang suddenly spoke bitterly. Don't bother. You asked me who the third person was. That person is the person who's attacking us right now. As soon as she arrived here all those years ago, she immediately killed the strongest person here and absorbed that person's blood. At that time, we witnessed the strength of her domain. The blood domain. She has grasped a domain called the blood domain, and she calls herself the Blood Maiden. The Blood Maiden? Yang Yi, who was trying to resist the mysterious energy around him, was suddenly stunned. Chapter 1491. Are you or the unfettered one stronger? Blood Maiden. The first thing that came to mind was the Nether Pavilion. Yang Yi felt like the blood throughout his body was on the verge of exploding apart, and he hurriedly shouted. Nether Pavilion! Second sister, I'm a friend. Second sister? Lian Banzwang shot a bewildered gaze at Yang Yi. He knows her? As soon as Yang Yi spoke, a moment of silence ensued, and then the blood within Yang Yi and Lian Banzwang suddenly calmed down. Yang Yi immediately heaved a sigh of relief when he noticed this. Earlier, had merely thought that she may be the Nether Pavilion's second-ranked hall master. But he wasn't sure. However, he was sure now. Come here! Meanwhile, a ghastly voice came from afar. How cold! It was extremely cold. It seemed like ice which was hidden for 10,000 years had suddenly emerged, and it caused one's entire body to feel cold. She's definitely not someone who's easy to deal with, Yang Yi muttered to himself. Just her voice was quite terrifying. However, the members of the Nether Pavilion weren't easy to deal with at all. Blind Maiden was comparatively better because she was quite amiable. Meanwhile, Lian Banzwang asked, Are we going over? Can we flee? Yang Yi shook his head and said, Come on. He started walking off into the distance. Lian Banzwang immediately followed him. Just as Yang Yi had said, they couldn't flee at all. Even though she was at the dualism realm, there was a gap between dualism realm experts as well. Moreover, some couldn't be judged based on their realms of cultivation. For example, the Unfettered One had only been a deity when he arrived here, but he could even kill dualism realm experts. Lian Banzwang asked. You know her? Yang Yi shook his head. I don't. I just know her sisters, so we can be considered to be related. No wonder. Lian Banzwang nodded slightly. Fortunately, you know her. Otherwise, we would be finished. Yang Yi asked. Is she very fierce? She isn't just fierce. Lian Banzwang shook her head. She's extremely fierce and overbearing. As soon as she arrived here all those years ago, she looked for the strongest existence here. Do you know what she told that fellow? She told that fellow to fuck off. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. That fellow would naturally not do as she said. Lian Banzwang continued. After that, she absorbed all of that fellow's blood. That fellow had quite bad luck. Had been beaten up by the Unfettered One, but the Unfettered One didn't kill him. However, he still hadn't been able to avoid calamity. Yang Yi shook his head. He just had to offend someone from the Nether Pavilion. He didn't know how strong the Yang clan was, but he knew the Nether Pavilion wasn't ordinary at all. It didn't take long for Yang Yi and Lian Banzwang to stop. A woman was seated cross-legged not too far away from them. Her hair was red. No, it shouldn't be called hair. When Yang Yi looked carefully, he noticed that it wasn't hair at all. It was blood that had been shaped into hair. Besides that, she wore a blood-red dress. Similarly, the blood-red dress was condensed into form with blood. She was very beautiful and not inferior to anyone had seen over the years. However, there was a faint cold expression on her face, and she seemed unapproachable. Lian Banzwang had an extremely solemn expression on her face as she gazed at the woman. Blood Maiden! She was a taboo here. No one dared to step foot into her territory, and those who had were dead. Meanwhile, Blood Maiden suddenly opened her eyes and gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi's expression changed when he saw her eyes. Because her eyeballs were actually pearls of blood. They were pearls of blood that were formed from blood itself. It was unlike how he turned blood red when he utilized slaughter intent. Blood Maiden gazed at Yang Yi and said, Give me an explanation! Yang Yi thought for a moment, and then he flipped his palm. In an instant, his chest started rising and falling rapidly, and it didn't take long for a stone to emerge from his palm. It was the World-Mend Stone, of course. Blood Maiden didn't seem to have done anything, but the World-Mend Stone instantly flew over into her grasp. She gazed at it for a long time, and then she gazed at Yang Yi. Fourth sister's treasure. Since she actually gave it to you, she has succeeded, right? Yang Yi nodded. She has gained full control over her physique. When I parted with them, they said they were going to look for you. She succeeded. Blood Maiden's face became slightly gentle when she heard him, and then she glanced at him. The World-End Stone that belongs to my fourth sister. If she wasn't very close to you or owed you a huge favor, she wouldn't have given it to you. I'm really curious. Tell me about them. Yang Yi nodded, and then he slowly described everything that had happened. As Yang Yi described everything, Blood Maiden's expression grew gentler and gentler. However, when he spoke about the large world, her face became icy cold once more. A short while passed before ghastly killing intent flashed through her eyes. The larger world. Once I go up there, you'll definitely slaughter all those who acted against us sisters. I annihilate all of them, and it'll sever their path of reincarnation as well. Yanye's eyelids twitched. She has a hot temper. Blood Maiden waved her hand, and the World-Mend Stone entered Yanye's body. You're too weak. Don't go anywhere from now on. Just stay here and no one will dare to look for trouble with you. Yanyi hesitated for a moment and said, I want to leave. Not now. She shook her head slightly. If you came here a year ago, I could have sent you out. But not now. Yanyi was puzzled. Why? She replied. Because someone is coming to kill me. So I have to save my strength. Yan Yi and Lian Banzhuang's expressions changed when they heard Blood Maiden, and shock filled their eyes. Someone wants to kill her? Who dares to kill her here? Yan Yi asked. Who? Blood Maiden spoke indifferently. Who else? Yan Yi asked. The large world? She nodded in response. They dare to come down here? Yan Yi continued. Wouldn't the Heaven Dao suppress them? Rebirth realm experts will be coming. Blood Maiden spoke indifferently. So, they'll still be dualism realm experts. Moreover, they won't be ordinary dualism realm experts. Rebirth realm experts. Yan Yi and Lian Banzhuang's expressions became solemn. They hadn't expected it to actually be rebirth realm experts. Yan Yi remained silent for a short while before he spoke in a low voice. Why didn't they just come down here and kill Third Sister and the others? If they did, Third Sister and the others would have definitely been unable to stop them. They don't dare. Blood Maiden continued. They fear me and eldest sister. If rebirth realm experts are suppressed to the dualism realm upon descending here, they will die. Yan Yi asked. Then why do they dare to descend here now? Lian Banzhuang was quite horrified by the sight of Yan Yi constantly asking Blood Maiden questions. Because Yan Yi didn't know how terrifying Blood Maiden was. Blood Maiden was known for having a terrible temper. But she answered every single question Yan Yi asked. That really made Lian Banzhuang quite curious. Actually, it was very normal. It was just that her feelings for her sisters had been extended to Yan Yi. She could be considered to have acknowledged Yan Yi, and that was why she treated him like this. A moment of silence ensued, and then Blood Maiden said, Because I'm about to ascend into the rebirth realm. It's a critical moment, and it's the best time to kill me. They won't give up such an opportunity. So I can't break open the space here and send you out right now. The space here is easy to break, but that I will come. I naturally didn't fear it in the past, yet now, it would be very disadvantageous to me if it attacks me. Yan Yi nodded. I understand. Meanwhile, Blood Maiden stood up slowly. It won't take long. Just 10 days. 10 days later you can leave this place. Of course, you may die as well. Yan Yi asked. You're going to charge into the rebirth realm in 10 days from now? She nodded slightly. The reason I came here was to open the blood demon fruit that grows here. It can heal my injuries and improve my strength. Presently, my strength and injuries have recovered by around 70%, and it's time to leave. Lian Banzhuang was stunned when she heard this. Blood Maiden is actually injured. In other words, she was heavily injured when she arrived here all those years ago. However, she still killed that demon beast who was the strongest here. That demon beast was at the peak of the dualism realm. If she wasn't injured and was at her peak, then how terrifying would she be? Actually, Lian Banzhuang wasn't the only one. Yan Yi had been shocked as well. Had naturally not expected Blood Maiden to be injured. Yan Yi's eyes lit up when he thought up to this point. Are there any injuries I can't heal? So Yan Yi immediately said, I can heal you. I can heal any injuries. Blood Maiden shook her head slightly. It's no ordinary injury. External forces can't heal it at all. Yan Yi spoke seriously. I really might be able to do it. In any case, besides lifespan, there hadn't been anything that the primordial violet energy couldn't heal. Blood Maiden shook her head. It was caused by rebirth energy and leaves no trace behind. Simply speaking, I still want to try. Yang Yi spoke in a very serious manner. Let me try, all right? She gazed at him for a few moments and said, Then try. Yang Yi nodded. Excuse me. As he spoke, he grabbed her arm, and then his primordial violet energy flowed slowly into her arm. Blood Maiden's expression changed when she sensed the primordial violet energy that flowed into her, and then she grabbed Yang Yi's arm and asked, What profound energy is this? Yang Yi smiled. Unique profound energy. She glanced at him and didn't inquire further. She just nodded slightly. I need a large amount of this profound energy, a very large amount. Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, You can temporarily delay your advancement, and do it after you've recovered completely. In that way, it'll be much safer, right? I can't. She shook her head. I've suppressed my advancement for too long just to recover from my injuries. Now it'll collapse if I continue suppressing it. However, with this profound energy of yours, at least 90% of my injuries can be healed in the next 10 days. That's good. Yang Yi nodded. Then it'll concentrate on healing you for the next 10 days. She glanced at him and nodded. Meanwhile, Yang Yi seemed to have thought of something. He gazed at Blood Maiden and asked, Are you or the Unfettered One stronger? Blood Maiden fell silent. Chapter 1492 Knowledge. The Unfettered One possessed the sword domain, and his attains in the sword Tao were extraordinary. As for his strength, there was naturally no need to mention how great it was. However, Blood Maiden wasn't weak. She similarly possessed a domain, and her strength was beyond doubt as well. Both of them had come in here from the outside world and swept through everyone here. So, Yang Yi was very curious about who was stronger amongst them. Lian Banzwang gazed at Blood Maiden as well because she was similarly curious. She'd seen the Unfettered One all those years ago. Dualism realm experts were powerless against him. Similarly, she'd witnessed Blood Maiden's strength, and dualism realm experts weren't a match for her as well. So, the question was who was stronger? Blood Maiden remained silent for a long time, and then she said, I've heard about him. He's an extraordinary genius with sword techniques that have reached the acme of perfection. Not to mention this place, even if it's in the large world, there's no one who can defeat him. As for me, even if I fought him in my prime, I wouldn't have any chance to defeat him. I wouldn't even have a 30% chance to defeat him. Yang Yi's face became solemn. Is he really that strong? Blood Maiden gazed at Yang Yi and said, Very strong. Even if eldest sister fought him, she would only have a 50% chance to win. Their eldest sister. Yang Yi naturally knew that the Nether Pavilion had an eldest sister, and he was very curious about her identity. However, he didn't ask. There were things that he could ask, and there were some that he couldn't. Meanwhile, Blood Maiden continued, While he is strong, there is someone who can suppress him. Even the Unfettered One can be suppressed? Yang Yi hurriedly asked. Who is that? Blood Maiden remained silent for a while before she spoke once more. That person was given birth to by the world, grew together with all things in the world, and possesses the strength of the world. However, that person is very mysterious, and only a few have heard rumors of that person. No one has actually seen that person. She paused for a moment and continued. Perhaps you'll be able to meet that person in the future. Yang Yi smiled bitterly when she didn't tell him everything in detail. She's keeping things from me on purpose. Meanwhile, Blood Maiden spoke abruptly. You're not weak, and your natural talent isn't bad at all. Moreover, you possess great karmic luck and fortune. Your future accomplishments won't be inferior to the Unfettered One. Of course, the precondition is that you don't die. Yang Yi smiled and remained silent. He had no intention to make unrealistic comparisons with himself, and the Unfettered One had never had such intentions. The Unfettered One's strength was the Unfettered One's business, and all he had to do was manage his own business well. However, he did admire the Unfettered One. After all, the Unfettered One was a formidable expert, and he really wanted to meet the Unfettered One, if possible. Because Blood Maiden's injuries were very severe and were very old, it was rather difficult to heal. So, Yang Yi provided her primordial violet energy every single day, and she would use it to repair her injuries. Lian Banzwang hadn't left, and she stayed behind instead. She naturally wouldn't. After all, it was very likely for her to leave this damnable place if she followed Yang Yi. Yang Yi didn't have the strength to leave, but Blood Maiden did. However, she was very well aware that it was a gamble. After all, Rebirth Realm experts might be coming to kill Blood Maiden. If she stayed here, her life may be in danger. But she still wanted to make this gamble because it was something worthy of using her life to gamble with. Yang Yi didn't just sit and do nothing once he finished providing primordial violet energy to Blood Maiden, and he started to cultivate Elemental Breaker and the Undying Elemental Body. He started on Elemental Breaker first. It utilized a unique method to condense the energy of the 5 elements into a punch, and it could disregard all defenses. Elemental Breaker wasn't stronger than the energy of Yin and Yang. However, it had a special characteristic, and it was its ability to pierce through its target's defenses. It was extremely useful to Yang Yi, who didn't possess the energy of Yin and Yang. For example, if he fought the ancient Emperor Python with this technique, his punches could cause real damage to it. Or to be precise, no matter how strong his opponent's defenses were, those defenses would be useless before the Elemental Breaker technique. Elemental Breaker was capable of posing a threat to Dualism Realm experts, but the precondition was that they allowed him to get close to them. Moreover, there was another precondition, and it was that the physical strength of the person executing Elemental Breaker had to be extremely strong. Elemental Breaker's strength was reliant on the physical strength of the user. Similarly, the Undying Elemental Body relied on its user's physical strength to determine if it could resist the energy of Yin and Yang from Dualism Realm experts. Based on Yang Yi's physical strength and defense, if he were able to cultivate them successfully, then the Elemental Breaker and Undying Elemental Body techniques would be able to make up for the gap in cultivation between him and Dualism Realm experts. At that time, he could fight Dualism Realm experts even without the casket lid. Deities? At this moment, deities weren't his targets anymore. Now, he had to think about how he would kill Dualism Realm experts. With the Sword Domain's help and Blood Maiden's guidance, Yan Yi's speed of cultivation could be described as terrifying. It only took him less than 2 days to fully grasp the Elemental Breaker technique. Such speed didn't just shock Lian Banzwang, it even shocked Blood Maiden slightly. So, as far as they were concerned, Yang Yi was a monster. After all, the stronger a technique was, the more difficult it would be to cultivate. Just like the Elemental Breaker technique. If an ordinary person tried to cultivate it, it would take a month or more to grasp it. But Yang Yi had merely used 2 days. That was truly a blow to the confidence of anyone who knew. After he finished cultivating the Elemental Breaker technique, Yang Yi started to spar with Lian Banzwang. He would naturally not ask Blood Maiden to spar with him. It was sparring if he asked Lian Banzwang, but he would be asking for a beating if he asked Blood Maiden. Yang Yi clenched his right fist, and it emanated a faint glow. Lian Banzwang was standing in front of him. Even though he was just a semi-deity, she who knew Yang Yi well didn't underestimate him, or act carelessly. Yang Yi gazed at her and said, "Come and try my Elemental Breaker." As soon as he finished speaking, he stomped his right foot against the ground, and his figure shot forward like a cannonball. He was extremely swift and instantly arrived before Lian Banzwang, and then he slammed his fist at her. Lian Banzwang didn't dodge. She clenched her fist and slammed it against Yang Yi's fist. Her fist was naturally covered in the energy of Yin and Yang. Boom! As soon as their fists collided, they swiftly split up. After that, both of them took numerous steps back. Yang Yi stopped after moving 300 m backwards, and Lian Banzwang stopped after moving a little over 200 m backwards. Yang Yi glanced at his fist, and a wisp of excitement flashed through his eyes. Even though he was at a disadvantage, Lian Banzwang was a Dualism Realm expert. He hadn't used any treasures, and had merely relied on his fist to fight a Dualism Realm expert. If he used the casket lid as well, he wouldn't have to fear dualism realm experts at all. Of course, it was only limited to ordinary dualism realm experts. Blood Maiden was in the dualism realm as well, but the gap between her strength and Lian Banzhuang's strength was absolutely huge. Meanwhile, Lian Banzhuang said, "That technique combined with your physical strength is sufficient to go against the energy of yin and yang. Congratulations. From now on, you can fight dualism realm experts without using any treasures." Yang Yi smiled. He was about to speak when Blood Maiden, who sat cross-legged on the ground, suddenly opened her eyes. "How can you think like that? His strength is sufficient to fight dualism realm experts, but it doesn't represent that he can kill dualism realm experts. Not to mention anyone else, do you think he can kill you?" Lian Banzhuang glanced at Yang Yi and shook her head. Even though Yang Yi had become much stronger, and could resist her energy of yin and yang, it was clearly not very likely that he could kill her. Blood Maiden gazed at Yang Yi. "Remember that you must not be careless in a battle with a dualism realm expert. Banzhuang is just an ordinary dualism realm expert, but if you encounter those special dualism realm experts like those who have grasped some sort of law or formidable intent, you'll realize that there's quite a large gap between you and them." Yang Yi nodded. "I understand, I won't get overconfident." Blood Maiden nodded lightly. "Remember that you must never be overconfident. Many people think they're extraordinary upon gaining some accomplishments. Actually, people who have such thoughts are mostly weaklings. The truly strong know how vast the world is, and they know themselves well. That's exactly why they never feel overconfident. You have natural talent and the right mentality, but mentality can change. Some grow stronger and strong, but some grow weaker and weaker. So, you must constantly examine yourself and your heart." As soon as she finished speaking, she gazed at Lian Banzhuang. "You too." Lian Banzhuang quickly nodded. "Thank you for the reminder." Yang Yi nodded. "Thank you for the guidance." Just as Blood Maiden had said, it really was easy to get overconfident. Moreover, once one became overconfident, one would become blind and unable to discern one's strength properly. That was extremely terrifying. Blind Maiden nodded slightly, and then she closed her eyes. After that, Yang Yi started cultivating the undying elemental body technique. Just like the elemental breaker technique, it required the energy of the 5 elements, and it used the energy of the 5 elements to strengthen the body. Presently, Yang Yi's body was at the undying realm, so his body would definitely grow a level higher if he cultivated the undying elemental body technique. The undying elemental body technique had certain requirements towards its user's body, but it wasn't a problem for him. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Besides providing primordial violet energy to Blood Maiden, Yang Yi just cultivated the elemental breaker, undying elemental body, and rebirth sword techniques throughout these 7 days. Even though he had succeeded at grasping the elemental breaker and rebirth sword, he still had to train diligently. Every single time he cultivated them again, he would comprehend new things about the techniques. Just like that, 2 more days passed. Blood Maiden sat cross-legged on the ground, and she frequently emanated a faint bloody glow. Yang Yi knew that it was a sign that she was on the verge of being unable to suppress her cultivation any longer. If it were at any other ordinary time, that would definitely be good news. She would just naturally advance into the rebirth realm. After all, she was once at the rebirth realm, so it wasn't really a breakthrough but recovering to the rebirth realm. However, it still required a process, and that process was the period she was in most danger. Noon. Blood Maiden suddenly opened her eyes and said, "They're here." Chapter 1493. Hello. Little Sky. The Ominous City. Noon. A middle-aged man in a luxurious robe and a middle-aged man in an embroidered robe appeared out of thin air at the entrance of Ominous City. The middle-aged man in a luxurious robe smiled. "Dijiang, how long has it been since you came down here last?" The man in an embroidered robe, Dijiang, glanced at the surroundings. "I don't remember." The other middle-aged man chuckled. "What do you think?" Dijiang spoke indifferently. "Let's talk about that once we're done with that woman." the middle-aged man asked. How confident are you? A moment of silence ensued before Di Jiang spoke indifferently. 90%. 90%. The middle-aged man withdrew his smile, fell silent for a few moments, and then said, She's not ordinary. The two-end-hall master of Nether Pavilion. How could she possibly be ordinary? Di Jiang spoke indifferently. If it was during the time she was at her prime, then not to mention the two of us, even two more wouldn't be able to do anything to her. However, it's different now. She's heavily injured now. Moreover, her cultivation has dropped, and it's the critical moment for her advancement. As for us, not only has our strength not dropped, it has grown stronger over the years. So, how could she possibly be a match for us? The middle-aged man said. I'm worried about Sky Maiden. Even the oracle can't deduce her whereabouts. It's like she has completely vanished. If she comes... Di Jiang's face was instantly covered in a solemn expression. Sky Maiden. That name had once instilled horror in the large world. At that time, no more than a handful could fight her. Di Jiang remained silent for a moment before he shook his head. Since the oracle said she won't be here, then she probably won't be here. The middle-aged man in a luxurious robe said. What if she does? Di Jiang gazed at the middle-aged man. Zhan Yuan, when did you become so cowardly? If she comes, then she comes. Are you telling me that we need to fear her? Do they still possess the same strength that they used to possess? Zhan Yuan shook his head. You're from the generation after them, so you never fought them and don't know how terrifying they are. Every single one of them is a monstrous genius. Forget it, since we're here, then we can only march forward bravely. If the 2ND Hall Master is able to advance to the Rebirth Realm, then it'll definitely be a calamity for all of us. Di Jiang nodded. She must die today. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward and vanished without a trace. Zhan Yuan vanished with him. The ominous territory. As soon as Di Jiang and Zhan Yuan's figures vanished, Blood Maiden suddenly opened her eyes and looked up towards the sky. They're here. As soon as she finished speaking, she waved her right hand and sent both Yan Yi and Lian Banzwang around 30 kilometers away. At the moment they vanished, Di Jiang and Zhan Yuan appeared in the sky above her. Once they appeared here, numerous divine senses swept towards them from all directions. Obviously, it was the other human experts and demon beasts in the ominous territory. Di Jiang glances at the surroundings. We're only here for her, and we'll leave once we kill her. As soon as they heard Di Jiang, those divine senses were instantly retracted like a receding tide. Yan Yi had an extremely solemn expression on his face as he gazed at the two middle-aged men in the sky. Rebirth Realm experts. Even though they'd been suppressed to the dualism realm, they were Rebirth Realm experts. Something worth mentioning was that one's cultivation wouldn't be suppressed here. However, they hadn't come here directly. They'd descended to the lower dimensions from the large world, and their cultivations had been instantly suppressed when they descended. While this place was an independent world, it still belonged to the lower dimensions. So, one's cultivation in the outside world would remain the same when one entered this place. Similarly, if someone left this place, that person's cultivation would be suppressed as well. Based on what Blood Maiden told him, it's a law that the Supreme Heaven Tao had created. No one dared to violate that law because anyone who did would be treated as an enemy of the Supreme Heaven Tao. Even though Rebirth Realm experts were extremely strong, they didn't want to be constantly pursued by the eye of the Heaven Tao. Di Jiang's gaze descended onto Blood Maiden. 2ND Hall Master of the Nether Pavilion, your reputation precedes you. Blood Maiden transformed into a veil of blood that appeared before them. She glanced at them and said, Did the Emperor's sect and War Pavilion just send both of you? Are we not enough? Di Jiang spoke indifferently. Blood Maiden, if you're at your prime, then even both of us would have to fear you. However, your strength hasn't just declined, you're even injured. Moreover, you have to suppress your cultivation. If and to be honest, just I alone am enough. You alone? Blood Maiden gazed at Di Jiang while an evil smile curled up on the corners of her mouth. In the past, I could fight 10 of you without breaking a sweat. How laughable! Jiang laughed with ridicule. Blood Maiden, your nether pavilion really is filled with arrogant members. No wonder all of you were crushed all those years ago. Crushed? The evil smile on her face became ferocious. Don't worry, once I return to the large world, then everything all of you did to us sisters all those years ago, it'll do 10,000 times worse to all of you. Jiang spoke indifferently. Don't worry, you won't be alive to return to the large world. Blood Maiden chuckled. By the way, is that bitch, the Oracle, still alive? Jiang replied. She said she'll only die after she watches all of you die. As expected. Blood Maiden nodded. If it wasn't for her, both of you wouldn't have been able to come here at such a time. It's fine, I'll personally head up there and send her on her way. As soon as she finished speaking, Blood Maiden vanished on the spot. A moment later, the sky was transformed into an ocean of blood. The ocean of blood was boundless, and it seemed to cover the entire sky. It didn't take long for rumbling to resound from the ocean of blood. At this moment, the entire forbidden area of the ominous territory was trembling. At the same time, countless demon beasts and human experts here were watching the battle. Yang Yi and Lian Banzwang had solemn expressions on their faces. The pressure coming from the ocean of blood was extremely terrifying. Just the aura felt extremely dangerous to Yang Yi. Lian Banzwang's face was extremely solemn as well. Even though all three of them in the sky were at the dualism realm, their true strength was at the rebirth realm. So, Yang Yi wasn't the only one who sensed danger, she too sensed danger. Yang Yi naturally didn't try to interfere. He couldn't interfere in a battle that was at such a level. If he were to forcefully interfere, it would only cause trouble for Blood Maiden. So, he had no choice but to just watch. The battle in the sky grew more and more intense, and even the sky and the ground here had started to tremble violently. The reason it felt like that was because the ground and space here were trembling violently. It was a truly shocking scene. Meanwhile, worry had appeared in Yan Ye's eyes. He was naturally worried about Blood Maiden. He was very close with the sisters from the Nether Pavilion, and Blood Maiden was quite good to him. Moreover, if she lost, then who would send him out of this place? Those two fellows from the large world? That would be impossible. If Blood Maiden loses the battle, they may even kill him and Lian Banzwang. So, Blood Maiden could absolutely not lose. Unfortunately, he could do nothing to help. A battle at this level wasn't something he could interfere in at all. Lian Banzwang spoke in a low voice. Which side will win? Yang Yi fell silent. If it was a one-on-one battle, then he had no doubt that Blood Maiden would be the strongest. However, it was a two-on-one battle. Moreover, the biggest problem was that Blood Maiden was suppressing her cultivation. She had to divide a portion of her strength to suppress her cultivation while dealing with two rebirth realm experts. That was extremely disadvantageous to her. The battle grew more and more intense. Yang Yi noticed that cracks had actually appeared in space. Even though those cracks were very fine like strands of hair, they were there. Is the space here going to collapse? Yang Yi wasn't the only one who had such thoughts. Lian Banzwang's eyes were filled with shock when she witnessed this scene. The space here was extraordinarily strong, but the battle between those three fellows had actually been able to crack the space here. Even though the damage wasn't severe, it was very likely that the space here would collapse if the battle carried on. Around an hour later. Crack! A loud and clear crack resounded through the entire forbidden area of the ominous territory. After that, Yang Yi and Lian Banzwang watched with astonishment as the space and the entire sky cracked apart. Crack after crack started spreading swiftly towards the surroundings, and it seemed like an astounding spiderweb. Meanwhile, Lian Banzwang spoke solemnly. Trouble is coming! Sure enough, as soon as she finished speaking, a terrifying wave of pressure suddenly appeared in the surroundings. Yan Ye's figure instantly curved before the pressure, and he was almost pressed flat on the ground. What's that? Yang Yi was shocked, and he hurriedly released his sword intent and slaughter intent. As soon as those two intents appeared around him, his body finally recovered slowly. However, the pressure still pressed down upon him to the point that he felt slightly suffocated. Meanwhile, Lian Banzwang suddenly pointed up towards the sky. Look over there! Yan Yi looked along the direction she pointed towards. At this moment, a huge eye suddenly appeared there. The Eye of the Heaven Tao. This Eye of the Heaven Tao was quite similar to the Eye of the Heaven Tao that Yan Yi had seen in the past. However, it was much larger than them. At this moment, the battle in the sky had stopped. Regardless of whether it was Di Jiang or Zhang Yuan, both had a wisp of seriousness and fear in their eyes. Not to mention the current strength they possessed. Even if they possessed the strength they had at their prime, they still wouldn't dare to go against that Eye of the Heaven Tao. There wasn't any seriousness on Blood Maiden's face, and there was only a trace of caution in her eyes. All three of them didn't attack. The reason they didn't attack was naturally because they were afraid it would attract the attention of the Eye of the Heaven Tao, causing it to target them. Regardless of whether it was Di Jiang's group or Blood Maiden, it would definitely be a calamity for them if the Eye of the Heaven Tao targeted them. Suddenly, 5 multicolored bolts of lightning surged out from the Eye of the Heaven Tao, and they shot down towards the 5 people here. It was naturally Blood Maiden, Di Jiang, Zhan Yuan, Yan Yi, and Lian Banzwang. Yan Yi's eyelids twitched at the sight of this. What the heck? I didn't even offend it. Suddenly, a ray of white light surged out from Yan Yi's chest. The white light dispersed, and Little Sky appeared by Yan Yi's side. Yan Yi was stunned. He was just about to speak when Little Sky suddenly looked up at the Eye of the Heaven Tao. After that, she waved at the Eye of the Heaven Tao and smiled playfully. Hello? Little Sky. Long time no see. Wow, you've actually become so huge. Congratulations. Yan Yi was at a loss for words. Chapter 1494 Law and Order. Everyone gazed at Little Sky with disbelief. That little girl is greeting the Eye of the Heaven Tao? However, what happened next made their jaws almost drop to the ground. Because the descending divine lightning suddenly stopped, and then all of it returned to the Eye of the Heaven Tao. After that, the Eye of the Heaven Tao actually moved slightly in the sky. If one treated it as a head, then it was nodding. In other words, it was replying to her greeting. Everyone here was stunned. Especially Yang Yi. The Eye of the Heaven Tao is actually greeting her. Meanwhile, Little Sky suddenly floated up towards the Eye of the Heaven Tao. Yang Yi quickly stopped her when he saw her do that. Little Sky grinned at him. Don't worry. Little Sky is very kind. It won't harm me. Kind. While Yang Yi was stunned on the spot again, Little Sky had arrived before the Eye of the Heaven Tao. After that, she stretched out her hand and touched it. Not only did it show no signs of resisting, it seemed very happy instead. Di Jiang and Zhao Yun weren't the only ones who were extremely shocked by this. Even Blood Maiden was surprised. The Eye of the Heaven Tao. In the hearts of all cultivators, it was an absolutely terrifying existence. Even Rebirth Realm experts didn't dare to look down on the Eye of the Heaven Tao. Or it should be said that they feared the Eye of the Heaven Tao. Especially an Eye of the Heaven Tao like this one, which was comparable to the Eye of the Heaven Tao in the large world. Such an Eye of the Heaven Tao could kill Rebirth Realm experts. Even they didn't dare to get close to the Eye of the Heaven Tao. However, they hadn't imagined that a young girl would actually greet the Eye of the Heaven Tao. Moreover, they couldn't believe their eyes when they saw that young girl actually dared to touch it. But the even more inconceivable part was that the Eye of the Heaven Tao actually allowed her to touch it. It was the Eye of the Heaven Tao. Di Jiang and Zhan Yuan's eyes were filled with bewilderment, and a trace of vigilance, as they gazed at Little Sky. Blood Maiden's eyes were similarly filled with bewilderment. Obviously, even she had never witnessed something like this. In the sky, Little Sky touched the Eye of the Heaven Tao and spoke softly. Little Sky, all 3 of them are very strong, and you're definitely unable to defeat them if they join forces. Even if you succeed, you'll definitely be injured. So, just ignore them and let them fight. Alright? The Eye of the Heaven Tao suddenly emanated a faint ray of light, and it seemed to be talking to her. A moment of silence ensued before Little Sky suddenly turned to look at Blood Maiden and the others. It can ignore you, but you can't destroy the space here. So, if you want to fight, then jointly create a pocket of space, and then fight there. That's not a problem, right? Dejiang took a deep and long glance at Little Sky, and then he said, "We don't have a problem with that." They naturally didn't have a problem. If they did and the Eye of the Heaven Dao attacked them, then they would be in trouble. They wouldn't fear it at any other time because while they didn't dare to destroy it, it couldn't do anything to them as well. After all, this Eye of the Heaven Dao was only comparable to the Eye of the Heaven Dao in the large world, and there was still a small gap between them. Yet now, Blood Maiden was here too. If she joined forces with it, then they wouldn't have a chance to win at all. Little Sky nodded, and then she gazed at Blood Maiden. Blood Maiden glanced at her as well and spoke indifferently. "No problem." Little Sky sized up Blood Maiden. "You're really amazing. You've actually developed your blood domain to such an extent." Blood Maiden looked Little Sky in the eyes. "You're really amazing too. I can't even see through you." Little Sky chuckled, and then she turned to look at the Eye of the Heaven Dao. Meanwhile, the Eye of the Heaven Dao suddenly looked down at Yan Yi. Yan Yi's eyelids twitched at the sight of this. Did it notice my blood sentence? Sure enough, Little Sky suddenly floated down to him, and then she lightly tapped his forehead. In an instant, a character floated up from Yan Yi's forehead. The Eye of the Heaven Dao instantly started trembling at the sight of it, and it seemed to be about to attack Yan Yi. Little Sky asked, "You killed an Eye of the Heaven Dao in the past?" Yan Yi nodded. He couldn't deny it because that character was the proof of it. A moment of silence ensued, and then Little Sky suddenly grabbed the character above Yan Yi. Yan Yi watched with astonishment as she actually managed to grab it, and then she rubbed it lightly, causing it to instantly transform into blood-red threads which vanished in the air. Little Sky patted her hands together and looked up at the Eye of the Heaven Dao. She waved at it and said, Little Sky, you can leave. They'll come visit when I have the time." The Eye of the Heaven Dao moved down and up a little, and then it gradually became ethereal. In the blink of an eye, it vanished in midair. Once the Eye of the Heaven Dao vanished, Blood Maiden took a deep and long glance at Little Sky, and then she turned to look at Dejiang and Zhan Yuan. She didn't waste her breath, and she just transformed into a ray of blood-red light that shot up into the air. Dejiang and Zhan Yuan glanced at Little Sky, and then they transformed into beams of light that shot up into the sky. It didn't take long for the space here to start trembling again. However, it was much weaker. Obviously, they'd created a pocket of space as their battlefield. Meanwhile, Little Sky was about to return into the primordial pagoda, but Yan Yi stopped her. Yan Yi asked, "You know the Eye of the Heaven Dao?" Little Sky nodded. "I do. I used to play with it a lot. It's really fun. It's able to release a huge amount of lightning, and they are even in all sorts of colors. The Eye of the Heaven Dao is fun." Yan Yi's face twitched, and then he laughed bitterly. "Since you knew it, then why didn't you tell me? It's guarding that door. Since you know it, then don't you just have to say the word and it'll let us pass through? I only recalled just now." Little Sky had a slightly innocent expression on her face. "I only recalled that when I sensed it just now." Yan Yi gazed at her for a long time before he asked, "Have you really lost your memories?" "Yes." Little Sky nodded. "But if I've encountered them in the past, then I recall many things when I see them. But if I don't encounter them, then I can't recall anything. Oh my, it's all because I went to sleep. I can't keep sleeping from now on." Yan Yi said, "Little Sky, who are you?" He was really extremely curious about her identity and background. She was truly too mysterious. She could be friends with the Eye of the Heaven Dao. In short, she was a mystery. Little Sky blinked when she heard Yang Yi. "I'll tell you when I remember, alright?" Yang Yi glanced at her and nodded. "Alright." As soon as he finished speaking, he hesitated for a moment and said, "Can you make that Eye of the Heaven Dao help my friend?" If Blood Maiden had the Eye of the Heaven Dao's help, she would definitely win. Little Sky shook her head. "I can't." Yan Yi was puzzled. "Why?" She explained. Little Sky is the Eye of the Heaven Dao. It represents a form of law and order. Since it's law and order, it has to be fair. If it arbitrarily interferes in the battles of humans, then the consequences would be unimaginable. Because at that time, it would represent that the law and order here were in chaos. So, it won't interfere in the battles between the races in this universe. Yang Yi said, but I heard that the Eye of the Heaven Tao is controlled by some powers in some worlds. How do you explain that? She replied, not every place has law and order. Or perhaps, it can be said that when a power's strength surpasses the Eye of the Heaven Tao, they may stand high above it and create a new form of law and order. However, there are no powers like that in this universe. Even if the Eye of the Heaven Tao in some small worlds may work together with some powers, it's on the basis that the person they are targeting is someone who'd committed a serious crime. You're a good example. If you were the one fighting those two fellows just now, Little Sky would have definitely made you its prime target. Yang Yi felt speechless. Little Sky continued, there's another reason why I made it leave. Those two fellows are very strong, and that woman is extremely strong too. If they join forces, it'll be extremely dangerous for Little Sky. But that fool never uses its brain on most occasions. So, I had no choice but to help it. Now, everyone has made a compromise. Once he heard this, Yang Yi understood why she'd come out here. She was worried that Blood Maiden and the others would join forces against the Eye of the Heaven Tao. Actually, it was possible. Because the Eye of the Heaven Tao had immediately attacked everyone here. So, they may join forces to deal with it first. Just as Little Sky had said, if Blood Maiden and those two experts from the large world joined forces, then dealing with that Eye of the Heaven Tao would really not be a huge problem. Yang Yi looked up at the sky and said, who do you think will win? Little Sky spoke as if it was obvious. That woman, of course. Yang Yi gazed at her. Why? Little Sky shrugged. I don't know. In any case, I think she'll win. Moreover, it probably won't take very long. Alright, I'm going back in to enjoy myself. Be careful. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure shot into Yang Yi's chest. Bang! Suddenly, the entire area shook violently like a huge explosion had occurred. Yang Yi was shocked and hurriedly looked up. He saw a woman walking down slowly from the sky, and there were two pillars of blood surging incessantly towards her from the area behind her. It was Blood Maiden, of course. Yang Yi asked, where are they? She replied, see those two pillars of blood behind me? Yang Yi glanced at them. At this moment, they were ceaselessly surging down from the sky and entering Blood Maiden. Blood Maiden added, it's their blood. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Blood Maiden said, I can't suppress my cultivation any longer. I have to advance right now. Protect me and don't let anyone disturb me. All right? Yang Yi hurriedly patted his chest and guaranteed, don't worry, no one can disturb you while I'm here. Protecting her was naturally not a problem for him right now. Those two Rebirth Realm experts were dead, so no demon beast or human expert would dare to come here now. Blood Maiden nodded slightly, and then she slowly closed her eyes. After that, her aura suddenly started to become violent. Obviously, she was going to charge into the Rebirth Realm. However, a gray-robed old man suddenly appeared in the sky. The gray-robed old man's gaze descended onto Blood Maiden. Sure enough, it's as the Oracle expected. You would absorb their blood. Ha! The blood of two Rebirth Realm experts is extremely pure. No wonder you aren't able to suppress your cultivation anymore. Meanwhile, Blood Maiden glanced at the gray-robed old man. But it only took a moment for her to withdraw her gaze. After that, she gazed at Yang Yi. Remember what you just said? As soon as she finished speaking, she paused for a moment and added, men should keep their word. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Chapter 1495 A Clear Conscience. Yang Yi instantly revealed a bitter expression when he heard her. Had thought that once those two Rebirth Realm experts from the large world were killed, there would be no other human or demon beast here that could pose a threat to them. After all, Blood Maiden was known throughout this place, and the humans and demon beasts here would definitely not dare to come here. However, he hadn't expected that another old man would suddenly arrive here. Obviously, since the old man dared to come here, he was definitely at the rebirth realm at least. Moreover, since he'd come by himself, his strength was definitely superior to those two from before. Stop a rebirth realm expert? Yang Yi laughed bitterly. Can I even do that? He hadn't tried, but he was very well aware that his chances of success were absolutely slim. The old man didn't even spare a glance at Yang Yi. His gaze was constantly locked onto Blood Maiden. Blood Maiden, we've been waiting a long time for you to charge into the rebirth realm. We even didn't hesitate to sacrifice 2 people so that you could absorb their blood, and then advance into the rebirth realm. You didn't disappoint us. As expected, you couldn't resist the temptation before you and absorb their blood. It was a trap. At this point, Yang Yi realized that those 2 fellows had actually been sent here to die. The large world had sacrificed them to make Blood Maiden absorb their blood, and then become unable to suppress her cultivation further. However, there was one thing he didn't really understand. Yang Yi looked up at the old man. There's something I don't understand. Why did you choose to sacrifice 2 rebirth realm experts? You could have just joined forces against her. Why sacrifice 2 rebirth realm experts? The 3 of us? The old man shook his head. You don't know how strong she is. You know. No less than 7 rebirth realm experts joined forces against her all those years ago, but do you know what the outcome was? She killed 5 of them on her own, and the remaining 2 were heavily injured. They died not too long after the battle. So, not to mention the 3 of us, even 5 rebirth realm experts may not be able to kill her. Yang Yi gasped when he heard this. 7 rebirth realm experts. She actually killed 7 rebirth realm experts on her own. How heaven-defying was that? Yang Yi wasn't the only one who was shocked. Lian Banzwang was extremely shocked as well. She knew Blood Maiden was very strong, and it was obvious from how Blood Maiden had killed that demon beast all those years ago. But she hadn't expected Blood Maiden's strength to be that terrifying. She's killed 7 rebirth realm experts on her own. The rebirth realm. Not the dualism realm. Killing 7 rebirth realm experts on her own was absolutely terrifying. Meanwhile, the old man continued. So, even if we knew where she was, and we knew where the other women from the Nether Pavilion are, we still didn't send any dualism and rebirth realm experts down here. Because even 10 rebirth realm experts would probably be insufficient to kill them. After all, besides the 1 stand 2 ND Hall Masters, those eyes of their 3 RD Hall Master are extremely terrifying as well. The 3 RD Hall Master. He was referring to Blind Maiden, of course. Actually, Yang Yi was very curious about Blind Maiden's eyes as well. However, he hadn't asked. Because he felt that it was quite rude to ask. Now that he heard the old man speak about it, he knew that her eyes weren't ordinary. Otherwise, a rebirth realm expert would display such fear towards it. Meanwhile, the old man added, sacrificing 2 rebirth realm experts will make her unable to suppress her cultivation. Once that happens, then not to mention a rebirth realm expert, even a dualism realm expert can kill her. Because if she wants to advance, she must make a trip through the cycle of reincarnation. She can't move throughout that process. Just like this very moment. She has entered her own cycle of reincarnation. While it would only be a process for someone with her strength and mental strength, and shall even be able to recover in 2 hours or so. However, so long as she does enter her cycle of reincarnation, it would only take a breath of time for me to kill her. The old man chuckled at this point. So long as she's dead, killing those others from the Nether Pavilion will be much easier. Yang Yi finally came to a complete understanding. Just as Nether Maiden had said in the past, the experts from the large world weren't fools. Besides the fact that their cultivations would be suppressed, the reason they hadn't sent true experts down to the lower dimensions was that they feared Blood Maiden and the 1 SD Hall Master of the Nether Pavilion. So, their main objective was Blood Maiden. They hadn't hesitated to wait until now and even send 2 experts to their deaths, just to kill Blood Maiden. All of it was done for the sake of killing Blood Maiden. Yan Yi could imagine how much those experts of the large world feared Blood Maiden. Actually, it made sense. After all, she possessed the might of a domain. It's over now! The old man suddenly shook his head and waved his hand, causing a wave of energy to shoot down towards Blood Maiden. Right as that wave of energy shot towards Blood Maiden, a ray of sword energy tore through the air and struck it, and the wave of energy was instantly obliterated. At the same time, Yang Yi appeared in front of her. He would naturally not just watch as the old man killed her. If he chose to stand by idly now, then even he would look down on himself. It was like how Nether Maiden and the others hadn't just watched as White Deer Academy was destroyed by the joint forces of the evil faction and the other powers in the Radiant Dimension. At that time, they could have stood by idly and allowed the destruction of White Deer Academy, but Nether Maiden and the others hadn't done that. Why? Because they treated Yang Yi as their friend. Now, Blood Maiden was in trouble, so how could he just stand by idly? He didn't dare guarantee that he could stop the old man. But he would try his best. Only then would he have a clear conscience. Lian Banzwang hesitated for a moment, and then she went over to Yan Yi's side. She could choose to leave, but she hadn't. Because she was very well aware that if she wanted to leave this place, then she had to stay with Yan Yi and Blood Maiden. Yan Yi and Blood Maiden were the only ones here who could leave this place. She had a very good chance of leaving if she stayed with them. But if she left right now, she would be trapped here forever. She was gambling. For the sake of her freedom, she was gambling with her life. Yan Yi glanced at Lian Banzwang and remained silent. He naturally understood her intentions. But help was exactly what he needed right now. She was a dualism realm expert, and was even stronger than him. So if he had her help, he would have a better chance at keeping the old man busy until Blood Maiden woke up. Otherwise, it was truly difficult for him to keep a rebirth realm expert busy on his own. Even if his overall strength was much stronger than before, he was still facing a rebirth realm expert. Even though the old man had been suppressed to the dualism realm, his mental state belonged to an expert at the rebirth realm, and it was just his cultivation which had been suppressed. So, the old man's mastery in battle hadn't vanished at all. So, he couldn't treat the old man as a dualism realm expert. He had to treat the old man as a rebirth realm expert. The old man suddenly started to chuckle when he saw Yang Yi and Lian Banzwang protecting Blood Maiden. I never expected I would personally encounter a situation where ants tried to stop me. But it's fine. Since both of you are with her, your relationship is definitely not normal. As far as we're concerned, everyone related to the Nether Pavilion deserves death. As soon as he finished speaking, he pressed his right hand down slowly. Just that action made Yang Yi and Lian Banzwang's expressions become extremely solemn. Because they felt like the sky was about to collapse. A wisp of coldness flashed through Yang Yi's eyes. He flipped his palm, and the ancient sheath appeared in his grasp. There was a sword within the sheath. After that, he drew the sword and swung it. Oem! A sword howl resounded, and then a ray of sword energy shot up into the air. Two overlapped heavenlands. At his present realm of cultivation, executing two overlapped heavenlands was absolutely easy. Moreover, his current physical strength and cultivation made the might of his overlapped heavenlands much stronger than before. A sword howl resounded, and a ray of sword energy shot through the air. The pressure from the old man instantly vanished, and the sword energy didn't slow down at all and instantly arrived before the old man. Surprise flashed through the old man's eyes when he saw Yang Yi's attack. Your sword technique isn't bad. Unfortunately, you're too weak. If you could overlap 5, then perhaps it would be a slight threat to me. Unfortunately, you can't. As soon as he finished speaking, he stretched out his right hand and waved it lightly. In an instant, Yang Yi's sword energy was obliterated. How strong! Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly from the sight of this, and his eyes were filled with an extremely solemn expression. Actually, he hadn't had any wishful thoughts that his attack could harm the old man at all. But he hadn't expected his attack to be destroyed with such ease. It had truly been absolutely easy, and the old man didn't seem to have used any strength at all. Now, he understood the gap between him and a rebirth realm expert. If the old man's cultivation hadn't been suppressed, he might not even have the ability to fight back. Even though it was quite a blow to his confidence, it was a fact. However, Yan Yi couldn't retreat. Once he did, it represented that blind maiden would die. If there was no one to protect, he would have to flee when he couldn't win a battle. After all, only a fool wouldn't flee. However, he had someone to protect right now, so he had to fight even if he couldn't win. Meanwhile, the old man shook his head. Weak! Weak to the point that I'm not interested in fighting you. Yan Yi took a deep breath, and then his profound energy started surging madly. A moment later, his figure transformed into a ray of light that shot towards the old man. A wisp of ridicule arose on the corners of the old man's mouth, and then he waved his right hand. A wave of invisible energy rippled forward, and it instantly blasted Yan Yi around 3 kilometers away. Lian Banzwang didn't stand by idly, of course. Shed charged at the old man as well. Yan Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and his profound energy surged madly. At the same time, his quasi-returnal rank sword intent and slaughter intent surged like a torrent into the sword precursor. A moment later, Yan Yi closed his eyes. At the moment Yan Yi closed his eyes, the old man's expression suddenly changed drastically, and then he swiftly looked towards Yan Yi. Crack! A clear and loud crack resounded. The space around Yan Yi had cracked apart. Chapter 1496 A Battle to the Death. The Rebirth Sword. At this moment, Yan Yi had executed the Rebirth Sword. Yan Yi was very well aware that the old man's strength far surpassed his own. So, he would only be making a fool of himself if he used an ordinary attack. Thus, Head immediately executed the Rebirth Sword which Head just mastered. The reason his attack could crack space apart was that Head enhanced it with quasi-returnal rank sword intent and slaughter intent. The two intents had caused its might to multiply numerous times. When the old man recovered from his shock and gazed at Yan Yi, the sword in Yan Yi's grasp had vanished. Bang! A loud explosion resounded in front of the old man, and then Lian Banzwang watched with shock as the old man was blasted around 10 kilometers away. Once the old man stopped himself, he stretched open his palm, and there was a sword at the center of it. The sword had stabbed through the old man's palm, and it wasn't sitting still there. It was still spinning at high speeds. Moreover, it was moving forward, inch by inch, into the old man's palm. It didn't take long for the sword to shoot through the old man's palm. A string of blood sprayed from the old man's right shoulder. The sword precursor had the sword spirit within it, so it instantly transformed into a ray of light that flew back into Yan Yi's grasp. A moment of silence ensued, and then a wisp of blood flowed out from the corner of the old man's mouth. Even though the attack had merely pierced through the old man's palm and shoulder, the force within the sword had instantly shot through the old man's entire body when it came into contact with his palm. So, it hadn't just injured the old man's palm and shoulder, it had even injured him internally. The old man gazed at Yan Yi. Truly unbelievable. I was actually injured by a semi-deity. Yan Yi glanced at his sword and said, Unfortunately, I wasn't able to kill you. Since you're alive, you'll have to suffer now. Kill me? The old man was stunned, and then he shook his head and chuckled. How laughable! A semi-deity actually wants to kill me? How absurd! The old man was about to speak when Yan Yi suddenly closed his eyes. A moment later, Yan Yi's sword vanished once more. The old man's expression changed, and he swiftly slapped his left palm forward. Bang! An explosion resounded before the old man was blasted away once more. This time, a hole appeared in the old man's left palm, and it went all the way through his left shoulder. At this moment, both of the old man's palms and shoulders were bleeding. Yan Yi shook his head. What a pity. 2 attacks. Once he attained the semi-deity realm, the volume of profound energy he possessed was sufficient to execute the Rebirth Sword twice. Head intentionally launched a surprise attack while talking just now. Unfortunately, the old man's reaction speed was too swift. So, the sword which was aimed at the old man's heart had been stopped by the old man's left palm. Now, he didn't have the strength to execute the rebirth sword again. The old man glanced at his left palm, and then he looked up at Yang Yi. "You've really surprised me. Needless to say, I was blind this time. If it was an ordinary dualism realm expert in my place, then even if those 2 attacks of yours couldn't kill that expert, it would heavily injure that expert. Unfortunately, I'm not at the dualism realm. Now your profound energy has been exhausted. Do you have any other moves?" Yang Yi flipped his palm and put both the ancient sheath and sword precursor away. After that, he stomped his right foot down, and the space below him instantly started trembling violently while his figure vanished on the spot. He was in front of the old man when his figure appeared once more, and he didn't waste his breath and just slammed his fist at the old man. A wisp of ridicule curled up on the corners of the old man's mouth. He clenched his injured right fist and similarly slammed a punch at Yang Yi. Boom! As soon as their fists came into contact, an explosion resounded. At the same time, Yang Yi was blasted very far away. At the same time, Lian Banzwang immediately appeared in front of the old man, and the multicolored ribbon in her right grasp swept down at the old man. At the moment she swung the ribbon, it transformed into a pillar of multicolored light that instantly appeared above the old man. A wisp of ferocity flashed through the old man's eyes, and then a terrifying aura surged out explosively from within him. Bang! Lian Banzwang's ribbon was blasted into pieces while she herself was slammed over 3 kilometers away. At the moment that Lian Banzwang had been blasted away, Yang Yi suddenly appeared before the old man, and he slammed his fist forward again. The old man refused to display any weakness, and he slammed his fist against Yang Yi's fist. Bang! Yang Yi was instantly blasted over 3 kilometers away. "Your strength isn't bad." Meanwhile, the old man suddenly spoke. "Unfortunately, it's still too weak for me. It's time to put an end to all of this. You..." The old man stopped abruptly because Yang Yi had suddenly appeared in front of him again, and then another punch slammed down at him. At the same time, Lian Banzwang charged at the old man. "You're courting death." The old man clenched his right fist and slammed it forward. Bang! A loud explosion resounded. As expected, Yang Yi was blasted away again, and the impact even blasted away Lian Banzwang's approaching figure. However, every single time he was blasted away, Yang Yi charged over to the old man again. As the old man fought, he suddenly noticed that Yang Yi's physical strength and defenses had actually far surpassed his expectations. It wasn't just that, even Yang Yi's recovery had far surpassed his expectations. As far as he was concerned, Yang Yi was definitely injured every single time he punched Yang Yi away. However, as the battle dragged on, he noticed that Yang Yi seemed to be completely unharmed. Meanwhile, Yang Yi arrived in front of him again. Just like before, Yang Yi slammed his fist at the old man. The old man subconsciously slammed his fist at Yang Yi. There was a strange expression in Yang Yi's eyes when he saw the old man's fist approach him again. Boom! Crack! As soon as their fists collided, something unexpected occurred. While Yang Yi was blasted away again, the old man's entire arm was actually blasted away. At the same time, the powerful force within Yang Yi's punch pushed the old man around 300 m back. Elemental Breaker. It was the Elemental Breaker, of course. The reason Yang Yi hadn't executed it right away was because he wanted to numb the old man to his attacks. He wanted the old man to put down his guard. Because the old man had been extremely vigilant in the beginning. If Head executed the Elemental Breaker technique while the old man was vigilant, then it would have definitely been incapable of causing any material effect. He could only take the old man by surprise with the Elemental Breaker technique if the old man had put down his guard. Sure enough, Yang Yi had succeeded. Head blasted off the old man's arm with just one punch. The old man had an extremely ferocious expression on his face right now, and he looked up at Yang Yi. Needless to say, had been tricked by the ant who stood before him. It was an embarrassment. A huge embarrassment. Because had actually been repeatedly injured by a semi-deity. It'll tear you into pieces! As soon as he finished speaking, the old man transformed into a ray of light that shot towards Yang Yi. Everywhere he passed, even space started to warp. Lian Banzhuang's expression changed slightly from the sight of this, and she hurriedly said, "Watch out!" Bang! As soon as she finished speaking, Yang Yi was blasted away. However, it didn't take long for him to stop. At this moment, there was a casket lid in his grasp. Lian Banzhuang heaved a sigh of relief when she saw the casket lid. After all, the consequences would have been unimaginable if Yang Yi didn't have that casket lid. Lian Banzhuang wasn't the only one who heaved a sigh of relief. Yang Yi had done the same. Fortunately, he had the casket lid. Otherwise, he would have been crippled even if he could escape death. Because even with the casket lid, he felt like his entire body had cracked open. His body was at the undying realm, and had even cultivated the undying elemental body. So, his body was even much stronger than the rock titans at Rock Mountain. However, his body was still cracked open after he used the casket lid to protect himself. Obviously, if he didn't have the casket lid, then the old man's full strength was very likely to have blasted Yang Yi into pieces. Even though the old man had been suppressed to the dualism realm, his strength wasn't something that a dualism realm expert could come close to. Lian Banzhuang was at the dualism realm too, but she was completely suppressed by the old man. Perhaps the old man was inferior to Blood Maiden, but he was much stronger than Yang Yi and Lian Banzhuang. Fortunately, Yang Yi had no intention to kill the old man. He only sought to keep the old man busy. So long as he succeeded in keeping the old man busy until Blood Maiden regained her consciousness, then his side would be victorious. Yang Yi took a deep breath when he thought up to this point, and then he started to use the bit of profound energy had recovered to repair his body. He had energy pearls, so he could restore all his profound energy in an instant, but it wasn't the time to use it. The old man's gaze descended onto the shield Yang Yi was using. He hadn't expected his lethal blow to be actually stopped by that casket lid. Based on his current realm of cultivation, it wouldn't be that easy to kill Yang Yi while Yang Yi had the casket lid. Their plan was guaranteed success, yet now, a problem had appeared in their plan. The old man glanced at Blood Maiden. He was very well aware that if she woke up, then not to mention killing her, even he would die here. Suddenly, something unexpected occurred. The space above the old man suddenly shook slightly, and then a middle-aged man with a spear in his grasp appeared above the old man. The old man gazed at the middle-aged man, and a wisp of surprise flashed through his eyes. "Yu Ming, what are you doing here?" The middle-aged man glanced at Blood Maiden and said, "The oracle said that you will encounter problems here, so she told me to stop fighting for that treasure and come here immediately. As expected, you really are having some trouble. She still isn't dead." Two rebirth realm experts. Both Yang Yi and Lian Banzhuang's face turned extremely unsightly. Suddenly, Lian Banzhuang turned around and transformed into a ray of multicolored light that vanished into the sky. Shed fled. Yang Yi's face grew even more unsightly. Chapter 1497 I'll kill you with 10 attacks. Actually, Yang Yi understood her decision. If it was just a single rebirth realm expert, then they had a chance to buy time until Blood Maiden woke up. However, there were 2 rebirth realm experts now. 2. It could be said that his side had no chance of winning. Under such circumstances, it was naturally very normal that Shed fled. After all, there was no connection between Lian Banzhuang and Blood Maiden, so she would definitely not give her life away for Blood Maiden. What should I do now? Fight too on my own? Or flee as well? Fleeing was naturally impossible. The old man had been infuriated during the previous battle, so the old man would definitely not allow him to escape. Moreover, not to mention whether he could flee, even if he could, once the old man killed Blood Maiden and came looking for him, how would he resist the joint forces of 2 rebirth realm experts? So, his goal right now was to wait until Blood Maiden regained her consciousness. Only then would he be able to survive. However, he couldn't even fight a rebirth realm expert in a one-on-one battle, let alone a 2-on-1 battle. When force couldn't resolve the problem, Yan Yi decided to use words. After all, discussion was a method to resolve problems as well. So, once he thought up to this point, Yan Yi gazed at the old man and middle-aged man, and he smiled. I think that we can sit down and have a chat. After all, more enmity is usually unable to resolve the prior enmity. Don't you think so too? The old man spoke gloomily. If you want to buy time, can you use more intelligent methods? Had been exposed. However, Yan Yi displayed no embarrassment, and he spoke seriously. Actually, I'm saying that for your own good. Do you really think she didn't make any other preparations? How laughable. Meanwhile, the old man laughed with ridicule. You actually want to use words against us at a time like this? Are you trying to insult us? Yan Yi was about to speak when the middle-aged man by the old man's side spoke abruptly. Don't waste more time. The important matter at hand is to deal with her. As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a ray of light that shot forward. A ferocious glow flashed through Yang Ye's eyes, and he raised the casket lid with both hands and slammed it forward. Boom! An explosion resounded as Yan Yi was blasted 3 kilometers back again. As for the middle-aged man, he was merely pushed around 300 m back. Even though the middle-aged man, Yu Ming, had the upper hand, there was a trace of disbelief in his eyes. You actually stopped my attack. He was shocked, of course. Because Yang Yi was just a semi-deity, and a semi-deity was simply weaker than an ant to experts at his level. Even if his cultivation and strength were suppressed, he still wasn't in existence that a semi-deity could resist. Or it should be said that even ordinary dualism realm experts couldn't fight him. However, Yang Yi had stopped his attack and wasn't injured by it. It didn't take long for Yu Ming's gaze to descend onto the casket lid in Yang Yi's grasp. A wisp of surprise flashed through his eyes. It's not ordinary at all. No wonder you were able to resist my attack. However, you won't be so lucky next time. As soon as he finished speaking, he shot towards Yang Yi again. This time, the old man didn't stand by idly and charged at Yang Yi as well. Obviously, they didn't want to waste time. 2 rebirth realm experts. Yang Yi took a deep breath while a wisp of resolve flashed through his eyes. A moment later, he flipped his palm, and a diagram appeared above him. As soon as the diagram appeared, the scene here changed. It didn't take long for them to appear within space. The stellar sword diagram. Yang Yi intended to use the stellar sword diagram. He had no other choice. If he didn't utilize it right now, then he would have no chance to win. He was very well aware that he couldn't resist the joint forces of 2 rebirth realm experts. He would be no match for them even with the help of the casket lid. Perhaps he could protect himself from them by hiding within the casket, but what about Blood Maiden? Yan Yi's eyes suddenly lit up when he thought up to this point. What should he do about Blood Maiden? He could hide her in the casket. However, it didn't take long for this thought of his to be discarded. If both he and Blood Maiden hid within the casket, then who would deal with these 2 rebirth realm experts? He couldn't allow Blood Maiden to be disturbed in the slightest right now. If they hid within the casket, and those 2 rebirth realm experts attacked the casket madly, then both he and Blood Maiden would really be finished. He could take the casket and run, but could he outrun them? He couldn't. So, at this moment, he had no choice but to go head-on against them. If he was going to go head-on against them, he had to use the stellar sword diagram. When the surroundings were transformed into an expanse of outer space, the old man and Yu Ming's faces became solemn. Obviously, they'd sensed danger. Meanwhile, Yu Ming gazed at Yang Yi and spoke in a low voice. This is Jian Wuji's stellar sword diagram. The old man's expression changed. He hadn't expected it to actually be the stellar sword diagram. It hadn't just displayed extraordinary strength in the lower dimensions, it was extremely renowned in the large world as well. Of course, it was because of Jian Wuji. When Jian Wuji arrived at the large world, had offended a powerful sect, and it ceaselessly dispatched experts to kill Jian Wuji and the sword god's pavilion that Jian Wuji had created. In the end, Jian Wuji went to that sect on his own and activated the stellar sword diagram there, enveloping that entire sect beneath it. The final outcome was quite amusing because they didn't fight. That sect, which had 8 rebirth realm experts, had chosen to surrender, and they swore on their souls that they wouldn't look for trouble with Jian Wuji and Sword God's Pavilion again. That battle raised Jian Wuji's reputation to a completely new level, and it was that battle which allowed the world to know of the stellar sword diagram. 8 rebirth realm experts didn't even have the courage to fight Jian Wuji and the diagram. How terrifying was it to be actually capable of doing that? At this moment, both of them hadn't expected it to be in Yan Ye's possession. The most terrifying part was that Yan Yi was a sword cultivator, and he could utilize it. So, they didn't dare act carelessly. If their cultivations weren't suppressed, then they wouldn't really fear it. After all, Yan Yi didn't possess the same realm of cultivation as Jian Wuji. Yet now, their cultivation and strength had been suppressed. So, they didn't dare act carelessly when facing Yan Yi, who could activate the stellar sword diagram. Yan Yi didn't hesitate at all, and he intended to activate it. He couldn't hesitate as well because losing lifespan was better than losing his life. Right when he was about to summon the stellar sword energy, 6 terrifying auras appeared here. Yan Yi was slightly stunned, and then he put the stellar sword diagram away, causing the surroundings to return to normal. Yan Yi was shocked when he saw the owners of those 6 auras because he actually knew 3 of them. They were Lian Banzwang, who just left, Demon Wu, who chased after him a while back, and the Lava Titan. As for the other 3, they were an old man in a luxurious robe, and 2 huge demon beasts. Yan Yi was stunned by this scene, and then he looked at Lian Banzwang. Lian Banzwang glanced at him. They are willing to help, but they have a request, and it's to make Blood Maiden take them with her. Of course, your agreement works as well. She hadn't forgotten that the mysterious young girl by Yan Ye's side was friends with the Eye of the Heaven Dao. Yan Yi immediately came to an understanding. Lian Banzwang hadn't fled, and she had gone to get help instead. It made sense because it could be considered her only chance to leave this place, so how could she possibly give up that easily? However, she was very well aware that just Yan Yi and her strength was utterly insufficient to deal with 2 rebirth realm experts. The only way they could resist 2 rebirth realm experts was by getting help. She knew that if she used an opportunity to leave as the bait, then many demon beasts and humans here wouldn't be able to refuse it. Sure enough, even Demon Wu, who had enmity with her, couldn't refuse such an opportunity. Yan Yi glanced at them and said, "I agree." He naturally had to agree. He didn't want to use the stellar sword diagram if possible. After all, losing lifespan was terrible. Demon Wu suddenly asked, "You can make decisions for her?" Yan Yi spoke indifferently. "She's my second sister." "What do you think?" "His second sister." Demon Wu's eyelids twitched. At the same time that he felt shocked, he felt slightly fearful. He hadn't expected Yan Yi to know Blood Maiden. If he was aware that Yan Yi knew Blood Maiden, then he wouldn't have gone to look for trouble with Yan Yi. After all, he didn't want Blood Maiden to look for trouble with him. Meanwhile, Yi Ming spoke abruptly. "We have no intention to become enemies with all of you. Our target is only Blood Maiden. As for leaving this place, so long as all of you don't interfere, we can help you leave." "You can help us leave?" Meanwhile, the old man in a luxurious robe laughed with ridicule. "How laughable! Do you think we're fools? If your cultivation wasn't suppressed, then I might believe you. But now your strength has been suppressed, so you can't fight the Eye of the Heaven Dao. Since both of you dared to come in here, you definitely have a way to get out. However, it's definitely not leaving by force, and it's some other special method. Such special methods will definitely not work on us. After all, we're being imprisoned here while both of you are outsiders. If you leave, the Eye of the Heaven Dao won't fight both of you until it dies. But if we try to leave, the Eye of the Heaven Dao will definitely do everything it can to stop us." When he spoke up to this point, he gazed at Blood Maiden. "We can only rely on her to leave. Because she can suppress the Eye of the Heaven Dao, just like the Unfettered One did." Yu Ming and the other man's expressions instantly turned unsightly. Because it was just as the old man in a luxurious robe had said. Both of them really were unable to fight the Eye of the Heaven Dao, nor did they dare to risk their lives against it. After all, if they forced it to detonate itself and mark them, then they would be finished. Because if such a powerful eye of the heaven Tao was forced to detonate itself and mark them, then they would definitely suffer a horrible death even if they returned to the large world. So, it wasn't realistic for them to think about suppressing the eye of the heaven Tao and taking these fellows out with them. A moment of silence ensued before Yu Ming suddenly took a step forward, and then he glanced at them. Since that's the case, then let's fight. Let me see how capable foreign prisoners like you are. I'll kill you with 10 attacks. Suddenly, a voice resounded. Everyone here was stunned, and they turned to look. Besides Yan Yi, the expressions of everyone else changed when they saw the person who spoke those words. It wasn't Blood Maiden! Chapter 1498. Do you want to die? Yan Yi turned to look, and he saw an old man walking slowly in their direction. The old man was extremely old, and his brows were already snow-white while wrinkles covered his face. It seemed like had experienced the passage of many centuries. Coupled with his hunched back, it made the old man seem extremely old. Lian Banzwang and the others had extremely solemn expressions on their faces when they saw the old man, and there was even a trace of fear in their eyes. Yan Yi had quite a solemn expression on his face because the old man felt unfathomable to him. Similarly, Yu Qing and the old man by his side had extremely solemn expressions on their faces. Obviously, the old man felt dangerous to them. Yan Yi asked Lian Banzwang, "Who is that?" Lian Banzwang spoke solemnly. "A very strong and mysterious person, but also a person who keeps a very low profile. He was the #1 expert here, but he fell into a deep slumber. So, that demon beast which Blood Maiden killed took his place. We don't know how strong he is, and only the unfettered one does." She gazed at Yan Yi and continued, "Do you know what the unfettered one said after fighting him?" Yan Yi asked curiously. "What?" "Very good," Lian Banzwang said. "He said very good. Moreover, he said that if that old man can overcome his own limits, then he would be willing to fight the old man again." "Very good." Yan Yi had a solemn expression on his face. After all, it wasn't easy to make the unfettered one say someone was not bad. Yan Yi gazed at the old man. It didn't take long for the old man to arrive here. The old man glanced at Yu Ming and said, "I haven't encountered many experts upon arriving at this universe of yours, but the experts I've encountered in this universe aren't few as well. Amongst those experts I've met, I only acknowledge 2 of them. No, it should be 2.5. One of them is that fellow, the unfettered one. His attainments in the sword Tao are extraordinary, and am far inferior to him. As for the other person, it's better not to mention that person." He gazed at Blood Maiden at this point, and then he continued, "As for the half, it's her. Her natural talent and ability to control the blood domain to such an extent is something I can't compare to." Meanwhile, Yu Ming spoke in a low voice. "Who are you?" "Who am I?" The old man chuckled. "Just as you've said, I'm just a prisoner." He gazed at Yan Yi at this point. "Young brother, I don't want to stay here any more as well. I'll help you and Blood Maiden stop them. So, can you take me along once she recovers and leaves?" "Of course." Yan Yi nodded. "But there's something I don't understand. Even your strength is insufficient to leave this place?" The old man chuckled and said, "I can. However, I'll die as soon as I leave." Yan Yi was puzzled. "Why?" The old man said. "We should have died all those years ago, but that existence was kind-hearted and spared us. Even though we didn't have to die, we were imprisoned here for eternity. As far as your universe is concerned, we're invaders and sinners. If we force our way out of this place, we'll be targeted by the Lord of the Heaven Tao of this universe. So, we need someone to keep us concealed. Only 2 people have such ability, and it's the unfettered one and her, Blood Maiden. Because both of them have comprehended a domain. They can utilize their domain to conceal our presence from the Lord of the Heaven Tao." At this moment, Yan Yi was finally sure. He was sure that they weren't from this universe. All of these people, including the man who gave him the undying elemental body technique and the old man beneath the pool of water, were not from this universe. They were from another universe. Or it should be said that besides a few locals of the ominous territory, everyone else here was from another universe. All of them had committed crimes. Just like the old man had said, they were invaders. Obviously, they failed, and they were imprisoned for it. Meanwhile, the old man added, even though I can defeat that eye of the heaven Tao here, I can't suppress it. Moreover, if I try to force my way out, then it'll fight me to the death. Perhaps it might even make more eyes of the heaven Tao to come here. However, Blood Maiden is different. If she recovers her strength at the rebirth realm, then she can completely suppress the eye of the heaven Tao with the combination of her strength and the strength of her blood domain. Yang Yi finally came to an understanding. They wanted to use Blood Maiden's blood domain. A domain could conceal their auras, so the Lord of the Heaven Tao of this universe wouldn't be able to detect them. Otherwise, even if they could escape this place, the Lord of the Heaven Tao would pursue them incessantly. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a few moments and said, I can agree on her behalf and promise that she'll take all of you out of here. However, once all of you leave this place, well, leave this universe of yours. The old man added, all those years ago, it was greed that caused us to fall to this state. Now we won't do it again. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He had definitely not thought about drawing them over to his side, because that was utterly impossible. Their strength was much stronger than his, so it was impossible for them to agree to follow him. Moreover, even if they did, he wouldn't dare to accept them. All of them were criminals. If the Lord of the Heaven Tao noticed their presence, then the consequences. He didn't know how strong the Lord of the Heaven Tao was, but since the old man was so afraid, he could imagine how terrifying the Lord of the Heaven Tao was. Yang Yi had no doubt that it was absolutely not an existence that he could resist. Go against the Lord of the Heaven Tao? He wasn't mad. So, it was best if they left this universe. However, Yang Yi also wondered if he would encounter any problems because he was helping them escape their prison. Fortunately, even if problems did arise, it would be Blood Maiden's business, and she would definitely be able to resolve that trouble. Suddenly, the old man standing in the distance spoke. Your name is Yang Yi, right? Yang Yi turned to look at the old man. What? The old man stared at Yang Yi for a long time and said, I never expected that our plan, which was guaranteed success, would actually fail because of you. Based on the natural talent and strength you possess, I presume it won't be long before you need to ascend to the large world. Unfortunately, my war pavilion just happens to be guarding it this time. Remember my words. The moment you ascend to the large world is the moment you, Yang Yi, will die. As soon as he finished speaking, both his and Yu Ming's figures started to become ethereal. They were rebirth realm experts, so they were no fools. They were very well aware that they couldn't kill Blood Maiden when facing the experts of the ominous territory. So, they decisively chose to flee. Because if they didn't, then they would definitely die once Blood Maiden woke up. Stop them! Yang Yi's expression changed when he noticed that they were trying to leave, and Yang Yi immediately drew his sword and swung it. His sword energy was extremely swift, and instantly arrived before Yu Ming and the old man. However, his sword energy just shot through them, and wasn't able to do anything. Yang Yi's face instantly became gloomy. It's impossible! The old man with a hunched back said. I can kill them if they stay and fight. However, if they flee, then I can't do anything to them. Because I can't leave this place, but it's absolutely easy for them to leave. Because they possess powerful spatial treasures that are able to travel through space with ease. Yang Yi fell silent for a short while, and then he shook his head and said, It's fine. If worse comes to worse, I'll just do as the Unfettered One and Jian Wuji did. I'll just fight my way up there. The old man glanced at Yang Yi and smiled. You're very confident. But you have the right to be confident. Yang Yi smiled. Actually, if it's possible, I don't want to be in the limelight. But in life, there are many things that are beyond our control. He glanced at the people here and cupped his fist. Everyone, I thank you on behalf of my second sister. Don't worry, I'll definitely fulfill my promise to all of you. Those two rebirth realm experts hadn't retreated because of him, they'd retreated because of these experts in front of Yan Yi. It could be said that if they hadn't come, then he would have no choice but to fight with his life on the line. He wouldn't take everyone out of this place, but he would definitely take them out of this place. After all, one couldn't be ungrateful. The old man smiled. He was about to speak when he suddenly looked at Blood Maiden. She's awake. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, Blood Maiden suddenly opened her eyes. At the same time, an invisible wave of energy rippled out from her. Yan Yi and the others were caught off guard, and they were pushed around 300 m away. As for the old man with a hunched back, he was pushed around 50 m away. The rebirth realm. Everyone here had an extremely solemn expression on their faces. Blood Maiden was no ordinary rebirth realm expert. She was already so terrifying at the dualism realm, so now that she'd attained the rebirth realm, her strength would be. Blood Maiden stood up, glanced at everyone here, and said, "Thank you." All of them nodded to display that it was nothing worth mentioning. Blood Maiden nodded slightly, and then she looked at Yan Yi. "I thought you would flee." Yan Yi was at a loss for words. Blood Maiden added, "They have good judgment skills. Since you call me second sister, then I want try to be courteous about it." She glanced at the others and continued, "Let's go." As soon as she finished speaking, Blood Maiden stretched her hands forward, and then pulled them in opposite directions. Just like that, the space before her was torn open, and it didn't take long for a spatial rift to appear here. Meanwhile, little sky, the eye of the heaven Tao, appeared in the sky above them. After that, a wave of pressure rained down upon them. Lian Banzwang and the others became extremely vigilant when they saw the eye of the heaven Tao. Blood Maiden glanced at it for a few moments, and then she stretched her right hand forward. In an instant, a veil of blood enveloped the eye of the heaven Tao. Meanwhile, the eye of the heaven Tao suddenly started to tremble violently. Yan Yi's expression changed drastically at the sight of that. Because that eye of the heaven Tao intended to detonate itself. Blood Maiden frowned as well. Obviously, she hadn't expected the eye of the heaven Tao to actually intend to detonate itself. Little sky! Stop this instant! Suddenly, a voice resounded from Yan Yi's chest, and then Little Sky appeared before them. As soon as Little Sky appeared, the eye of the heaven Tao immediately stopped trying to detonate itself. Little Sky instantly heaved a sigh of relief, and then she turned to look at Blood Maiden. "Do you want to die?" Chapter 1499 Little Sky. Get help! Yan Yi was stunned as well. He hadn't expected Little Sky to provoke Blood Maiden. Little Sky usually had a very good temper, but she clearly seemed to be angry right now. Blood Maiden gazed at Little Sky and remained silent. Meanwhile, Little Sky walked over to Blood Maiden and looked her in the eyes. "You think that you're very strong?" Blood Maiden refused to show any weakness. "I think I'm not bad." Little Sky gazed at Blood Maiden for a short while, and then she nodded. "Since you think you're very strong, then let me see how strong you are." As soon as she finished speaking, she looked up at Little Sky. Little Sky! Get help! Get help! Everyone here was stunned when they heard this. The eye of the heaven Tao has help? Suddenly, the eye of the heaven Tao in the sky trembled violently, and then the space beside it cracked open. It didn't take long for an eye to emerge from that rift in space. An eye of the heaven Tao! An eye of the heaven Tao that was around the same size as Little Sky emerged from that rift in space. However, that wasn't the end of it. More and more eyes of the heaven Tao emerged from that spatial rift. In just a little over a dozen breaths of time, the sky was filled with over 100 eyes of the heaven Tao. At this moment, the entire sky was covered in them. Wave after wave of pressure swept out from them. How terrifying was the pressure emanated from over 100 eyes of the heaven Tao. In any case, even dualism realm experts weren't able to endure the pressure. Besides Blood Maiden, the bodies of everyone else here had gradually bent down, including the old man with the hunched back. However, he was in a comparatively better condition when compared to Lian Banzwang and the others. He wasn't in such an embarrassing state. As for Yan Yi, had raised the casket lid above himself, so he was in a slightly better condition than Lian Banzwang and the others. At this moment, the expressions of everyone here had changed. Their faces were unsightly. Over 100 eyes of the Heaven Tao. If all of the eyes of the Heaven Tao attacked at once, then not to mention destroying the ominous territory, it was even possible for them to destroy the entire lower dimensions. These eyes of the Heaven Tao were weaker than the eye of the Heaven Tao in the large world. However, they were definitely much stronger than the eyes of the Heaven Tao in medium-sized worlds. So, not to mention a single rebirth realm expert, even 10 rebirth realm experts may not necessarily be able to resist them. Blood Maiden's eyes instantly narrowed slightly when she saw over 100 eyes of the Heaven Tao. Obviously, she hadn't expected such a scene as well. Little Sky glanced at Lian Banzwang and the others. Defy the heavens? You humans always speak about defying the heavens, but all of you don't know how tiny you are. When the heavens really decide to take all of you seriously, can you afford to go against the heavens? You can't. She gazed at Blood Maiden and continued. Are around 100 enough? If you think they aren't enough, Little Sky can call another 100 over. This universe has thousands of medium worlds and numerous hidden worlds. Little Sky can summon all the eyes of the Heaven Tao in those worlds. Blood Maiden looked at Little Sky. Who are you? Everyone else was looking at Little Sky. At this moment, all of them were extremely curious about Little Sky's identity. Earlier, Little Sky hadn't summoned help, but as soon as she showed herself, Shed immediately told Little Sky to get help. Even though it was because of Little Sky, all of them were aware that Little Sky was definitely a huge reason why Little Sky had been able to summon all of these eyes of the Heaven Tao. Yan Yi didn't let Little Sky and Blood Maiden remain in confrontation. He walked over to Little Sky and said, We have no intention to kill Little Sky, and we just want to leave. That's why Second Sister suppressed it, but we never expected it to be so unyielding and choose to detonate itself. Little Sky replied, Its mission is to guard these people. If you take them out of here by force, then it'll definitely detonate itself. Yang Yi said, Then can you tell it not to detonate itself, and then let us leave? If it was anyone else, it would definitely be impossible, but he was talking to Little Sky. If she was willing to help, then it would definitely be possible. Because Little Sky had a very good relationship with Little Sky. Little Sky would definitely not give them face, but it would give Little Sky face. Little Sky glanced at Lian Banzwang and the others, and then she said, Do you know why they were imprisoned here? Yan Yi nodded. They are invaders. Little Sky shook her head. They killed countless people and eyes of the Heaven Tao in our universe for their own personal gain. They should be dead. Meanwhile, the old man with the hunched back spoke abruptly. We know that we were wrong, but we've paid the price for our actions. We can swear with our souls that we'll leave this universe once we leave this place, and we will absolutely not take another step into this universe again. Please give us a chance to change. At this moment, he was very well aware that the only chance for them to leave this place wasn't Blood Maiden but Little Sky. Yang Yi added, Little Sky, they've been imprisoned for very long. If it's possible, just let them out. You told me that both humans and demon beasts should be free. But they aren't free at all. Right. Little Sky remained silent. Yang Yi continued, If the Lord of the Heaven Tao wanted to kill them, they would have definitely been killed on the spot. But they were imprisoned instead. I think that the Lord of the Heaven Tao wanted to give them a chance to change their ways. What do you think? A long moment of silence passed before Little Sky suddenly glanced at the surroundings. This place really shouldn't exist anymore. Lian Banzwang and the others were delighted when they heard her. Because now that Shed said that, it wouldn't be a problem for them to leave. Meanwhile, Little Sky added, But there's a condition. Yang Yi hurriedly asked. What condition? Little Sky glanced at Lian Banzwang and the others, and then she said, Many have realized their mistakes, and these people can be let out of this place. However, many others might not think they've made any mistakes, and they may even be filled with resentment. These people can't be allowed to leave. Of course. Yan Yi continued. But how do we know if they are determined to change their ways? I will know. Little Sky continued. No one can deceive me. As soon as she finished speaking, she glanced at Lian Banzwang and the others. All of you have no resentment in your hearts. This proves that all of you are very well aware that you deserve such punishment, and it proves that you regret your actions. So, all of you can leave. Lian Banzwang and the others were overjoyed when they heard Little Sky. However, Demon Wu suddenly asked, Can you make decisions for the Lord of the Heaven Tao? The smiles on their faces gradually vanished when they heard Demon Wu, and then they gazed at Little Sky. All of them were very well aware that Little Sky's identity and background was definitely extraordinary, because she had such a good relationship with an Eye of the Heaven Tao. However, that was just a good relationship, and letting them go was not a minor matter. Perhaps even that Eye of the Heaven Tao, Little Sky, didn't have the right to authorize it. So, did Little Sky have such authority? Little Sky replied, I don't know if I can. All of them felt speechless. Meanwhile, Little Sky added, But I can give it a try. Little Sky and the others are quite nice. Yan Yi and the others' faces darkened. Nice? The Eyes of the Heaven Tao are nice? Please! They wouldn't even allow us to converse with them. However, the Eyes of the Heaven Tao really were nice to Little Sky. Little Sky flashed over to Little Sky, and then she waved her hand at the other Eyes of the Heaven Tao around Little Sky. Those Eyes of the Heaven Tao seemed to recognize her too, and they started moving up and down as well to greet her. Moreover, some Eyes of the Heaven Tao seemed jubilant. Little Sky chuckled, gazed at Little Sky, and spoke in a slightly reproachful tone. You fool! If you're no match for someone, then can't you get help? You just have to detonate yourself? You're such a fool! Little Sky trembled slightly, and then ripples flowed from it. Obviously, it was expressing something to her. Little Sky sighed softly, and then she gazed at the Eyes of the Heaven Tao and the surroundings. All of you listened too. In the future, if you aren't a match for someone or something, then you can get help. Get help. Understand? Moreover, all of you should help each other. Don't let those fellows constantly speak about defying the heavens. Understand? Yan Yi and the others watched with astonishment as those Eyes of the Heaven Tao nodded. Needless to say, Yan Yi's face was quite unsightly, because he always got into conflict with the Eyes of the Heaven Tao. If he got into conflict with one in the future, and if it got help. No one knew what Little Sky told those Eyes of the Heaven Tao, but they vanished from the sky, and only Little Sky remained. Blood Maiden suddenly asked Yang Yi, How did you get to know her? Yang Yi naturally knew who Blood Maiden was referring to. He glanced at Little Sky, who was talking to Little Sky, and then he said, It was in the ominous territory. She was lying in an ice casket. He described the entire sequence of events that led up to their meeting. Blood Maiden remained silent. Yan Yi asked, Do you know who she is? Blood Maiden shook her head slightly. I've never heard of her. Yan Yi looked up at Little Sky. Who is she? Even Blood Maiden hasn't heard of her? Yan Yi grew even more curious about Little Sky's identity. She was really too mysterious. Chapter 1500 That Sword. It's mine. Little Sky spoke with Little Sky for around 15 minutes before she turned around and floated over to Yang Yi and the others. Yang Yi hurriedly asked, What did it say? Little Sky nodded slightly. It agreed. Lian Banzwang and the others were overjoyed when they heard this. They were finally able to leave after being imprisoned here for so long, so how could they not be happy? Yan Yi heaved a sigh of relief as well. Had promised them that he would take them out of this place, so he would be in trouble if she refused. He didn't want to be someone who didn't keep his promises. However, he didn't want to fight the Eyes of the Heaven Tao. Moreover, Even if he did try to fight them, he couldn't win against over 100 eyes of the heaven Tao. Fortunately, he didn't have a problem now. Suddenly, Little Sky added, "But there's a condition." Yan Yi asked. "What condition?" Little Sky glanced at Lian Banzwang and the others. "They can't stay in this universe. As invaders, they aren't welcomed by the eyes of the heaven Tao in this universe. If they don't leave this universe upon leaving this place, it's very likely that they'll be pursued by the eyes of the heaven Tao. So, they must leave this universe once they leave this place." "Of course." Meanwhile, the old man with a hunched back hurriedly said, "Don't worry, Miss Little Sky. We'll immediately leave this universe upon leaving this place." Little Sky nodded slightly. "Then go on." "Thank you." Lian Banzwang and the others bowed slightly to Little Sky, and it was a sincere bow. Little Sky spoke softly. "It's quite sad that all of you have been locked up for so long. But it's still best not to kill too much from now on. Karma will come to bite you if you kill too many. In most cases, it isn't that there's no karma, it's because it isn't time for karma to strike." The old man with the hunched back spoke seriously. "We will remember that." Little Sky nodded. "Go on, Little Sky will send all of you out of this universe." As she spoke, she transformed into a ray of light that entered Yang Yi's chest. Once she left, the old man and the others gazed at Yang Yi and Blood Maiden. They bowed towards Yang Yi and Blood Maiden, and then the old man said, "Thank you. We will never forget this kindness." Yang Yi smiled. "Don't mention it. We would be dead if it wasn't for all of you." The old man grinned. "Young brother, if you have the time, come to Stellar Cloud System." Yang Yi gazed at the old man with a puzzled expression on his face. "Stellar Cloud System? It's the name of their universe." Blood Maiden spoke abruptly. "An area larger than a world is called a stellar region, and an area larger than a stellar region is called a universe. In the beginning, the universe was a single whole, but they split the entire universe into countless small universes. Simply speaking, it's like a continent that was split into countless smaller kingdoms. Our universe is called the Merak system." Yang Yi asked. "Then how huge is the universe?" Blood Maiden shook her head. "No one knows the answer to that question. Even the cultivators of the ancient times don't. Because it's truly too huge. It's really boundless." The old man nodded. "The entire universe is really too huge. However, the smaller universes aren't that huge. Our stellar cloud system isn't far from Merak system, so you can come visit in the future." Yang Yi smiled. "Of course." The old man smiled. "Young brother, see you." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man with a hunched back shot up into the air, and then he arrived before Little Sky. The latter shook slightly, and it didn't take long for a circle of light to appear by Little Sky's side. The old man took a deep breath as he gazed at the circle of light, and his eyes flickered with excitement. He didn't hesitate to enter the circle of light. Meanwhile, Demon Wu cupped his fist towards Yang Yi. "I'm sorry for the past offense. Farewell." As soon as he finished speaking, he entered the circle of light. In next to no time, only Lian Banzwang and the Lava Titan remained here. Lian Banzwang gazed at Yang Yi. "Thank you?" As she spoke, she paused for a moment and continued. "That day when you were fighting Demon Wu, I didn't stand by idly on purpose. I hadn't recovered fully. I merely said what I said on a whim." As soon as she finished speaking, she entered the circle of light. Yang Yi was stunned, and then he shook his head and smiled. On a whim, Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and gazed at the Lava Titan. "Aren't you going to leave?" The Lava Titan shook its head, and then it stretched out its hand. A ball of flames appeared on its palm, and then a young girl emerged from the flames. It moved the young girl towards Yang Yi. As soon as she saw Yang Yi, a brilliant smile instantly appeared on her face, and then she flew over to him and started clapping happily. Yang Yi rubbed her little head and gazed at the Lava Titan. "What do you mean?" The Lava Titan spoke. "She goes with you." Even though it was speaking the human tongue, it wasn't smooth. "With me?" Yang Yi was slightly stunned and asked. "Why?" The Lava Titan replied. Go with you. Good for her. Yang Yi came to an understanding. The little girl had been transformed by the divine flame, and the lava titan had definitely noticed the changes in her. So, it wanted her to go with him. Yang Yi fell silent for a while, and then he gazed at the young girl. Are you willing to go with me? She bit her finger, glanced at Yang Yi, glanced at the lava titan, and seemed quite hesitant. Meanwhile, Yang Yi smiled. If you miss it, we can come back at any time to visit. All right? The young girl's eyes lit up, and then she nodded. A smile curled up on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. The young girl was a sprite king, and she was at a much higher level than the flames which Amos Xiaoling possessed. Coupled with the fact that the divine flame had improved her, she was definitely much stronger than ordinary sprite kings. So, having her with him was a good thing. The little girl flew over to the lava titan, and then hugged it for a long time. In the end, the lava titan turned around and left. 2 streams of tears instantly flowed down from her eyes when she saw the lava titan leave. No, it should be 2 streams of lava. Yang Yi took her in his arms and consoled her. We can come here frequently to visit. She glanced at Yang Yi, nodded, and then tapped his chest while looking at him with eyes filled with a hopeful gaze. Yang Yi smiled, and then he waved his right hand. He instantly transported her to the tuned level of the primordial pagoda. Once she arrived there, she instantly ran over to the divine flame. Meanwhile, Yang Yi gazed at Blood Maiden. Where do you plan to go now? Blood Maiden pondered deeply for a moment and said, I plan to look for them, and then go find our eldest sister. Find her? Yang Yi continued. Even you don't know her whereabouts? Blood Maiden shook her head slightly. Her injuries were too severe, and her body couldn't be used anymore. So, she chose to be reincarnated. She was afraid that the oracle would determine her whereabouts, so she sealed her memories and everything else. Unless her memories are unsealed, no one can find her. However, her memories should be recovering slowly now. So, we must find her before the oracle does. Otherwise, she'll be in huge danger. The oracle? Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. Who is that? A person who says that she can predict the future. Blood Maiden spoke solemnly. Since you helped me, you have definitely become one of her targets. You have to be careful from now on. She's very adept at scheming. She was a huge part of the reason why we were forced to flee to the lower dimensions. So you must be careful of her. Yang Yi nodded. Since the oracle could make Nether Maiden and the others suffer a loss, he naturally wouldn't underestimate the oracle. Yang Yi seemed to have thought of something and said, Can you help me with something? Blood Maiden replied. Go on, Yang Yi said. Come with me. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot with Blood Maiden. 15 minutes later, Yang Yi arrived at a pool. It wasn't part of Yellow Springs River, but that old man was imprisoned below it. Yang Yi remained silent for a moment, and then he went below the pool. The old man was slightly stunned when he saw Yang Yi. Obviously, he hadn't expected Yang Yi to come so soon. It didn't take long for a wisp of surprise to flash through his eyes. You've attained the semi-deity realm? Yang Yi nodded. Not too long ago. The old man glanced at Yang Yi. I presume you obtained some sort of fortuitous encounter, right? Yang Yi smiled. Indeed. I'm here to free you. The old man asked. You can accomplish that with your current strength? Yang Yi nodded. I should be able to. However, I have a question. Why were you imprisoned here? Had always been very curious about that. Because it was definitely not the Lord of the Heaven Tao who'd imprisoned the old man here. The formation that imprisoned the old man was done by a cultivator. The old man remained silent for a short while, and then he said, A mysterious person. I don't know who he was. All I do know is that there was another snake that was imprisoned at the same time as me. A snake? Yang Yi glanced at the old man. Obviously, it was the ancient Emperor Python. Why was the ancient Emperor Python imprisoned? It was because of its vicious nature and because it wreaked havoc everywhere. Obviously, the old man wasn't a good person as well. Otherwise, that expert wouldn't have imprisoned the old man. Yang Yi remained silent for a moment, and then he walked over to the old man and said, I promised you that I would free you when I had the ability. Now I'm here to fulfill my promise. As soon as he finished speaking, he flipped his palm, and the sword precursor appeared in his grasp. The old man's eyes instantly narrowed when he saw the sword precursor. A sword that surpasses the known ranks of quality. Yang Yi nodded, and then he raised it and swung it. Crack! A clear and resounding crack resounded, and then the iron chains that imprisoned the old man broke into pieces. Bang! Meanwhile, a terrifying aura suddenly surged out from within the old man. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly because the old man was a dualism realm expert. What did that represent? It represented that the old man was once a rebirth realm expert, and then his cultivation was suppressed upon arriving here. After all, this place wasn't the forbidden area of the ominous territory. Huff! The old man took a deep breath, and then he gazed at Yang Yi. That sword of yours could have cut these chains that day, so why didn't you do so? Yang Yi glanced at the old man and said, No matter what, you're free now, and I've fulfilled my promise. Farewell. Suddenly, the old man appeared in front of Yang Yi. That sword. I want it. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. What are you trying to say? You don't understand? The old man spoke coldly. I said that I want that sword. Yang Yi replied. What if I refuse? Then die. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man slapped his palm at Yang Yi. However, Blood Maiden suddenly appeared in front of Yang Yi. Chapter 15:01 I'm so afraid. The old man's expression instantly changed when Blood Maiden appeared before him. Meanwhile, Blood Maiden took a step forward, and then the surroundings were instantly transformed into an ocean of blood. Who are you? You! The old man's horrified voice came from within the ocean of blood, and it didn't take long for his horrified cries to become shrill cries. A short while passed before the surroundings fell silent. An instant later, the ocean of blood vanished, and Blood Maiden appeared in front of Yang Yi. The old man wasn't dead, but he was on the verge of it. At this moment, the old man was lying by Blood Maiden's feet, and he was on the verge of death. Besides that, his eyes were filled with fear as he gazed at Blood Maiden. Yang Yi gazed at the terrible state that the old man was in, and he shook his head. The old man was once a rebirth realm expert, and he was definitely extremely strong, but could he be compared to Blood Maiden? Moreover, the old man was once a rebirth realm expert, but he was just at the dualism realm right now. Coupled with the fact that had been imprisoned for so many years, his body wasn't at its peak. So, how could he be a match for Blood Maiden? No, it should be said that he didn't even have the ability to fight back against her. After all, Blood Maiden was at the rebirth realm right now. The reason she was still at the rebirth realm and not the dualism realm was that she hadn't left the ominous territory. If she left and entered this place again, then she would be at the dualism realm. Meanwhile, Blood Maiden asked, Why did you tell me to keep him alive? Yang Yi replied, I wanted to recruit him to fight for me. Blood Maiden glanced at him, and then she waved her hand. The old man suddenly let out a shrill cry, and then his figure cracked apart before countless strands of blood flowed into Blood Maiden. Yang Yi was stunned and asked, Why? She shook her head. You can't control such an expert. Even if his soul falls into your hands, hell have many ways to kill you. Even though your strength isn't bad, it's still extremely inferior when compared to an expert like him. The ability of rebirth realm experts is beyond your imagination. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. I thought I could get a powerful expert on my side. You knew he would attack you? Blood Maiden continued. Is that why you brought me with you? Yang Yi shook his head. I'm not that great. It's just best to always be wary of others. I brought you here just in case. I never expected that he would really intend to attack me. Blood Maiden said. Even though you're a semi-deity, he's a rebirth realm expert. You're like an ant to him. However, you had something that was tempting to him, so he naturally intended to act against you. It's obvious that a person like him is ruthless and doesn't live by any principles. So, it's best to eliminate him. Otherwise, if he stays with you, he'll bring calamity to you, sooner or later. Yan Yi nodded. Blood Maiden made absolute sense. Based on his current strength, he really couldn't control a rebirth realm expert. After all, the old man was many realms of cultivation above him. Meanwhile, Blood Maiden suddenly said, "I'm leaving." Yan Yi gazed at her. "You're going to meet Nether Maiden and the others?" Blood Maiden nodded, and then she looked at him. "What about you?" Yan Yi replied, "I'm returning to Clouds of Heaven's stellar region, and then I'll be going to the large world." The large world? Blood Maiden's eyes narrowed slightly. She remained silent for a long time before she said, "You've helped us many times, and especially this time caused their plan to be completely spoiled. They even lost 2 rebirth realm experts because of you. You're definitely being targeted by them now. It's very dangerous for you to go there." Yan Yi replied, "I have to go no matter how dangerous it is." He didn't know how Zir and Snowy were, and he couldn't rest at ease until he saw them. Blood Maiden nodded. "You possess extraordinary natural talent, great karmic luck, and fortune. I believe you won't die earlier." Yan Yi asked, "How do I find all of you in the future?" There was actually a reason why Head asked this question. He was thinking that if he encountered an enemy that he couldn't defeat, then he would immediately ask for help from them. Based on the relationship he had with them, asking for favors like this wouldn't be a big deal at all. How could Blood Maiden not realize what he was thinking? She shook her head and chuckled. "We'll naturally arrive when we should." She paused for a moment and continued, "There's no benefit from knowing our whereabouts. Because that represents that the Oracle will definitely target you. You can't endure her schemes right now, and so long as you don't go to the large world, she probably won't look for trouble with you. After all, her energy is mostly focused on us sisters." Yan Yi rubbed his nose and said, "Fine. See you next time." Blood Maiden nodded slightly, and then she patted Yan Yi on the shoulder. "Take care." As soon as she finished speaking, her figure transformed into a ball of blood-red mist and vanished on the spot. Yan Yi took a deep breath once she left, and then he left the underground chamber. Around 15 minutes later, Yan Yi arrived at Spirit Village. As soon as he did, a hand descended on his shoulder. Obviously, it was Mo Ling. Yan Yi smiled and said, "Long time no see, Miss Mo Ling." Mo Ling didn't speak. She just patted Yan Yi on the shoulder. Obviously, she was greeting him. Yan Yi smiled, and then he entered the village. Yan Yi met the village leader, Mo-ke, in a room. Yan Yi said, "Village leader Mo-ke, I'm here to tell you that there are no further restrictions in this place. If you want to leave, you can leave at any time through the Eye of the Heaven Dao here." As he spoke, he told Mo-ke a portion of what happened within the forbidden area of the ominous territory. A long time passed before Mo-ke glanced at Yan Yi with a complicated expression in his eyes. "I never expected you to have entered the forbidden area, and what surprised me even more is that you encountered so much in there." Yan Yi smiled. "I didn't expect it either." He really hadn't thought about passing through Yellow Springs River, but he just happened to have done so. Fortunately, while Head almost died on many occasions, Head returned alive in the end. Moreover, his strength had improved tremendously. Mo-ke smiled and said, "It's not a bad thing for you." Yan Yi nodded and said, "Village leader Mo-ke, since you asked me to come back here, I presume you need something. May I know what it is? I'm quite curious." Mo-ke pondered deeply for a moment and said, "I'd intended to make Mo Ling go with you and ask you to take her out of this place. Because she was born here, she isn't targeted by the Eye of the Heaven Dao. If someone is willing to take her with them, then she can leave this place. Yet now..." Yan Yi smiled. "Now, there's no need for that. You can return to your own world." Mo-ke nodded and said, "No matter what, thank you for your help." He flipped his palm, and a white jade box appeared before Yan Yi. "There are 10 energy pearls in here. Every single one of them contains energy that can instantly recover all your profound energy. It won't be a problem to fully replenish your spirit energy even if you attain the deity realm. It should be helpful to you. Of course it is! Yan Yi didn't refuse it and took the box, and then he said, Village leader Emoku, I'll be bidding my farewells if there's nothing else that you need. Until next time! Emoku nodded. Until next time! Yan Yi nodded slightly, and then he turned around and walked away. When Yan Yi walked out of the village, a hand descended on his shoulder. Yan Yi stopped and said, Miss Mo Ling, do you need something? She moved her hand to his back and started writing. Thank you? Those were the words that Mo Ling had written on his back. Yan Yi smiled. Don't mention it. After all, I got a great deal from all of you too. Mo Ling started writing again. This time, Yan Yi had quite a strange expression on his face. Because the words she wrote were, You're a good person. A good person. Was Yan Yi a good person? Strictly speaking, he wasn't. However, Mo Ling said he was. Actually, that wasn't wrong. After all, most people's impression of another person was usually not an overall view, and it only depended on how that person treated them. If that person was good to them, then that person was naturally a good person to them. Similarly, if that person was bad to them, then that person was a bad person to them. Yan Yi restrained his thoughts and smiled. Miss Mo Ling, farewell. I hope we meet again. Mo Ling's hand started moving on Yan Yi's back. We definitely will. Those were the words she wrote. I really look forward to that. Ha ha. Yan Yi chuckled, and then his figure vanished on the spot. Once Yan Yi left, Emoku appeared where Yan Yi had been standing. An extraordinary genius. Emoku continued. Little girl, your natural talent is even better than his. Even though you've lost your body, it's fine. So long as we get back, our spirit race will definitely do all it can to rebuild your body. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked to his side and spoke softly. Let's go. He turned around and walked away once he finished speaking. Because of Little Sky, the entire ominous territory was undergoing large-scale relocation. Countless people and demon beasts had started to leave the ominous territory with Little Sky's help. However, not all humans and demon beasts could leave. Some couldn't. They were naturally those who hadn't realized their mistakes. However, all of that wasn't Yan Yi's business. Little Sky had to worry about all of that. Yan Yi didn't go around the ominous territory. He just crushed the teleportation scroll and returned to Ominous City. As soon as he appeared on the teleportation platform that the Shi clan had built in the city, a figure appeared in front of him. It was none other than Lian Suyao. Yan Yi was about to speak when Lian Suyao spoke solemnly. You're in big trouble. Yan Yi was slightly stunned and asked, What trouble? Lian Suyao spoke solemnly. For some unknown reason, many geniuses have descended from the large world. All of them are looking for you, and they say that they want to take your head. You know, many powers are helping them look for you right now. All the famous powers in the lower dimensions are looking for you. The geniuses of the large world? They're looking for me? To take my head? Yan Yi was stunned and said, What's their cultivation? Lian Suyao spoke solemnly. The deity realm. The deity realm? Yan Yi was slightly stunned and said, Deities are coming to kill me? I'm so afraid. Lian Suyao was at a loss for words. Chapter 1502 Plan? Plan my ass. The deity realm? He wasn't being arrogant, but he really didn't take deities seriously. Besides the strength he possessed, he had quite a few demon beasts with him. All those demon beasts were at the deity realm. Especially the ancient Emperor Python, it could be considered as one of the strongest in the deity realm. As for his own strength, he was at the semi-deity realm. Coupled with the undying elemental body, elemental breaker, rebirth sword, and the casket lid, it could be said that he didn't even have to fear a dualism realm expert. Meanwhile, Lian Suyao suddenly asked, Why are so many people from the large world looking for you? Yan Yi laughed coldly. Besides Mo Xiaoling, there was no one else in the large world who had enmity with him. Of course, the Emperor sect and War Pavilion too. However, according to Lien Suyao, those geniuses of the large world had come over a dozen days ago. At that time, he hadn't fought those two rebirth realm experts. So, it was impossible for those geniuses to have been sent by the War Pavilion and Emperor sect. Since it wasn't them, then only Mo Xiaoling remained. Moreover, even Shi Tian, who had encountered within the ominous territory, had said that Mo Xiaoling was constantly promising more and more things in the large world so that others would come and kill him. Obviously, Mo Xiaoling had somehow succeeded at making them believe her. So, those geniuses and experts had specially descended to the lower dimensions just to look for trouble with him. Lien Suyao didn't repeat her quest when she saw Yang Yi remain silent, and she immediately spoke softly. You stayed in the ominous territory for so long. After she left the ominous territory, she hadn't gone in again because she got news that the geniuses from the large world were looking for Yang Yi. She was waiting for him to come out. However, she hadn't expected that this wait would go on for 2 months. Actually, she was on the verge of giving up. Because she felt that Yang Yi had died in the ominous territory. Yang Yi was a very monstrous genius. However, the ominous territory was even more terrifying. Since he hadn't come out after going in there for so long and there was no news about him, she felt that he was probably dead. She hadn't expected Yang Yi to actually come out alive. Moreover, it seemed like Yang Yi's strength had improved tremendously again. Yang Yi nodded when he heard her, and then he said, I suffered some setbacks in there. Fortunately, I got out of it safely. Right, there's no need to come here anymore in the future. Lien Suyao was puzzled. Why? Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, Actually, you can go in there in 2 or 3 days from now. Remember, no later than 3 days from now. Once you go in, just go all the way to the depths of the place. What you get depends on your own fortune. Many demon beasts and people in the ominous territory were leaving. However, the treasures and inheritances left behind by the people who died in there were definitely not going anywhere. Almost all the demon beasts and humans would have left in around 3 days. So, it was almost completely safe if someone went in there at that time. Simply speaking, she would be making use of the opportunity to gain what she could. Yang Yi was naturally not interested in doing that. Presently, ordinary treasures and inheritances weren't attractive to him at all. The exception would be a treasure better than the casket lid, or a technique better than the sword of rebirth. Otherwise, he didn't need any other treasures or techniques. Most importantly, he didn't want to waste more time. Had been in the ominous territory for so long, so Zhuang Weiran, Su Qingshi, and the others were definitely extremely worried about him. Now, all he wanted to do was go and see them. When he thought up to this point, Yang Yi gazed at Lien Suyao and said, Miss Lien, thank you for waiting here for me and providing this information to me. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll be bidding my farewell. Right, remember what I said. You can go in the ominous territory around 3 days from now. At that time, your gains will depend on your own luck. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi was about to leave. However, Lien Suyao obstructed his path and asked, You're heading back to Clouds of Heaven's stellar region? Yang Yi nodded. Lien Suyao fell silent for a short while, and then she said, It's best to stay away for now. I know you're very strong, but those fellows from the large world are at a higher level of cultivation than you. Moreover, it isn't just 1 or 2 who have come down here. You'll definitely fall into a difficult situation if you head back right now. If you stay away, then they'll definitely head back once they can't find you for some time. Yang Yi smiled and replied, You want me to hide like a coward? Lien Suyao shook her head. I'm just telling you to avoid them for now. It's not worth going head-on against them. Once you've grown fully, they will definitely not be a match for you. Yang Yi smiled. No matter what, thank you for your good intentions. However, I've made my decision. So, Miss Lien, see you next time. As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't stay a moment longer, and he vanished on the spot. Lien Suyao was stunned on the spot for a moment, and then she shook her head. That fellow doesn't know how to make any compromises. Sigh. After he said farewell to Lien Suyao, Yang Yi entered the teleportation formation outside Ominous City. Presently, he was anxious to return. It didn't take long for him to arrive at Stellar City. He had no intention to stay, and he was about to enter the teleportation formation to Clouds of Heaven's stellar region. However, an old man appeared in front of him. Yang Yi was slightly stunned when he saw the old man. He just happened to recognize the old man. It was the old man in a luxurious robe that had met when he went to look for Nangong Qin. There had been a young man who wanted to chop off his limbs that day, and it was this old man who'd taught that young man a lesson. The old man heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Yang Yi. "You've finally shown yourself!" Yang Yi was puzzled. "Why?" The old man spoke solemnly. "My eldest young miss wants to see you. It's very urgent." The eldest young miss the old man spoke of was Nangong Qin, of course. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment before he nodded. "All right, take me to her." The old man nodded, waved his hand, and withdrew a black robe. "Wear it." Yang Yi was stunned. "Why?" "My eldest young miss instructed me to give it to you, and she said that you must wear it." The old man spoke solemnly. "Young brother Yang, don't waste time. It's something urgent, and it's extremely important to you." Yang Yi glanced at the old man, and then he wore the robe. The robe was huge, and it completely covered his figure. Moreover, Yang Yi noticed that it could even obstruct the divine sense of others. What the heck is all of this? Yang Yi was utterly puzzled. It didn't take long for him to arrive at Azure Cloud Merchant Group under the old man's lead. As soon as he entered the hall, Nangong Qin came to greet him. He was just about to speak when she spoke first. "Did anyone notice your presence?" "I don't think so." Meanwhile, the old man said, "As soon as I saw him on the teleportation formation, I immediately brought him here." Nangong Qin's expression eased up slightly. "That's great." Meanwhile, Yang Yi said, "What exactly is all of this?" At this moment, Yang Yi was completely bewildered. "What is all of this?" Nangong Qin walked over to Yang Yi. "Tell me the truth. What did you do to make so many people from the large world come down here to look for you? Do you know how many are here looking for you? At this moment, there are no less than 100 of them. Moreover, many of them are deities. What sort of unforgivable crime did you commit?" Yang Yi shook his head. "So it's because of that. I didn't do anything unforgivable, and there's just some enmity between me and one person. It's probably that person who made them come down here." He paused for a moment and continued. "You made me wear this robe because you were afraid others would notice me. Why else?" Nangong Qin continued. "Do you know how many powers are looking for you? It isn't just the powers of the Eastern Territory, the powers of the other 3 territories are looking for you too. Moreover, there are even some 4-star stellar regions amongst them." Yang Yi frowned. "Why are they joining in as well?" "To curry favor." Nangong Qin spoke solemnly. "Who came down to our lower dimensions? The experts of the large world. They represent various different powers in the large world. So, if they can curry favor with these experts and the powers behind them, then it would naturally be extremely beneficial to them. So, many powers have started to look for you right now. However, they don't know you were in the ominous territory. Otherwise, you would have been surrounded as soon as you left the ominous territory." 4-star powers! Yang Yi's brows were pressed even more tightly together. Do they have nothing better to do? Do they think I'm so easy to bully? No one thinks that. Meanwhile, Nangong Qin continued. However, they don't fear you as well. After all, you're just a voider. Even if you possess the stellar sword diagram, you're still just a voider. Not to mention that so many geniuses of the large world have descended here, and all those geniuses want your life. So, as far as they are concerned, you're definitely dead. Actually, let's not even talk about others, even I think you're dead." She gazed at Yang Yi and continued. "Now seize this opportunity while no one has noticed your presence to hide and wait for all of this to pass. They should leave once they can't find you for some time." Yang Yi shook his head. "It's fine. They're nothing to worry about. You still want to try and put on a show of strength at a time like this?" Nangong Chin was quite displeased. Great men know when to take a step back and hide. I'm not asking you to kneel and beg for mercy. Is that so difficult? Yang Yi smiled. You're right. But I still have to face what I have to face. Running away can't solve any problems. Moreover, if I hide, then Zhuang Weiran and the others will definitely be the ones who have to endure all that pressure for me. Do you think I would let them do that? Nangong Chin was about to speak, but Yang Yi waved his hand. I've made my decision. There's no need to say anything. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi was about to turn around and leave. However, the space in front of Nangong Chin suddenly trembled. It didn't take long for her face to become unsightly. Yang Yi asked, What's wrong? She glanced at him and said, A genius from the large world called Ma Wudi led other geniuses from the large world to Clouds of Heaven continent, and they've surrounded it. They said they're going to slaughter the entire continent if you don't show yourself. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard this. A moment later, he turned around with the intention of leaving. However, Nangong Chin suddenly stopped him. Don't be impulsive. Besides Mu Wudi and those other geniuses, a 4-star stellar region from the Northern Territory is there with them. That power sent many deities with them. So, you can't be impulsive. We must consider the matter and come up with a plan. A plan? Plan my ass. I'm going to advance to the returnal rank and slaughter intent today. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi vanished from the hall. Chapter 1503 What Will You Do? Bite me? After Yang Yi's figure vanished, Nangong Chin was stunned on the spot. Has he gone mad? Those fellows from the large world aren't ordinary at all. Moreover, 4-star stellar regions have joined forces with them. But he actually says he wants to attain returnal rank slaughter intent? What is he planning? Nangong Chin was stunned for a while before she slowly clenched her fist, and then she gazed at the old man. Elder Hua, summon all our deities and come with me. Elder Hua hesitated for a moment and said, Eldest young miss, Yang Yi has no chance. He can act like a madman, but we can't go mad with him. After all, the slightest mistake might cause our merchant group to suffer eternal damnation. Nangong Chin spoke abruptly. What do you think about his intelligence? The old man was slightly stunned. Obviously, he hadn't expected her to ask this question. He hesitated for a moment and replied, He seems to be more rash than wise, but he's actually meticulous. He seemed to have thought of something at this point, and a wisp of surprise flashed through his eyes. You're saying that he dares to do that because he's confident? Nangong Chin nodded slightly. He isn't a rash fellow. Since he dares to face them on his own, he's definitely confident. Of course, even if he isn't confident, we still have to help him. If we can enjoy success with him, then we naturally have to go through difficulties with him as well. Elder Hua spoke solemnly. Eldest young miss, you plan to tie us together with him. She spoke softly. Our Azure Cloud merchant group has been tied to him for a long time. The old man shook his head and laughed bitterly. Yang Yi had potential, huge potential. If Yang Yi didn't die, his future would be limitless. However, Yang Yi was absolutely amazing at causing trouble. So, it was extremely dangerous to follow Yang Yi. However, the old man knew that their merchant group didn't have a way out anymore. Because Azure Cloud Merchant Group's relationship with Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region was no secret. They had no choice but to choose Yang Yi. The old man restrained his thoughts, turned around, and left. In just a few breaths of time, he appeared within the hall again, and there were 5 old men behind him. Let's go! As soon as Nangong Chin gave the order, all of them vanished from the hall. At this moment, practically everyone in the lower dimensions knew Yang Yi. In the past, he was just comparatively famous in the Eastern Territory. Yet now, almost the entire lower dimensions were aware of his name. Because he was the first person who made countless geniuses come down from the large world to kill him. Everyone was curious about what Yang Yi had done to actually make them come for his head. Even though Yang Yi had the stellar sword diagram, he was only a threat to 4-star stellar regions. After all, Yanye's cultivation was too low. So, many powers hadn't hesitated to choose those geniuses who had come down from the large world. Moreover, they used all their ability to help those geniuses find Yanyi. If Yanyi hadn't gone into the ominous territory, he would have been found by now. In the beginning, they just searched all around for Yanyi, but Yanyi never showed himself. It was like Yanyi had evaporated into thin air. This made those geniuses from the large world start to go to extremes. An example of it was acting against Clouds of Heaven Continent. They intended to use Clouds of Heaven Continent to make Yanyi show himself. Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region. Before this, Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region had practically become a forbidden area in the Eastern Territory due to Yanye's reputation. Because all powers had strictly prohibited their members from offending Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region. But from some moment in time, the members of countless powers had appeared around Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region. There were experts from the Eastern Territory and other territories. Presently, as far as everyone was concerned, Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region would definitely cease to exist. Yanyi was the reason that Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region was strong. So long as he was alive, even 4-star stellar regions would dare not rashly offend Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region. Yet now, so many geniuses had come down from the large world to look for Yanyi, and many 4-star stellar regions had joined them. So, could Yanyi survive them? As far as everyone was concerned, Yanyi was no different than a dead man walking. Clouds of Heaven City. Because many powers had come to their stellar region, the war god formation around the city had been activated, and everyone within the city was ready for battle. In the air above the city, Zhuang Weiran stood there with her hands behind her back, and Peacekeeper was by her side. Yi Luyun and the other forces of the city were standing behind her. A young man was standing not too far ahead of her. The young man seemed to be just a little over 20 years old, and there was a very long ponytail behind his head. It practically reached his heels. The young man seemed quite evil based on his outward appearance. On his left was a young man in a violet robe and a woman in a dark blue dress. The young man in a violet robe spoke abruptly. "Brother Ma, she's Zhuang Weiran, and she's called the War God. Even though she's just a semi-deity, her strength far surpasses deities. Brother Ma, you absolutely must not underestimate her." "War God?" The young man with a ponytail gazed at Zhuang Weiran, and then an evil smile curled up on the corners of his mouth. "I presume her strength is definitely not bad. I just wonder if she can be considered a war god in bed." "Ha!" The violet-robed young man smiled. "Brother Ma, if you want to know, you can try for yourself once we capture her, right? I have to try. After all, she's truly beautiful." The young man revealed an evil smile, while his gaze ceaselessly roamed Zhuang Weiran's body while displaying undisguised greed and lust. Suddenly, Zhuang Weiran attacked. She took Peacekeeper in her hand and instantly arrived before the young man, and then she stabbed it forward. The young man revealed a cold smile as he slammed his fist forward. Boom! An explosion resounded, and then both of them moved away from each other. Zhuang Weiran moved around 100 m back while the young man moved around 100 m back as well. The young man glanced at his hand. At this moment, it had cracked open, and it caused a ferocious expression to cover his face. He looked up at Zhuang Weiran and spoke fiercely. "Woman! I'll fuck you to death." Suddenly, a voice resounded. "What did you say?" Yi Luyun and the others were stunned when they heard this voice, and then they were overjoyed. A wisp of happiness had even flashed through Zhuang Weiran's eyes. At the same time, she heaved a sigh of relief. Because that voice belonged to Yanyi. Yanyi had gone to the ominous territory for almost 2 months, and it was like had vanished. It would be an absolute lie if she said that she wasn't worried about him. After all, the ominous territory was extremely dangerous. Fortunately, Yanyi was back now. Head returned safely. Yanyi appeared before Zhuang Weiran. Everyone heaved sighs of relief when they saw him. The pressure Clouds of Heaven stellar region had suffered throughout this period was huge. Especially Zhuang Weiran and the others. Because they didn't just have to face the geniuses from the large world, they had to face some 4-star stellar regions from the lower dimensions. Most importantly, they hadn't heard anything from Yang Yi, and it was like had vanished. That was the source of the greatest amount of pressure they experienced. Luckily, Yang Yi had returned. Zhuang Weiran took Yang Yi's hand and spoke softly. You got the spring of life? Yang Yi shook his head, causing her face to instantly stiffen. Meanwhile, he added, but I'm a semi-deity now. Zhuang Weiran's face eased up. She was about to speak when Yang Yi smiled. Let me deal with the matters here first. She nodded slightly. Be careful. Yang Yi nodded, and then he looked at the young man with a ponytail. The young man was about to speak when Yang Yi suddenly vanished on the spot, and he was in front of the young man when his figure appeared once more. After that, he slammed his fist at the young man. Yang Yi was extremely swift, so his fist was in front of the young man's head when the young man had finally reacted. The young man was shocked and caught off guard, so he could only slam his fist forward as well. Bang! The young man's right arm exploded apart, and his figure was blasted flying. Meanwhile, the violet-robed young man and woman recovered from their shock as well, and they were about to attack. However, Yang Yi suddenly stopped chasing after the young man with a ponytail, and he gazed at them before slamming his fist at them. Boom! Everyone watched with shock as the violet-robed young man and the woman in a dark blue dress were blasted around 10 kilometers away. Everyone here was stunned. Yang Yi is actually so terrifying? Even Zhuang Weiran was slightly stunned. Obviously, she hadn't expected him to have become so strong. Yang Yi paid no further attention to the violet-robed young man and the woman. His figure shot over to the young man with a ponytail, and then he slammed his fist forward again. Even though had lost an arm to Yang Yi, the young man didn't take long to calm down. So, he was mentally prepared when Yang Yi arrived before him again. As soon as Yang Yi swung that punch at him, a golden shield appeared in front of him. The golden shield was covered in sharp spikes, but Yang Yi's fist didn't stop at all. Boom! The golden shield exploded into pieces while the young man's figure was blasted away while repeatedly spitting out mouthfuls of blood. It was being suppressed. Utterly suppressed. No one had expected a genius from the large world to be utterly suppressed by Yang Yi. Yang Yi didn't stop. He was about to attack again when the violet-robed young man suddenly howled with fury. Stop him! As soon as he gave the order, 6 old men suddenly appeared in the sky. Deities! 6 old men had instantly surrounded Yang Yi, and then they released their auras towards Yang Yi. Meanwhile, the young man with a ponytail spoke fiercely. Don't kill him. I want living to be worse than death for him. Yang Yi ignored the young man and gazed at the violet-robed young man instead. Which stellar region are you from? The violet-robed young man glanced at Yang Yi and said, Southern Territories Nether Emperor Stellar Region. A 4-star stellar region. Yang Yi nodded slightly and said, Southern Territories Nether Emperor Stellar Region. You'll remember that. You'll remember it? What a joke! A wisp of ridicule curled up on the corners of the violet-robed young man's mouth. What are you going to do about it? Bite me? How laughable! He seemed like he had nothing to fear. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.